So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was neglected and became an assassin at the age of 5 with Pervy Haku? Movie 1. Under the dark night sky, in the village of Konoha, one large crimson nine-tailed fox could be seen rampaging, destroying buildings and whatnot. At this very moment, a large toad with a sword appeared, with a blonde man wearing white robes with the kanji for Yondaime Hokage on the back. This was the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Behind him laid two cradles, carrying his two daughters. Right below the toad, there stood four figures. One was a radiated woman Aka Uzumaki Kushina, wife of the fourth Hokage, sitting in a wheelchair after giving birth to a set of triplets. The next was a white-haired man, Jiraiya of the Sannin, then an old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage. Finally was a blonde woman, Senjutsunade. In the hands of Kushina was a baby, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the eldest of the three children of Sedridid. Minato nodded at the people below as the toad leaped at the fox. The toad, Gamabunta said, "You sure, Minato?" The blonde nodded as the toad grabbed the fox, throwing her at the four people. As soon as the fox landed, Kushina sent a dozen chakra chains at the fox, binding the fox as she struggled to get free. Gamabunta then jumped and landed right beside the fox. Minato jumped down and held up his two daughters, and placed them on two pedestals. He made a hand sign as he said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 7 clones appeared as they spread out around the two babies. They drew seals on the ground as the seals connected. The original Minato focused onto the Kyuubi as he said, "Haki Fuin." The fox felt herself literally ripped into half as the Sharingan eyes in her own disappeared, its presence unknown to any of the people present. As the Kyuubi disappeared, the villagers and shinobi alike looked at the Hokage tower as the 5 people stood there. Minato raised his daughters up and said, "Villagers of Konoha, I present to you our new Jinchuriki. My daughters Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna and Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari. Konoha love Jinchuriki as much as they do bloodlines, unlike some other villages." So, everyone cheered in joy as the Kyuubi was once kept back at bay. Time skipped 6 years. One blonde boy with cerulean blue eyes was seen lying on his bed. This was Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, eldest and only son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and the Akashai, Uzumaki Kushina. He was also known as the brother to the heroes of Konoha, Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari and Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. While most would seem happy to be the son of 2 of the strongest shinobi in the world, and the brother to the heroes of Konoha, Naruto was not. When he was 3, life was happy for the young blonde. His family treated him with care and love. His sisters always thought of their brother before anything else. But when he turned 5, everything changed. When the 3 siblings turned 5, their father decided to start shinobi training for Naruto's sisters. When Naruto asked to be trained, Minato and Kushina replied that they needed the training more as they had the Kyuubi in them. Being a good son and a loving brother, he was happy for his sisters and nodded. Over time, his family left him for many activities. Even his godparents Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as his surrogate brother Hada Kakashi, ignored him. So the blonde only stayed alone, sometimes going over to his best friends, Uchiha Hatsuki and Uchiha Yuka's home, as well as Hyuga Hinata's home. The 4 got along well. Minato, Fugaku and Hiashi were on the same genin teams, while their wives were on their own same teams as well. So the 4 knew each other. The 3 girls all had a crush on the blonde, so they would always stick by him. Unknown to them, Hikari and Haruna had a crush on their brother too. But the attention given to them interfered and they left him out of everything. Of course, when that started, they asked their parents about it, but the 2 shinobi said they would train him when he was older. So our poor Naruto was alone, so he decided to take matters into hands. He snuck into his family's library and copied down any jutsu he could. The most useful was the Kage Bunshin. He even read about his family Kekkei Genkai from the Uzumaki clan, the right gear, and only he and his mother could only use it as his sisters had the Kyuubi in them. Several times, Naruto had shown his parents he could do the tree walking exercise he learned from the scrolls. He only received scoldings from his parents and left sad. So a few months back, he unlocked his Kekkei Genkai. His Kekkei Genkai was considered extremely rare even in his clan. He had the phase gear, something that only appeared once in a lifetime. Most of the Uzumaki could only get the Kaiksu gear, and 1 from 1,000 would get the phase gear. And that was only once in a lifetime. But from the times his parents berated him, plus his sisters stayed away from him, he told no one. From time to time, he would go into training ground 44, the Forest of Death, to train at night. He was now genin level and knew all E rank to C rank jutsu, which of course he showed no one. Now, the young blonde had finished his night training and was heading back home. The way back to the Nanki's compound went past the Hyuga and Uchiha compounds. And on that very night, an ambassador from Kumo came on a diplomacy mission, and had kidnapped the Hyuga heiress, Aka Hyuga Hinata, one of Naruto's best and only friends. Unfortunately and fortunately for the Kumo nin and Hinata respectively, Naruto saw the ninja and narrowed his eyes. He felt the pent-up rage from his family neglecting him and anger for this damn Kumo shinobi, for even daring to kidnap one of only friends. So Naruto focused as photon lines appeared around his waist, forming a belt. He now had a phone in his right hand. He dialed 555 and pressed enter as the phone said, "Standing by." The Kumo ninja heard the voice and snapped his head to the direction of the voice, only to see Naruto raise his hand up saying, Henshin, before he slammed his phone into the slot of the belt. The phone then announced, complete. More photon lines came from his belt as they wrapped around Naruto's body, forming the armor of phase. The Kumo bin asked, slightly frightened, who are you? Naruto now turned into phase with his eyes and photon lines on the body glowing, replied, phase, Kamen Rider phase. You tried to kidnap one of my only friends, you will pay. Naruto drew hilt as a photon line came out, forming a blade. Naruto walked slowly towards the Kumo nun who was frozen in fear as Naruto released killing intent on par with the Kyuubi. As Naruto reached the Kumo ninja, he took Hinata off the man's shoulders and put her behind him on the ground. He then turned and slashed at the Kumo ninja. A huge gash appeared as the man dropped to his knees, dead. As Naruto kneeled down to check on Hinata, relieved that she was still alive, Hiashi, Minato, Hitomi, Kushina and a group of shinobi arrived. Hiashi glared at FaZe and growled, who are you? Get away from my daughter. Hiashi charged with a Juken strike, but Naruto dodged it and jumped back. Looking one last time at Hinata before looking at Hiashi, Minato and Kushina who gasped at what she saw, FaZe said, you are all naive. He then vanished in a burst of speed. Imagine scene where Kamen Rider Spectre tells Ghost he is too naive before running away in high speed. It was only then did the ninja all notice the dead Kumo nin, and saw that Hinata was safe. They all called help but wonder who that mysterious guy was, all but Kushina. Now in the Hokage's office, Minato, Hiashi, Hitomi and Kushina were discussing who FaZe was. Minato said, that was your clan's Kekkei Jinkai wasn't it, Kushi-chan? The Redeed nodded. Hiashi then asked, but who? I mean Yuzu was wiped out, and the last man to use the phase gear is dead. Kushina then said, there's someone I know. Hitomi asked, who is it? Minato caught on to his wife's thoughts and said, Naruto. Hiashi was slightly shocked, Naruto. But he hasn't even started shinobi training yet, how can he defeat a genin, save a jounin? Kushina looked slightly regretful, he must have been training himself, Minato and I, we were too focused on the girls, we forgot about Naruto. I regret all I've done, last year, he showed me he mastered the tree walking exercise, but we ignored him. Hinata who had woken up gasped, and glared at Kushina, that's why he was always sad when we met. You neglected him. How could you? Hitomi asked her daughter, what do you mean, Hinata-chan? Hinata looked at her mother and said, over the times when he came over to play, he wore a smile, but in his eyes, hid a lot of sadness and anger. It was like he was with friends and family but very lonely. Tsuki-chan and Yuki-chan know this as well. Naruto-kan once told us that you train Hikari-chan and Haruna-chan, but totally ignore him. Hiashi and Hitomi were now looking at Minato and Kushina in shock. Then Hiashi said, I'm ashamed of you, Minato. You could have trained them together and gave him something to work on while you taught the girls of the Kyuubi, but no, you neglected him. But now, we need to summon Naruto to see if he's phase. Minato nodded. He then summoned Anbu and told them to bring his son to the office. With Naruto had successfully got back to his room. He quickly showered and get into bed to avoid his parents from questioning him. But a moment later, an Anbu entered and said, Naruto-san, your parents want to see you in the office. Naruto cursed inside, but nodded as he changed and left with the Anbu. After arriving via Shunshin in the Hokage office, Naruto asked, so what do you guys want? Hey Hinata-chan. He looked at Hinata when he said the last part as the girl smiled at him. Hiashi flared his chakra a bit as a Hyuga branch member came in. Hiashi looked at the man and said, Ko, bring Hinata back to the compound. Ko nodded and led Hinata out. Minato asked, Naruto, I want to ask, can you use your Kekkei Jinkai? Do not lie, Hiashi here can detect lies, and you know that. Naruto cursed inside and nodded. Kushina then said, can you show us, Naru-chan? Naruto glared at his supposed mother but summoned the belt anyway. He dialed 555 on his phone. Standing by. He then set before inserting the phone into his belt, Henshin. He pushed the phone downwards as the phone announced, complete. He then donned the armor of phase. Hitomi gasped, so it really was you. Thank you for saving Hinata, Naruto. Naruto nodded and said, Hinata-chan is one of my best friends, I'd lay life for any of them. The four adults didn't know how to react to that, but they were overall satisfied that the boy had such loyalty. Kushina then asked, but why didn't you tell us? Naruto merely looked at her with his yellow eyes. From the last time I showed you something, why would I? Minato said, I see. I'm sorry for how we treated you, Naruto. I hope we can start over. Naruto laughed, but it was cold, the laughter of a killer, not supposed to be heard in a child. That's why I say you are all naive. I learned to live in the forest of death for a month. I had my first kill during that month. You should know, one Jounin got killed going into the forest just a few months ago, right? He mistook me for a spy of an enemy village and attacked me. I was lucky to have the phase gear and I got my first kill. You scolded me for mastering the tree walking at the age of 5, ignored me, saying that you needed to train my sisters for the Kyuubi. When you said that, I was happy for them, but a few times I saw you training them, there was nothing relevant to controlling the Kyuubi that you taught them. That's when I started training myself. If there isn't anything else, it'll be in my room. Naruto then exploded into smoke. The adults were shocked. Here was a kid that could use the cage bunshin. Minato and Kushina were regretting the fact that they neglected their son, but relieved he still loved his sisters. This was going to be hell for them. Time skip 3 years. Now at the age of 9, Naruto, his sisters and the soon-to-be rookies, entered the ninja academy. Over the years after the Kumo Hyuga incident, Naruto got closer with Hinata, Tsuki and Yuki, after they found out Naruto had unlocked his Kekkei Genkai and saved Hinata. But Naruto also became distant from his parents, godparents and Kakashi. Naruto still cared for his sisters, and the two girls would sometimes join their brother meeting the Hyuga and Uchiha heiresses. While many people ignored Hikari and Haruna's brother, that doesn't mean they ignored him. Though, as smart and as cool as the blonde rider was, he was still dense just like most of his alternate selves from alternate universes. Of course, this made most of the boys in class jealous of the blonde as the girls were the prettiest girls in the classes of the year. At the academy, Naruto always did barely enough to pass. With the written tests, he always did them correctly in patterns. For instance, the test has 10 questions. Naruto would do questions 1 to 5 correctly in Jounin level answers, but did the last 5 questions wrongly in idiotic answers. Sometimes, he would do the odd-numbered questions correctly or only the even-numbered questions correctly. Naruto did ace the practical parts though. Every target practice had get a bullseye, no matter the choice of weapon, kunai, shuriken, senbon etc. Every spar had win flawlessly, and no one came close at ending his killing spree. When Iruka, who was assigned to be this class teacher for the next few years before they graduated at the age of 12 assuming they pass, brought this to Minato, the blonde Hokage was amused and confused at the same time. Flashback, Iruka was now seen in the Hokage office. Minato asked, Iruka, what's wrong? Iruka said, well, it's about Naruto. Minato asked, he didn't do anything wrong, did he? Iruka shook his head, no, has fine. But his exam grades, he does the bare minimum to pass. His practical tests are the best in class, but his written ones always scored only half. And he does them in a pattern, and the ones he gets right are in Jounin level answers. Minato raised an eyebrow, could you let me see? Iruka nodded as he took out a file with Naruto's grades and test papers. As Minato looked through them, some answers caught his attention as his eyes widened. The ones he got correct were high Jounin level, but the ones he got wrong were stupid. For example, one question wanted a Kekkei Genkai they knew, and they could answer more than one. Naruto answered 10, Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan, Mokuton, Shakuton, Miton, Right Gear, Hyoten, Shikatsu and Yoten. All with a detailed explanation. The next question was so simple, but Naruto wrote an extremely idiotic answer. The question wanted the clans that created Konoha. Naruto wrote the Yuki clan and the Fuma clan. All in all, the way Naruto did the tests were so confusing, Minato had to call Shikaku to solve this. As Shikaku came in, he looked through Naruto's grades and tests. After 5 minutes, Shikaku said, I think Naruto is hiding his skills so no one knows about them. But he also wanted to tell us something, which is what troubles me. Flashback end. What they didn't know was that Naruto was planning to leave on a training trip to all around the elemental nations. The ones he got wrong had the details of the places he was planning to go when he left at the end of the year, just when the holidays for the Ninja Academy would start and come back the year just before they graduated. Now, most would think why, Naruto would leave a note to the girls and one note for the adults, telling them that he would be with the group of his current class, and his parents knew he was more than ready as he had killed before. But now, Naruto would stay there for the year. Now, the class was having a sparring session. One arrogant boy with a white puppy yelled, I challenge Naruto. Iruka sighed and nodded, as he told the two boys to enter the ring. Hinata, Haruna, Hikari, Tsuki and Yuki were hoping Naruto would win, while all of the boys wanted Naruto to lose. As Iruka swung his hand down and yelled, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, Hajime. Kiba charged forward as he threw a fist, which was a good one by academy standards, but sloppy for Naruto. The blonde spun around Kiba and effortlessly dodged a punch and gave a backfist as he turned. Kiba stumbled across the ring as Naruto rushed at the Inuzuka. Naruto gave a feint straight punch and gave an uppercut as Kiba went to block the feint punch. The dog boy was sent flying upwards as Naruto jumped up flipping Kiba, so that his head faced the ground. They were at least 30 meters from the ground as Iruka and the other students looked in awe. Naruto said yield or y'all die in 5 seconds. Then they went down as Kiba's head was heading for the ground. Pun intended. Just before they touched the ground, Kiba yelled, I yield. Kiba closed his eyes as the ground reached them. But the impact never came as Naruto pulled the boy up just a bit, so that he wouldn't touch the ground. Naruto then released Kiba as he fell to the ground face first. Iruka snapped out of his shock and said, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Everyone was in shock, including the 5 girls with a crush on said blonde. Naruto proceeded to sit beside the girls as the other matches continued. At night, the family had dinner and as usual, Naruto hurriedly finished and washed his plates and utensils before heading to his room. Minato and Kushina wanted to mend the broken bridge with their son, but it failed at almost every turn like how Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi had done. After they had finished their meal, Haruna and Hikari looked at each other and nodded. As they entered their brother Crush's room, the girls closed the door as Naruto discreetly activated the silencing seal placed by Minato in every room, which even the Hokage can't bypass without entering the room. Haruna opened her mouth to speak. Ani-chan, are you still mad at us and Kasan and Tusan? Naruto sighed. Haruna-chan, I'm not mad at you or Hikari-chan. They ignored and neglected me when we were 5, and would continue had I not revealed I killed someone, saved Hinata-chan, and had the phase gear. Well, I'm happy they focused on the both of you. I hated the fact they didn't make some time for me. Hikari then said, so, you're still mad at Kakashi Nai, Jiraiya Jiji and Tsunade Bachin. Naruto nodded. Haruna then said, but they want to make up for the times they ignored you. Why don't you give them a chance? Naruto sighed. You still don't know how to read other people from their eyes. Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan. When they try to make up the times they ignored me, I can always see that all they want is my phase gear. Your mother can only use Kaiksa, but at a weak level as she called use it when Uzumaki Mito gave her the Kyuubi, which is now inside of the both of you. Haruna and Hikari didn't say anything for a few minutes. Then the blonde girl said, Ani-chan, can we sleep with you tonight? Naruto replied hesitantly, Hikari and Haruna then did the one jutsu that would make men cave in to any girl's requests, the puppy eyes no jutsu, which worked incredibly well as the two girls were already cute to begin with. Unable to withstand any more, the defenses of the blonde boy crumbled to ashes as he could only nod. The two girls then happily went to their rooms to change and went back to their brother's room. As the girls entered their brother's room, they failed to notice Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato and Kushina watching the girls. Minato sighed. Looks like our daughter's crush for Naruto is increasing. As much as I don't mind that, I hope their crush would stop, but it only grew stronger. Kushina bonked her husband in the head. Minato-kun, how many times have I told you, they are free to do as they like. They are part Uzumaki and Namikaze. The two clans never minded to have relationships with siblings, so be more open-minded. Minato sighed and nodded. Both clans actually had nothing against having a relationship with their siblings. In fact, some even encouraged it. But if that actually happened with Naruto, he'd have to be put under the craw, due to the fact that his sisters would be in a relationship with him. Plus Minato and Kushina are not planning on having more children. Minato then said, well, as long as they don't go beyond the line, I guess I'm fine with that. Kushina, satisfied with her husband's answer, nodded. Tsunade then said, but let's not tell them that, we're not sure if they will have a relationship anyway. Jiraiya giggled perversely. Well, I hope they do, then Naruto would get a harem and they'd be goldmine. Kushina glared at the Toad-san and self-proclaimed pervert. Don't you dare use them for your books. I let it slide when you peeked on us during our honeymoon, but I won't if you peek on my children. Minato blinked his eyes. Wait, you mean sensei peeked on you, Kushi-chan? Jiraiya was sweating. Kushina nodded as the san impaled. Minato said, you peeked on Kushi-chan. Dai-sensei. Jiraiya then started running as Minato threw Hiraishin kunai at the Sannin, as they ran around in circles, and ending up with Jiraiya beat up on the floor. They then heard a deep voice announce, Dota 2 announcer, holy shit. The 4K level shinobi looked around. Tsunade asked, where did that voice came from? Anyway, back to the siblings. Since it was already quite late, the three siblings decided to crash. Now, Naruto slept in the middle with Haruna and Hikari at his sides, which was unknown to the boy. The blonde girl told her sister, Haruna-chan, we should do this with Ani-chan more often. The red-haired girl nodded. As Naruto breathed at a controlled pace, signifying he was asleep, the girls snuggled into their brother more as they fell asleep. After that night, Hikari and Haruna would constantly sleep in Naruto's room with said blonde. Now, Naruto woke up and felt something heavy on him from both sides. He opened his eyes to see his two sisters hugging him with their hair on his chest. Naruto smiled as he looked at his sisters' peaceful faces. He thought, they look so cute sleeping like this. I did not just think that, it feels so wrong. To not disturb his beloved sisters, Naruto focused his chakra, and made one sealess cage bunshin, and made a kawarimi with clone. During his training time in Training Ground 44, he had trained himself and managed to be able to make 10 sealess cage bunshin at once. Due to the Uzumaki humongous chakra capacity, he was able to make 100 cage bunshin at most. He had no doubt that if his sisters were to learn the jutsu, they could make thousands without difficulty. Anyway, Naruto went to the bathroom and brushed his teeth. As he did, the two sisters stirred. Hikari and Haruna greeted together, Aheyo, Ani-chan. The clone smiled and greeted, Aheyo, Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, ill-informed the bossy are awake. The clone then poofed into smoke. Hikari and Haruna blinked as the smoke quickly dissipated. Hikari asked, Ani-chan knows how to do the cage bunshin. Just then, Naruto came back into the room. The Redeed asked, Ani-chan, how do you know the cage bunshin? Naruto smiled, I learned from the clan library. Whenever everyone trained you, I snuck into the library and copied down as many jutsu as I could. And my scroll is 99% of the jutsu from the clan and public library. Please don't tell anyone. Hikari and Haruna nodded. Naruto then said, well, you should change, it's almost time for breakfast, and if we're any longer, we'd be late for class. The girls nodded and quickly prepared themselves for school. As soon as they were done, the trio headed for the dining room to see Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi sitting there. As they entered, Naruto quickly put on his emo mask, which would only be taken off if he was with his friends, sisters or anyone else besides the 5 adults in front of him. Naruto sat down with his sisters and just grabbed a plate and started eating. Haruna and Hikari was surprised to see Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi Nai, what are you doing here?" Kakashi I smiled and said, "Well, sensei invited for breakfast yesterday night so I came. I've also got a mission with Itachi and Shisui later." The girls nodded as they started eating. Soon, Naruto finished and washed his plates as usual, and said before going out, "Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, they'll be waiting for you outside, okay?" The girls nodded with a smile as they quickened their eating pace. The adults said nothing at this, but Minato and Kushina were sad that their son still ignored them, not unlike how they used to do him, but relieved the boys still loved his sisters. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi felt that they would have to try harder to regain their relationship. As the girls left, Minato asked, "We totally screwed up with him. If we didn't neglect him, we won't be like that." The 4 others nodded. Minato looked at the time. "Well, I've got a meeting now, I'll see you guys later." He then vanished in a flash as the others went to do their own stuff. As the girls came out of the compound, the 3 siblings proceeded to head to the academy. As they walked, the villagers smiled and waved at them, to which the girls waved and smiled back, though Naruto stayed silent and continued walking. As they walked, they saw 5 familiar figures. They walked towards them and greeted them, "Aheyo, Itachi-san, Hiashi-sama, Yuki-chan, Tsuki-chan, Hinata-chan." They greeted back. Hiashi then looked at his daughter, "Hinata, why don't you walk with them? I have a meeting soon." Hinata nodded as Hiashi nodded to the rest and walked away. Itachi then looked at his sisters. "Well, Tsuki-chan, Yuki-chan, I'll let you walk with your friends then. I have a mission with Kakashi-senpai and Shisui anyway. Naruto, I trust y'all look after them." The Uchiha girls blushed and yelled at their brother as he shunshin away, "Ani-chan." Naruto shrugged. "Well, let's go then, we're going to be late if we don't move now." The girls nodded and quickened their pace. Soon, the 6 reached the academy. Most of the male students stared at them and glared at Naruto to be able to walk and converse with all 5 princesses of the class. The fact that it was obvious to most of the school that the 5 girls had a crush on the blonde rider didn't help matters either. Class started as usual, with Naruto thinking of how to leave the village at the end of the year, which was 4 months away, and thinking that what they were learning was just bullshit and should really work on practical stuff. Looking around, he saw that the class had a lot of fangirls swooning around one particular boy, Sasuke Uchiha, cousin and adoptive brother of Yuki and Suki. The boy's parents were dead from a mission, and Fugaku and Mikoto adopted and took care of him ever since. The boy was practically the opposite of Naruto. With his parents, Sasuke was a happy boy unlike Naruto who was emo when with them. Sasuke was an emo in front of the class, while Naruto was more social with the class. And the fact that Sasuke had a crush on Haruna didn't help things. True, Naruto and Haruna were siblings, but it was a known fact that the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan didn't have anything with incest, and sometimes actually encouraged this. That was what made Sasuke to dislike Naruto. So during recess, Naruto sat with the 5 princesses of the academy as usual, gaining jealous glares from the guys. Sasuke and Kiba nodded at each other as they walked up to their table and said loudly, "Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, we challenge you to a match at the sparring class later." The girls were tired of this and were about to tell off the 2 boys, but before they could, Naruto smirked and said, "Sure, I'll even make it as a 2-on-1 full-out match, without the killing of course." Kiba and Sasuke smirked back on nodded. Iruka, who was sitting with teachers at the teacher's corner, sighed and rubbed his temples. Challenging someone was fine at the academy, but Naruto making it a full-out match meant a lot of paperwork, and there was nothing to stop it, as it was a rule and tradition. If the challengers issued a challenge, the opponent could change the rules from a normal sparring match to any other besides killing. A female Chunin named Tsubaki smiled in sympathy and said, "Your class has a lot of problems, huh, Iruka-san?" Iruka could only nod as he was thinking of ways to tell the Hokage, Fugaku and Tsun. Meanwhile, Tsuki, Yuki, Hinata, Haruna and Hikari were shocked that Naruto not only accepted the challenge, but even made it a 2-on-1 handicap all-out match. Tsuki scolded the blonde boy, "Naruto-kun, why did you accept the challenge? We could have made them call it off." Yuki, Hinata, Haruna and Hikari nodded. Naruto sighed, "You know, I appreciate you girls worrying over me, but I beat a Jounin from Kumo, and have you ever seen me lose to either of them once, or the matches against them ever lasts more than 15 seconds? I've never went all out against anyone in the academy. Chill, everything will be fine." Even as he said that, the girls couldn't help but worry over their favorite blonde, as he could end up hurt. Oh, how wrong were they? After recess, everyone headed to the sparring area. Iruka sighed as when a challenge in the academy was issued, the whole school would watch. Most of the boys and Sasuke fangirls wanted to see Naruto get pawned, while some wanted to see a good fight. Iruka said, "As you all heard during recess, Inizuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke challenged Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto to a fight to which Naruto made it an all-out handicap 2-on-1 fight. So as the rules per se, their fight will go first. Will the three of you troublesome students get in the ring? The three boys entered the ring as the Uchiha and Inizuka went into their clan stance. Naruto merely stood there relaxed, occasionally flexing his wrist. Iruka swung his hand down as he said, handicap all-out challenge between Inizuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Hajime. Sasuke and Kiba charged with absolutely no teamwork planned, and Naruto was planning on using that against them. As Sasuke swung a right fist, Naruto jumped up and flipped behind Sasuke. Kiba at the same time gave a punch to the face, but Naruto simply tilted his head as the punch hit Sasuke's head. As Sasuke stumbled across the ring, Naruto had grabbed Kiba's arm and flung him around, slamming into the Uchiha as the both were flung away. Naruto then looked at Iruka. Iruka-sensei, since this is an all-out match, jutsu, Kekkei Genkai are allowed, right? Iruka nodded. Kiba and Sasuke heard this and did their jutsu. Tsuga. Kaiten. Dikaku no jutsu. The spinning spike and fireball raced at the blonde boy, who just focused as his belt materialized on his waist, as well as his phone in his hand. Quickly, he dialed 555 and pressed enter. Standing by. Then the spike and fireball hit. Everyone was shocked. Hinata, Haruna, Hikari, Tsuki and Yuki couldn't believe what they saw as fire burned the space Naruto was moments ago. They then heard, complete. The fire immediately dissipated, and there stood Kamen Rider Phase in all his glory. Naruto's face said, now, let's end this. He then blurred, only noticeable by Iruka and the Chunin sensei. Naruto appeared in front with his fist extended as Kiba and Sasuke were flung out of the ring. Iruka, slightly surprised, said, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The Chunin sensei all clapped as Naruto deformed. Even with the usage of Kekkei Genkai, Kiba and Sasuke were by no means slouches when it came to ninjutsu and taijutsu, and Naruto won by using taijutsu and a physical power-up from his Kekkei Genkai. They then heard a deep voice, godlike. Everyone looked for the direction of the voice, Dota 2 announcer, but couldn't find it. Iruka thought, I'm gonna have to tell Hokage-sama about this. Now the challenge is over, other classes will go back to their class, while we will continue our sparring class. Since last class was boys first, today we'll have girls first. Next match, Haruno Sakura vs Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. The aforementioned girls then went into the ring and slid into their stances, Sakura the academy and Haruna her family's style. Iruka shouted, Hajime. Sakura screeched, if I defeat you, Sasuke-kan will see in the better choice. Then the pink fangirl charged, Haruna's side, the fangirl fighting for the one she fawned over, typical. Haruna dodged the strike and spun around, hitting the Banshee's pressure points, causing the girl to crumble to the ground, and Iruka announced Haruna the winner. Sasuke recovered, thought, she totally dominated the fight, she'll make a good wife, if only that blonde idiot wasn't here. Sasuke clenched his fists thinking that. Most of the other fights were normal with Hinata, Hikari, Tsuki and Yuki all winning their fights. After a couple of classes, they went home. Meanwhile, Iruka was talking with Minato, Hokage-sama. Today Sasuke and Kiba challenged Naruto to a match. Minato was not surprised. Sasuke had an obvious crush on his daughter. Whenever he invited Fugaku would bring all of his children with him along with his wife. As for Kiba, well, he knew his daughters, Fugaku's daughters and Hiishi's daughters, all liked his son, and that may have made Kiba jealous. After all, the Inizuka males were known to be territorial. Minato then asked, and? Iruka continued. Naruto accepted and made it a 2-on-1 handicap match, and totally dominated the fight. Incurious as to why he still hides his abilities, he only used his Kekkei Genkai's physical traits in taijutsu. No ninjutsu are the special abilities granted by the Kekkei Genkai. Minato nodded. I see, I'll ask Naruto about this then. Iruka nodded and bowed before leaving. At night, Minato invited Hiashi and Fugaku's families over for dinner, as well as let the children play while Jiraiya and Tsunade went out for dinner together. After dinner, the three families were having a conversation. That ended when Minato asked, Naruto, just now at the academy, Iruka told me Kiba and Sasuke challenged you to a match individually, but you made it a 2-on-1 match, and one with only the physical upgrades from the phase gear and taijutsu. I want to know why you held back. Naruto looked at his father impassively. It wasn't required to use more than that to defeat them. Minato nodded, but what I really want to know is why you held back purposely during all the tests. I've seen your records and you answered in Jounin level answers, but the ones you got wrong had idiotic answers. Naruto said, the one thing you actually taught me was that deception is a shinobi's greatest weapon. I'm only acting on what you taught me, Tusan, Kasan. He spat out with venom. He then said, if there is anything else, it'll be in my room. As Naruto walked, he looked at his sisters, Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata who wanted to follow him. The look told them he wanted to be alone, and they went to Hikari and Haruna's shared room with. Sasuke and Itachi merely sat there with their parents. Fugaku looked at his eldest as Itachi caught the message that they wanted to talk about something important. Itachi then said, come on, Sasuke, let's go out and get some ice cream. Sasuke nodded as the adoptive brothers went out. After the children left, Hiashi said, Minato, Kushina, you need to stop favoring Hikari and Haruna. Kushina said, but they have the Kyuubi in them, we need to teach them to be ready. Hitomi then said, no, you could have taught them together. The both of you see yourselves in Hikari and Haruna, we all know that. But by giving your attention to them, you ignored Naruto. You need to stop this favoritism, it's tearing Naruto away from your family. Minato then said, well, think of something to solve this. Mikoto said, then you'd better hurry, Naruto is getting more distant from what I saw just now, the hate in his eyes, it's growing. Kushina and Minato nodded. But Itachi and Sasuke, Itachi looked at his adoptive brother, you had to challenge Naruto, did you? And don't give me any crappy excuses, I know you did it to impress Haruna, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Itachi, but Itachi Nai, Kiba told me that if we want someone to like us, we'd have to defeat the one they like and prove we're stronger. Itachi sighed, that would only work if the girl and you are in Izuka. That's their can ways. Outside, you need to look for other ways. You challenge Naruto suddenly would only give the girls the impression that you want to give the boy they like trouble, and you'll only fail. Plus, you know as well as I do that the Hokage and Kushina Appa ignored Naruto when he was little and made him what he is today. Naruto is actually a troubled person, and you and Kiba challenging him would only make him more unstable. Sasuke nodded in defeat as they went to buy ice cream. But the girls, Haruna and Hikari, sighed in frustration. Hikari said, Tusan and Ka-san always pressure Ani-chan about his skills. Not once have they asked about his well-being. Ani-chan may be right. Suki asked, what do you mean? Haruna said, one time we slept with Ani-chan. We asked him why he always pushed Tusan, Ka-san, Jiraiya Jiji, Tsunade-bachan and Kakashi Nai away. He told us that when he looked in their eyes, he saw that they only wanted his phase gear. Yuki nodded, come to think of it, they always had a gleam in their eyes like they want something from him when Tusan and Ka-san mentioned Naruto-kun. Hinata then said, wait, you slept with Naruto-kun Hikari, and Haruna nodded, yes, we'd sleep with him from time to time. We would have today but Tusan and Ka-san ruined it. The girls grumbled the last part. Suki asked, what do you mean? Hikari sighed, the look Ani-chan gave us meant he was going to stay in his room all night and had lock it, meaning no one can get in until he calms down. This happened a few times when Tusan, Ka-san, Jiraiya Jiji and Tsunade-bachan asked him about his grades at school or something. The other girls nodded and they just sat in silence. With Naruto, the blonde rider was smirking, his plan was at its climax, and he could not afford to fail. He had locked his door and started packing, clothes, ramen cups and his emergency scroll and his jutsu scroll. He then unsealed a wooden puppet, made to look exactly just like him. After positioning the puppet in its place, he wrote a small note for his sisters, the Uchiha sisters and Hinata, placing it on the nightstand with the pencil holding it from flying away. After that, he opened the scroll about his Kekkei Genkai, and found the page he wanted. He read, to unlock the Axel form, which grants the user the ability to slow down time for 10 minutes, I altered the time from 10 seconds to 10 minutes. The SB555W phase Axel watch is required. The watch can sometimes already be in possession or you'd need to go into the mindscape and materialize it. This can be used in human and rider form like. Rider mode to use, slide the mission memory from the watch and into the phone, this will trigger the Axel form. Then, press the button on the watch to start up the time slowing ability. Human mode, just press the button on the watch to start up the ability, but the time limit is 1 minute as the human body cannot take the strain. Note. The watch needs to be materialized from the mindscape to be usable in human form. Smirking, Naruto transformed into phase and found the watch already in his wrist. He slid the mission memory into the phone as the chest plates folded up to his shoulders. The phone announced, complete. Naruto opened the window and sealed his scrolls into one scroll. Taking it, he looked at his room as hell not be seeing this for the next 4 years. Naruto jumped out of the room and pressed the button on his watch. Start up. Naruto then ran at the speed of light, passing the unsuspecting Chunin Suzumo and Katetsu. Next morning, Hikari and Haruna went into their brother's room. They expected it to be locked, but was surprisingly unlocked. Hikari and Haruna opened the door and moved to either side of the bed, and shook what they thought was Naruto. Wake up, Ani-chan. They turned the figure over and were shocked to see a puppet in place. Hikari screamed in surprise as Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed in. Minato asked, Hikari, what's wrong? Haruna pointed at the puppet. Jiraiya asked, what's a puppet doing here? Tsunade noticed a piece of paper on the nightstand. Look, there's a piece of paper there. Haruna being the closest took the paper as they all read. To my dear sisters, Haruna-chan, Hikari-chan, if you are reading this, I've gone out of the village. I want to look around the world for the next 4 years, learn all kinds of things and clear my mind. I seriously can't take your father and mother as well as your godparents shit anymore. They never ask for my well-being and only ask about my abilities and skills. Don't worry, I'll be back after 4 years. And tell your father I'll join your class when I do come back. Help me tell Yuki-chan, Suki-chan and Hinata-chan. I love you girls. Your brother, Naruto. The group were shocked, the sisters for their brother leaving for 4 years, and the adults for the boy truly hating them. They finally realized that the way they tried to get closer to him only made him think they wanted to regain their relationship only for his phase gear. When he returns, they were going to have to apologize. Time skip 4 years. It's been 4 years since Naruto left. When news spread, the villagers were confused why the boy would leave. Kiba and Sasuke, who disliked the blonde, were happy he left and started to ask Hikari and Haruna for dates respectively, and got turned down repeatedly. The relationship between the sisters and their parents and godparents got worse after one incident. Flashback 2 years. 2 years after Naruto left, Hikari and Haruna finally got the courage to ask their parents and godparents, "Did you really try to get close to Oni-chan because of his phase gear?" Minato and Kushina looked guilty and shook their heads. Just then, Hiashi, Fugaku and their wives arrived. Fugaku said, "No, you favored your daughters first because you thought Naruto had no talent. And when Naruto revealed he killed a Jounin when he was 5 and killed the Kumonin to save Hisha's eldest daughter, you immediately took interest in him, so don't tell me you didn't thought of that." Minato and Kushina stayed silent, but their eyes held the guilt and was not unnoticed by their daughters. Hikari and Haruna growled, "I can't believe you actually thought of that." The girls then went to their room locking the door. Flashback end. The girls still trained with their parents, but the tension was there. Over the years, the 5 girls were known as the Ice Princesses as they were called after Naruto left. True, the blonde would come back, but they disliked the fact he left because of his parents neglecting them, and what's to say the blonde won't come back. That made them go cold, and the only thing that would relight the fire in their hearts is one Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. As for the adults, they were sure Naruto was still alive. Just last year, the bingo book from Iwa just came out. The page was about Kamen Rider Phase, who almost killed the Jinchuriki of the Yonbi, Han. This made that Tsuchikage made for almost killing his search brother, and marked Phase in the bingo book. Back to the girls. No one dared to insult Naruto ever since what happened to Kiba and Sasuke. Flashback. A year after Naruto left, Hinata had a new sister, Hanabi. At the academy, the 5 girls were happy for the Hyuga of the group, but that ended when one Uchiha Sasuke and Inuzuka Kiba came in. As usual, they both asked the sisters of Naruto for dates, but got turned down. Sasuke couldn't take it and said, "It's because of that blonde idiot Naruto, isn't it? He turned traitor and left the village. You're better off with us than that traitor." Suddenly, the air turned cold. All 5 girls turned to look at the boys with cold eyes. More at Sasuke. Kiba gulped and said, "Bye." And he ran with high speeds. The girls let the dog boy go as he didn't cross the line, but Sasuke, not so much. The poor Uchiha got the beating of his life by his adoptive sisters and the 3 other girls. Every boy present vowed to never ever insult Naruto ever again after witnessing Sasuke being kicked in the groin. Flashback end. To Naruto, over the years, he got to Jounin level. He unlocked the auto wagon and was currently riding the bike back to Konoha. The wind beat on his face as he enjoyed the relaxing ride. He had gotten training on Kenjutsu and a lot of other things. He even learned how to play the guitar and sing, which was how he earned a living. Anyway, he was looking forward to seeing his beloved sisters, the Uchiha sisters and Hinata again. He increased the speed of the bike and was racing down the road to Konoha. Soon, the walls of the village was seen and Naruto arrived at the gates. Stopping, he registered at the counter with Kotetsu and Izumo, who blinked seeing the name after Naruto went in. Izumo told his partner, "We need to tell Hokage-sama about this." The other nodded and he shunshin away to the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Naruto was having a relaxing lunch at Ichiraku's when he noticed his sisters and the other girls enter the restaurant. As Naruto ate, Hinata, Tsuki, Yuki, Hikari and Haruna noticed something similar about the blonde guy wearing a black jacket beside them. Naruto finished his meal and looked at the girls smiling. "Well, it's been 4 years, hasn't it? You've all grown even more prettier than I remember." Hikari and Haruna recognized the voice and stuttered, "Oh, Ani-chan." Naruto smiled and said, "The one and only." Then he was tackled by the 5 girls. Several academy male students who walked by grumbled, "Damn lucky bastard." Naruto then said, "Well, I'm heading to the Hokage Tower to see our dear parents and get into your class. Wanna come?" They all nodded as they headed for the tower. Hinata then asked, "Naruto-kun, how was your life the past 4 years?" Naruto smiled, "Never better. I got several bounties that last me for a few years without working. Plus I learned how to play the guitar, and that helped too. I also gained several friends around the elemental nations, well, save Iwa of course." The girls were confused why he left out Iwa, but brushed it off as they reached the Hokage's office. The secretary nodded at Naruto's sisters and let them in. Minato and Kushina were talking with Jiraiya and Tsunade before they noticed the 6 enter. Minato said, "Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, Hinata, Tsuki, Yuki. What can I do for you? Is it you, Naruto?" Naruto nodded, but before he could say anything, Kushina tackled him with a hug. "Oh Naru-chan. I'm so sorry how we treated you before. We really want to regain our relationship, please forgive us." Naruto pulled Kushina off of him and said, "We'll see how the next few years go. But first, Tsusan, I'm joining Hikari-chan and Haruna-chan's class. I'm sure you know I can handle it right?" Minato nodded. Jiraiya then said, "Quite a name you made by almost killing the Jinchuriki of the Yonbi, Han." Naruto nodded. Minato then said, "I also noticed you copied almost all of our clan library's jutsu. Everyone save Naruto's sisters looked at the blonde in shock. Minato continued, "I want to see how strong you really are to almost kill Han, and got an A rank in the bingo book." Naruto nodded, but he was smirking inside. Maybe I can beat him up a little. Payback for neglecting me. Sure, why not, we do it now. Minato nodded and said, fine by me, go to the Chunin exam stadium later, and here's the letter for you entering the class. The girls will bring you there, I believe. The girls nodded. Minato looked back at his son. Y'all be staying back at the compound, right? Naruto shrugged. Sure, some of my stuff is still there anyway. His parents sighed in relief. That was to be expected, since their son was acting more social with them unlike before. Maybe the trip did help. Naruto then said, well, if there isn't anything else, I'll be going to put my stuff in my room now. The adults nodded. As the children left, Jiraiya said, well, that went well. Tsunade said, if I didn't know better, it'd say you hope Naruto to blow up at us. Then a figure entered. Well, that was expected, since Minato and Kushina did ignore the boy. Minato said, that's harsh, Sandaime-sama. The retired Hokage chuckled, I'm not the Sandaime, not anymore. And it's the truth, be glad the boy actually tried to be civil with you people. Naruto could have blown up at you. Kushina sighed, true. After an hour, after Naruto and placed his stuff in his room, he told the girls, well girls, I'm gonna do a concert here now, wanna watch? Suki asked, a concert? Naruto nodded and smiled, yeah, I've heard of Rider Chips, right? Takari and Haruna nodded, yes, we're fans of that band. They're having a concert this week here. Though they always wear masks. Naruto smiled, well, I'm surprised you actually like my band that much. Miki asked in shock, wait, you mean you are part of the Rider Chips? Naruto chuckled, nope, I am the band. Yeah, I'd be surprised what Kage Bunshin can do. The girls were in shock now. The band they liked was actually the boy they liked, using Kage Bunshin to act as the other members. Naruto then asked, so, wanna come? The girls nodded furiously. Naruto took out his outfit and made 5 Kage Bunshin. They were in black jackets and wearing white shirts with the words Rider Chips on them. They then put on masks. If you are wondering, they're just Anbu masks with Kamen Rider faces of W.O.O.O.4's Wizard, Game and Drive. Quickly, they set up the stage in the middle of the village. A lot of villagers had gathered as they had heard of the famous band, Rider Chips, having a show here. Naruto and his clones went into position as Naruto said, now, here's our song for today, Justy Phase. The crowd cheered as Naruto and his clones started playing with the original singing. Irgerochu no Naka, can you feel? Jisanahashi no Hanashi wo shiyu. Tell me the truth, Shinjai Tomira ga. Kuzuresu to Shitru. Kanashimi wo Kurokeshi. Okura wa dokoi yuka no deru. Ime Hitori no Mu no Naka. Miwo Samus, the time to go. Sayoku Eritain nai. Madam Mor Koto to Tatakao Koto. The Lem wa Ironai. Hashiri Tsuzuki mo. The N just sees the mean. Ashita no Kono Sor say keep you real. Ian Janai Kamo Shiranai. Over again Masiji will occur. Bayomi wa Hajimata. Lokuranai wa Matakido. Irabiki Koto ga no nar. Ime Hitori no Mu no Naka. Ibisimus the way you go. Shinjutsu wo Sagus. Mata Shinjiro Koto Utagao Koto. The Lem ga Kiriganai. Sameoi Tsuzukare. The N just sees the mean. Kanashimi wo Kurokeshi. Okura wa Dokoi yuka no deru. Ime Hitori no Mu no Naka. Miwo Samus, the time to go. Sayoku Eritain nai. Madam Mor Koto to Tatakao Koto. The Lem wa Ironai. Hashiri Tsuzuki mo. The N just sees the mean. As stopped the song, the crowd cheered with the girls as the band bowed and played another song. Amida ga afurere no wa kimi ga soba de homikar. Bakashim takunere no wa kimi ga soba nai irakar. Neizumari katakanante. Kangit mo wakarananda. The kara kira tamashi moyashi kinyoit. Mitsukadasu itsuka. Anaji jidai nai imita ida nakamatachi yo. Borere amu iweni borere ari. Adarashi rikishi nai kajidas nakamatachi yo. Borere amu iweni borere ari. Dinsei wa dorimo mina ishi no aisa. Amwe no mamanai. After the song was finished, everyone cheered as Naruto and his clones vanished using the shunshin. The stage also vanished as the crowd dispersed. When Naruto met up with the girls, Hikari praised, Ani-chan, that was great. How did you learn to do that? Naruto smiled, well, I had good teachers, and I actually sealed the stage in a scroll as well as learned the shunshin from the jutsu I copied. They nodded as they headed for the Chunin exam stadium. As Naruto and the girls reached the stadium, they found most of the shinobi corps sitting in the audience area, academy students, Junin, Chunin, Jounin, etc. The Yondaime Hokage was seen standing in the middle of the arena. Naruto smirked as he walked to the center of the arena as well. Minato said out loud for the audience to hear, ladies and gentlemen, today, my son has finally returned from his trip around the elemental nations. I'm sure a whole lot of you have heard of the man known as Kamen Rider Phase, is actually my son using his Kage Jinkai. Naruto groaned inwardly, he had hoped to keep this a secret. But the rice has turned to porridge, so he brushed it off. Murmurs were heard as the Hokage announced this. Minute 2 then continued, as such, I'm going to test him, and if he is able to last against me for a minute, I'll let him join this year's graduation class. Since he is that age after all. Many murmurs were heard in approval. Naruto thought, getting cocky is he? A minute. Seriously. Never mind, I'll just play with him for a minute, I have my surprise after all. A man with a sinon in his mouth and a bandana came to the center of the ring. Im Shiranui Genma, I'll be the referee of the match, try not to get too beat up kid. The man known as Genma said to Naruto. Naruto heard this and said nothing. He smirked thinking, good, they're underestimating me. Gemma then said, Yondaime-sama vs Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Hajime. Both stood there. Naruto smirked as he whipped out his phone and dialed 555 and pressed enter. Minato stood there as Naruto transformed. Naruto as phase said, you know, Tusan, you really should have done something when I transformed. Minato merely said, just to give you an edge first. Naruto smirked widely. Out of the blue the auto-vagin came in as Naruto grabbed the left handle, sliding the mission memory into the handle, and pulled out his sword. Minato took out a Hiraishin kunai and stood in a defensive pose, which was loose. Naruto charged and soared his sword, blocked by Minato. Minato was impassive as Naruto only moved with Chunin speed. Stopping, Naruto said, why don't I take this up a notch? Naruto took the mission memory from the phase edge and placed it into his phone. The phone announced, complete. The chest plates folded up to Naruto's shoulders as he pressed the button on his watch, start up. Naruto then blurred, punching his father, pushing the older blonde across the arena. Minato thought, well if it's speed you want, y'all get it. Minato threw Hiraishin kunai into the air as he made hand signs and said, kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. The single kunai turned to few dozens as they landed. Naruto blurring, saw the action in slow motion and smirked, good, time for the surprise. Naruto turned off the axle form as Minato appeared in front of him, kunai in hand. Many thought Naruto was done, as Minato swung the kunai, only to hit air. Naruto appeared behind Minato, just beside the Hiraishin kunai, and punched Minato, pushing him across the arena again. Everyone blinked. Naruto had just used the Hiraishin. Minato was surprised, so Naruto, you learned the Hiraishin. You had it in your scroll, huh? Naruto only nodded, but behind his mask, he was smirking. Up at the audience, Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki, Yuki, Hinata, Hiashi, Hitomi, Fugaku, Mikoto, Sasuke, Itachi, Kakashi, Kushina and just about everyone had their jaw on the ground. Naruto could do the Hiraishin. Naruto smirked, then he vanished and appeared beside Minato who Hiraishin to the far end of the arena. Naruto placed the mission memory back into his sword, opened his phone and pressed enter. He Hiraishin beside Minato and swung his sword at a different direction to where Minato was. A beam of energy ran across the ground, and Minato suddenly appeared in his path. Minato's eyes widened as the energy hit him, encasing him in an anti-gravity field. He tried everything he could to escape, Hiraishin, Kawarimi etc., but failed. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, though he did not slash his father as it would kill the man. Naruto continued to punch the man in the stomach repeatedly, but not enough to render the man unconscious. Then he gave a chakra-enhanced punch to the stomach and the face, rendering the man unconscious. Nobody cheered nor booed, they were shocked to the core. A boy who had only attended the academy for 2 years had defeated their strongest shinobi that used his strongest jutsu. Granted the man didn't use the Rasengan, but still, defeating him was a feat, and Naruto did it before the 1 minute limit had finished, and had beat the man in the stomach so many times. Genma was stunned. Naruto looked at him and yelled, what are standing there for? The Hokage is unconscious and you are only standing there. Genma shook out of his shock and called the medics, not before announcing Naruto the winner. Naruto shook his head and just went back to the compound to his room. As he laid in his room, Jiraiya came in with Kushina, Kakashi, Mikoto, Hitomi, Hiashi, Hiruzen and Fugaku. Jiraiya said, so, how in the hell did you learn the Hiraishin alone? Naruto looked at his godfather impassively. I studied seals from someone, deciphered the Hiraishin seals, and that was it. You guys need anything else? Kushina was sad that she couldn't teach her son Fuinjutsu herself, but asked, who did you learn from? Naruto said, I learned them from Mito-sama. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, what do you mean? She's been dead for years. Naruto chuckled, yes, turns out your old teammate had DNAs of the Shadame, Naidame, Mito-sama and several others. I stole his notes on the Edo Tensei and the Shadame, Naidame and Mito-sama's DNA. Hiruzen asked shocked, you mean you use people to summon Mito-sama, Hashirama-sensei and Tobirama-sensei? Naruto looked at the old man, of course not. I'm not so cruel Sarutobi-sama. I use Kage Bunshin and supplied it with chakra constantly. And no, I only summoned Mito-sama. Hiruzen only nodded. Naruto then said, now if there's nothing else, please don't disturb me anymore. I'm tired from traveling and fighting just now. The adults nodded and left, besides Hiashi and Fugaku. Fugaku said, Naruto, I know you are mad at them. So tell us, what's wrong? Naruto sat up and said, I gained A-rank status at this age, and they still underestimated me. True, I'm angry at them. But I want them to care for me, the way they only ask about my skills. It's like they only notice me for them only, not because they care for me. I hate that. Hiashi looked at his fellow clan head and sighed, I see. Give them time Naruto, the night you left, they were sad, we told them how they neglected you, and they were determined to change. They just need time. Naruto sighed and laid down again, fine, please leave, I wanna rest. The clan heads nodded and left. Then, the girls came in. Hikari said, Ani-chan, that was so cool. You beat Tusan and you learned the Hiraishin, can you teach me? Haruna nodded as well. Naruto sat up and said, but Tusan would be more suited to teach you anyway. He still said the term with venom. Hikari and Haruna smiled, but we want you to teach us. Naruto smiled back, if you want, then I can teach you when we have time. The sisters nodded happily. The three siblings, Uchiha heiresses and the Hyuga heiress, then chatted happily laying in Naruto's bed. Outside the window, when Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke looked at them. Itachi said, Sasuke, do you know why Naruto is that strong, so strong he defeated the Hokage? Sasuke grumbled, he learned the Hiraishin and had his Kage Genkai. Take that away and has nothing. Itachi nodded, but so are you, without the Sharingan, the clan justice, you yourself would be nothing. What truly makes him strong, why our sisters, the Hyuga heiress, and his sisters love him, is his heart, the will to protect his precious people, even if he himself is ignored because of them. You lack that, that's why Haruna doesn't like you and likes her search brother instead. Sasuke looked at his adoptive big search brother, so if I was like that Haruna would like me. Itachi shook his head, I don't know. The mind of the females are strange that even I do not understand them. Sasuke said nothing as they looked on. With the adults, Hiashi and Fugaku were berating Jiraiya, Kushina and Kakashi, I can't believe you guys. You said Yao changed when he came back, but when he asked if there was anything else, he was giving you the chance to prove Yao change. But no, you still asked for his abilities when he wanted you to care for him. The three merely stayed silent, but they were scolding themselves when they realized they made a mistake again. Next day, Minato was up as he was only rendered unconscious with little damage aside from several ribs, and the skull slightly cracked from the punches he received from Naruto. Minato sighed, guess his son still hasn't forgiven him. But now, he got the paperwork for his son, and was going home to give it to him. As Minato entered the compound, he found his son and daughters laying in Naruto's bed, chatting about something he couldn't quite hear. He knocked the door and said, Naruto, here's the paperwork for the academy tomorrow. You did well, hope you didn't hurt yourself learning the Hiraishin as much as I did. Naruto smiled slightly and replied, Arigato. Inside he thought, finally, at least he cares that I'm not hurt, maybe I can forgive him. Minato was thinking, at least it wasn't the monotone replies he used to give. After the fight with Minato, if you can call it that, to me it was pretty much one-sided, not in the Hokage's favor of course. Hikari, Haruna, Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata chatted with the blonde happily. The next day when Minato recovered, the blonde writer received the entry papers for the academy. Well actually it is re-entry, but never mind that. That night, Naruto's sisters slept with the blonde. Unfortunately for the boy, his sisters had started puberty, and the boy who was already quite mature couldn't help but notice his sisters' curves, the fact that they were pressing their chests, which had a quite large bust for the age of 12, onto his arms didn't quite help. Naruto scolded himself, bad Naruto, even though the clan laws don't forbid this, it's still very wrong to think of my sisters like that. I have to clear my thoughts, focus on other stuff, Raymond, the phase edge, auto-vagin. All the while he was blushing like a tomato, and his sisters were actually awake, noticing their brother crush's expression, and smiled to each other before tightening their grip, pulling him closer, and placed their legs over the boy's, which caused a huge boner from the boy. So the poor boy could only do one thing, he fainted as he wasn't used to this. The two girls found that the boy had gone into blissful unconsciousness, merely giggled as they too went to sleep. In the dreams of the writer though, was himself, his sisters, the Uchiha sisters and the Hyuga heiress doing erotic stuff. Next day, the boy woke up to the same sight he saw last night. Sighing, Naruto made a discreet sealess cage bunchin and Kawarimi with the clone, just as he had done in the past. Naruto then went to the bathroom and brushed his teeth, as well as took a cold bath. After the cold bath, washing away his stray thoughts, he got changed as he re-entered the room. He nodded to the clone as it dispelled. Naruto then walked to his sisters as they stirred from the lack of the clone. Naruto gently shook the girls and said, Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, wake up, time for the academy. The girls sat up and rubbed their eyes groggily. Hikari and Haruna replied in unison, Hi, Ani-chan. They then got up and went to change, bathed and brushed their teeth, in whatever order. As soon as the girls were done, the three siblings went down as they saw their parents and godparents sat at the dining table having breakfast. The girls said, Aheyo, Tusan, Ka-san, Jiraiya Jiji, Tsunade Bachin. While Naruto said in his normal monotone voice, Aheyo, Tusama, Ka-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. The adults noticed the lack of venom when Naruto addressed his father, while the venom was still present when he addressed the others, which made Minato smile and the other adults to look slightly surprised, though inside they were shocked. As usual, Naruto finished his breakfast quickly and waited for his sisters outside. As soon as the three siblings exited the house, Kushina, Jiraiya and Tsunade snapped their heads towards Minato. What the hell happened? Why did Naruto address you without the tone he usually used? Minato scowled at them. I heard from Hiashi and Fugaku how you guys still only care for his skills, not his well-being. All he wants is care from his family, and he can determine whether it is genuine or fake. I saw it in his eyes when I gave him the paper for the academy. When I asked his well-being, he studied me for a brief second, and determined I was genuine, which is true, and he actually smiled at me for the first time after all these years, even if it was only slightly. It was like he shut down everything within our presence, and would only open them to his sisters when we are with them, and that is only slightly. He gave every one of us a chance. I took it while you guys threw it away. Hiashi and Fugaku told me when he asked if there was anything else. He gave you all a chance, but you threw it away. I seriously don't know how you are gonna regain your relationships with him. With that said, the three adults hung their heads in shame and regret. With the three siblings, they bumped into Fugaku, Mikoto, Hiashi and Hitomi with their daughters. Apparently Sasuke had a sleepover at Kiba's house and was going to school with the dog boy. Kiba and Sasuke are good friends, and they share their dislike of Naruto, well since Sasuke didn't lose his parents, technically speaking, and is mentally intact. Fugaku and Hiashi nodded to Naruto who nodded his head lower as a sign of respect before the adults left, which surprised the clan heads' wives and daughters. The Uchiha's sisters and Hinata said nothing about it as they went to the academy with the Uzumaki Namika's siblings. With the clan heads, Mikoto asked her husband, Fugaku-kun, what was that about? Fugaku sighed tiredly. Well, it seems Minato is the only one who actually went and asked for Naruto's well-being, and Naruto actually smiled at him, even if it was slightly. The women blinked their eyes. Hitomi asked in shock, you mean Minato was the one who actually cared to do that? They had all thought it was either Kushina or Tsunade before Minato. Hiashi nodded. We told Naruto he should give them time. Well, I just hope he'd give them one more chance. They seem to want to change. Fugaku nodded. Well, he accepted, and maybe Minato's actions may have helped open him up a bit. The two couples then strolled along the streets aimlessly. With Naruto and the girls, they had reached the academy, and the girls were happily leading the blonde boy to their class, with said boy getting jealousy-filled glares, as he was with all 5 of the prettiest girls in the academy. As they reached the class, they found the class noisy as hell. Hikari got the attention of Iruka and Naruto gave the man the note about Naruto's entry or rather re-entry. Iruka nodded and smiled at the blonde. Happy to see you again, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Likewise, Iruka-sensei. The Uchiha's sisters, Hinata and Naruto's sisters, then led Naruto to where they sat and sat with him. Soon, Sasuke and Kiba came in, followed by Sakura and Ino, who were just following Sasuke like usual fangirls. The two noticed the blonde and walked up to him. Sasuke asked arrogantly, why the hell are you here, traitor? You left the village 4 years ago, you should have never come back. The two fangirls nodded in agreement as Kiba looked uncertain about that. Yuki and Suki looked angry as they heard their adoptive brother say that. Yuki said, Sasuke, Naruto-kun was on a training trip. He traveled around the elemental nations by himself at the age of 9 and survived. None of us could have done that. Sasuke replied, Yuki-ni, he must have had help. No way he of all people could survive outside for 4 years. Heck, I don't even know if he has the Hokage's approval of leaving the village. Suki was about to join in scolding her brother when Naruto said, that's because I didn't. I killed a Jounin when I was 5 and another when I was 6. One from our village who mistaken me for a spy in the training grounds and the other the Kumonin for kidnapping Hinata-chan. And I'm sure you heard from the Hokage himself. I hold A rank status, know the Hiraishin and a few dozen other stuff. I could have been like your older brother, Sasuke. The difference is whether the Hokage would approve it or not. But I still entered the academy and went through all the trouble of revealing I had the Hiraishin, so I can be in this year's graduating class. Plus, I left as a civilian, not an active shinobi, therefore I'm not a traitor or anything related to that. That shut Sasuke's mouth as Naruto had pointed out every valid point the killing intent Naruto gave also hinted that he should not say another word. The Uchiha merely fed and sat at his place with Kiba, Sakura and Ino. The whole class was looking at Naruto in awe now. They remembered the fight the blonde had with his father which was one-sided, and in the younger blonde's favor, killing 2 Jounin at the age of 5 and 6 was a plus. And with the kind Naruto displayed just now, they swore to never piss the boy off. The class continued normally, that is until sparring class. Naruto looked at every student and found that Kiba and Sasuke were still the strongest aside from himself. So the blonde said out loud, Iruka-sensei, I challenge Sasuke and Kiba on a 2-on-1 handicap match, all out without killing. The class looked at the boy in shock as Iruka could only nod. There was another reason Naruto did that though. He saw the 2 boys staring at his sisters, and wanted to play the overprotective brother. As the 3 boys entered the ring, Sasuke and Kiba looked confident that they could win, while Naruto was impassive. Iruka swung his hand down and said, Hajime. Naruto reached his hand out as the auto-vagin came beside him. He slid the mission memory into the sword as it said, ready. Naruto then pulled the sword that was disguised as the left handle of the bike out. Kiba and Sasuke reacted by pulling out kunace and slid into a defensive stance. Naruto smirked as he materialized the SB555W phase axle watch onto his hand. He pressed the button as it said, start up. Then all the students saw was a blur of yellow and black going around the ring passing the 2 other boys, a bruiser cut, appearing every time the blur passed. After exactly 55 seconds, the watch announced, 5 4 3 2 1. Time up. Then, the blur turned into Naruto. By now, Sasuke and Kiba were exhausted. Naruto walked over to them and just hit them with the hilt of the phase edge, as they fell backwards unconscious. Iruka just announced, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Sakura was the first to react, he cheated. Sasuke didn't even move, and Naruto Baka beat him. Suki looked at the pink head in shock. You do know a shinobi is supposed to fight dirty, right? Sakura looked at the Uchiha heirs in shock. But he beat up your brother. Yuki nodded. True, but sometimes people lose. Not everyone is invincible. Godlike, yes, but not invincible for eternity. Soon they might get old or someone might surpass them. And Sasuke needed a wake-up call anyways. Sakura just grumbled and looked away. Naruto, who walked back to the girls, was congratulated by them for beating 2 opponents at once. Hinata then asked, Naruto-kun, can you help train me to be strong like that? Yuki, Suki, Haruna and Hikari piped in together. Me too. Naruto chuckled and said, okay, if you girls want. The girls all nodded happily as the boys nearby grumbled, damn lucky bastard. Yes, the following years was going to be interesting. Today was another normal day at the academy. The heiresses and Naruto were sitting at their usual spot. None of the boys ever dared to challenge Naruto ever since he defeated Kiba and Sasuke single-handed. While the boys still disliked the blonde, they respected him for his strength, save Kiba and Sasuke. Now having recess, Sakura, who was very full of herself, always having fantasies about Sasuke and her being prince and princess respectively and Sasuke saving her etc., walked over to Naruto and the heiress's usual spot. The pink banshee, like her bitch of a mother, always liked to go after people with high status, and because Mabuki failed to get Minato, the pink whore hated Kushina and her children, and by a certain extent, Minato. Sakura screeched, Haruna Baka, I challenge you to a duel. If I beat you, Sasuke-kun will notice me. Everyone looked at the pink head like she was crazy. The heiresses were the strongest kunoichi in the academy, and they can only be beaten by one of themselves. As for Sakura, she was only book smarts, which made her think she was the top of everything. Her parents spoiling her rotten also didn't help. She absolutely sucked at Taijutsu, ninjutsu and weapon training. She had low chakra reserves even for an academy students. It was surprising how she can actually live with that amount of chakra. Haruna was impassive and just said, okay. Everyone present just sighed and shook their heads. The pink banshee was getting it. Even Ino wasn't brave enough to challenge the Redeed. Recess continued as Naruto ate in silence. He was trying not to stare at the girls as they had all hit puberty, and adding in the natural Namikaze, Hyuga and Uchiha genetics, their growth was advanced compared to the girls their age. Unfortunately for the boy, all of the girls noticed this and smiled to each other. This was unnoticed by the blonde as he kept his head down eating. Recess was over as the class went to the sparring area. The girls went first and all got to fight fangirls won. When it was Haruna and Sakura's fight, the 2 girls stepped into the ring. Iruka sighed and said, Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna vs Haruno Sakura Hajime. The Sakura part was said by Kiba loud enough that everyone heard it clearly, causing laughs and the embarrassment of the banshee who turned red-faced and glared at the Onizuka. Of course, this gave Haruna the chance to rush in, and gave the pink head a punch to the gut so hard spit came out. The banshee was flung upwards as Haruna focused chakra into her legs and jumped up. The girls were around 7 meters from the ground as Haruna sucked Sakura upside down and went down. But the impact didn't hit the head, it hit the back of the pink banshee and knocked her unconscious. Everyone recognized the move as it was only used by Naruto. Iruka sighed and said, even though unnecessary, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. After the other girls matched and a few boys matches, it was Naruto's turn. Iruka said, Tendu Saoji vs Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Hajime. Naruto just ran forward and gave a chakra-enhanced punch to the boy. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the boy and gave rapid punches before palming Saoji's neck. Saoji stumbled and regained balance and threw a punch. Naruto dodged this and jumped behind the boy. Naruto hooked Saoji's legs with his own and pushed the boy down as he fell down, so hard he was knocked out. Iruka sighed and said, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Seriously, I wanna know how you never lose, Naruto. Naruto looked at his sensei and said, Abu-chan gaida, Hidabito wa boku no tsujite sayakuneru. I translated Kamen Rider Kabuto's quote, so I don't really know if it's correct. People get stronger through adventures. Iruka merely nodded as Naruto did travel around the world for 4 years. When the fight started, Hikari asked the other girls, so, you girls wanna come over for a sleepover tonight? They nodded. Suki then said, maybe we can tease Naruto-kun a bit. The girls all smirked evilly. Naruto was damn lucky that he was going through this kind of hell. When the academy was over, Naruto and the heiresses walked together. Yuki, Suki and Hinata told the 3 siblings, well, see you guys later. When they reached home, Hikari told Kushina, Ka-san, I invited Yuki-chan, Suki-chan and Hinata-chan over for the night, is it okay? Kushina smiled at her daughter, sure, I was going to invite their parents anyway. Haruna smiled, arigato, Ka-san. As Naruto got changed, he decided to teach his sisters the Hiraishin. He went to their room and nearly got a rocket nosebleed. As he opened the door, he found his sisters in their undergarments as they were just about to change. Blushing so hard, Naruto quickly ran back to his room and buried his head into the pillows. He kept thinking, don't think about that. Think about Raymond. After calming down, Naruto got back up and found his sisters coming out of their room. Still blushing slightly, Naruto asked, "Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, you wanna learn the Hiraishin now?" The girls were confused at their brother crush's blush, but nodded anyway. They then headed for the compound training ground. Naruto whipped out several kunai with the Hiraishin seal on it. Naruto said, although Tusan uses custom-made kunai, it's actually better to use normal ones. Your enemies won't know where you can appear if you throw the normal kunai with and without the Hiraishin seal. So, let's get started. Naruto took out a piece of paper and drew the Hiraishin seal on it. Now, from what I learned from Mito Bachin, the seals all play a role in the jutsu. The jutsu shiki for mine is different from Tusan and Idame-sama. Now, I'm gonna need your blood so I can make your jutsu shiki. Afterwards, Naruto taught his sisters how to use the jutsu for battle. The girls learned the jutsu but were far from mastering it. It was evening, the Hyuga and Uchiha head families had come into the Namikaze compound. After dinner, the clan heads and their wives chatted for a while before Fugaku, Mikoto, Hiyashi, Hitomi, Sasuke and Itachi left. As soon as they left, Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata got changed into their sleeping attires, which were dresses that showed their figure. The adults smiled in amusement when they saw Naruto trying not to stare as he was turning into a teenager. Soon, it was time to sleep. Naruto was fast asleep in his bed when he felt several weights on him. He opened his eyes and found the heiresses all sleeping beside him and hugging him. Then Minato came in. The man smiled amusingly when he found his son surrounded by the girls. Minato chuckled and said softly, "So only Naruto can hear. Well, it'll leave you alone with girls. I trust you won't do anything to them, or even I can't save you from their fathers." Then the Hokage left as Naruto cursed his father for leaving him in such a position, and proceeded to sleep. Not for long, Naruto woke and found himself in a sewer. He thought, where is this? He continued walking and found a huge cage in front of him. Then he heard his sisters' voices, Ani-chan. Where are we? Naruto turned and found Hikari and Haruna. A soft voice replied, "You are all here, good. As for your question, we are in the shared mindscape of Hikari and Haruna." From behind the cage, a girl their age with crimson hair walked forward. She had 2 orange fox ears and 9 orange tails. She wore a kimono with flame designs on it. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "Kyuubi." He whipped out his phone and materialized his belt, which suddenly vanished before he could transform. The Kyuubi smiled and said, "None of that. I'm not fighting. I just want to meet you 3. Especially you, Naruto-kun." Kyuubi slipped through the bars and hugged Naruto from behind, dragging his name as she said it. Naruto, still not used to female contact, blushed when the Kyuubi hugged him. Hikari and Haruna yelled as they saw this, "Get away from Ani-chan." Kyuubi smiled and let go as she went back to the bars. Kyuubi then said, "Fine, but you should know, I didn't intentionally attack Konoha. Ask your mother, we were on good terms. I hope we won't have any trouble trying to get along, especially you, Naruto-kun." The sisters glared at the Kyuubi as she said that. They knew if they were to have a relationship with their brother, they'd need to share as Naruto would be put under the craw. Naruto then asked, "Then why did you attack Konoha?" Kyuubi smiled sadly, "I was ripped from your mother's seal. An Uchiha, a Rouge one, ripped me from the seal and cast a Jinjutsu on me. That's why I attacked. Anyway, I hope we can get along in the future and I'm opening a link to you, Haruna-chan, Hikari-chan. And if you are wondering why I'm one being, you two were always close, so my yin and yang parts soon merged together. Now, I guess I should let you sleep. Bye." The boy and sisters then felt unconsciousness envelop them. The year passed quickly. Naruto got closer to the heiresses, and was still disliked by the majority of boys, save Shikamaru, Chaoji and Shino, who thought it was too troublesome, too focused on food to bother, and found nothing worth the trouble to always be in a bad mood, respectively. Over the year, Naruto also developed a crush on Hikari, Haruna, Yuki, Tsuki, Hinata and the Kyuubi, whom the 3 siblings found out her name to be Kasumi. If you want Kaiba's appearance, think Doa Kasumi with fox ears and 9 tails. And Naruto was still crept out by the fact he had a crush on his sisters. Of course, the boy didn't know he could actually be with all of them, as Konoha didn't object to threesomes, and if Naruto had relationships with the both of his sisters, had be placed under the craw, and could have a glorified harem. The graduation day was tomorrow, and tonight, the 2 sisters were planning to confess to their beloved brother. Over the year, Naruto's relationship with his mother and godparents improved like Minato. He now smiled more with them, but still kept a distance. As for his father, you could say they now had a normal father-son relationship. The younger blonde opened up more to his father now, as he now know his father actually cares for him. After dinner, Minato told Naruto to follow him to his study. Minato sat in his chair as he activated the silencing seals. Minato motioned his son to sit as the boy did so. Seeing the serious yet expressionless face on his father, Naruto couldn't help but get nervous. "Tusan, is something wrong?" Minato said, "I wanna know, do you have a crush on Hikari, Haruna, Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata?" This surprised Naruto, and he quickly thought of something to deny it. Minato then said, "If you are thinking of making up lies, you are 2 million years early. So spill." Naruto nodded. Minato then brightened up, "Okay, since our clan doesn't forbid this kind of stuff, go for it." If you can get both of your sisters, y'all be put under the craw and can be with the other 3 girls. Naruto was shocked. Wait, what? But that's just so wrong. Minato laughed. Under normal circumstances, yes, but is our clan normal? No, so is fine, and it'll help repopulate our clan faster and give me and Kushi-chan more grandchildren to spoil anyway. Adding in the fact with you, my son, I won't have to play the overprotective father. Plus I think your sisters and the 3 girls all have a crush on you as well. Naruto was dumbfounded. Well, it isn't every day your father encourages you to go after not one but all 2 of your sisters, and put under the craw and get a glorified harem. Plus, said father tells you the girls you like also like you, who won't be shocked. Meanwhile, the sisters were having something similar with their mother and godparents. Jiraiya asked as soon as Naruto and Minato went in, so, do the both of you have a crush on our little phase there? Haruna and Hikari blushed. Tsunade laughed. Well, with the blushes on their faces, it's yes. Kushina smiled. Well, I'm actually fine with you 2 going for him, plus it'll put him under the craw and help populate our clan. Jiraiya chuckled perversely. I feel a new book coming up, The Trials of Apollo, a good name, haha. Tsunade grew a tick mark on her head then punched the man throwing him away, damn pervert. Tsunade then asked, so, when are you telling him? Hikari said shyly, well, we were planning on telling him tonight, but we don't know how he'll react. Kushina smiled, well, we think he has crushes on you too, Hinata, Yuki and Suki. Minakan is talking to him about this now and if I know him, I'll encourage him to go after you. So you should go for it, I know all of you have agreed to share him. This caused the sisters to blush. One sleep over, the girls decided if it worked out, they would share Naruto. Of course, they'd need one of them to have a relationship with the blonde first. Tsunade then said, well, we should stop teasing them now. Minato should be about done with Naruto and it's quite late already. I believe you will be sleeping with Naruto, right? The girls nodded as the adults smiled and said, well, good luck then. They then went to their rooms. Hikari and Haruna also smiled and went to change, before going into Naruto's room to wait for him. With Naruto, he had just finished his talk with his father and was heading to his room. He opened the room and found his sisters sitting on his bed waiting for him. Hikari saw him and said, Ani-chan, we want to tell you something. Haruna nodded. Naruto said, okay, what is it? Haruna and Hikari looked shy as they said, Ani-chan, how do you feel about us? Do you like us? Naruto said, of course I love you. Hikari and Haruna then continued, I know you love us as sisters, but we love you not as a brother, we love you as a guy. Naruto didn't really know how to react, so he said, me too. But now, let's just sleep. He was cut off when Hikari pulled him into a kiss. Naruto's eyes whitened before he kissed back. As soon as they finished, Haruna pouted, what about me, Ani-chan? Naruto smiled and kissed the girl. After that, they went to sleep. Next day, Naruto, Hikari and Haruna got up and went to have breakfast together. The adults noticed them and smiled. The way they walked with each other was a sign good enough to tell them they had worked it out. They smiled at the 3 as they quickly ate breakfast since today was graduation day. When the 3 siblings left, Hikari told Naruto, so Ani-chan, now we're together, you're under the craw, you know that right? Naruto nodded. Haruna then said, so, are you going to tell Yuki-chan, Suki-chan and Hinata-chan or are we gonna tell them? Naruto said, you girls tell them, it'll make me look like a pervert or something, and they might dislike me for that. Haruna and Hikari shook their heads and nodded. As they reached the academy, they found set girls sitting at their usual spots. They greeted, Aheo, Hinata-chan, Yuki-chan, Suki-chan. They greeted back, Aheo, Haruna-chan, Hikari-chan, Naruto-kun. You ready for today? The siblings gave a smile and said in unison, of course. Soon, the test started. The heiresses and Naruto went through the test easily. After that, it was the weapon part. Naruto got 10 out of 10 for everything, and the girls besides Hinata all got 10 out of 10 for almost everything, while said Hyuga got 10 out of 10. Then when it came to Taijutsu, they were to land a hit on Iruka within 5 minutes. Naruto and the girls all done it in less than 3 minutes, while most others got less than 4 minutes. Finally, the jutsu part. The basic 3 jutsu was done, except for the 3 Uchiha and 3 Uzumaki Namikaze siblings. Sasuke, Yuki and Suki did the Kaiten, Pikaku no Jutsu, with Yuki and Sukus larger and on par with each other, but larger than Sasuke's. The Uzumaki Namikaze siblings also did one same jutsu, the Hiraishin. The siblings each scattered kunai and Hiraishin around several times. The 6 shocking Iruka with such advanced jutsu. After that, everyone in the class received their headbands, which meant no one failed. After a moment, Iruka went out and gave the Hokage the list of past students. After using Kage Bunshin to sort the other classes' graduating students, with 3 clones for one class, Minato gave Iruka and the other Chunin sensei the list of teams. Iruka re-entered the class and said, now, congratulations. I will now announce your teams. Team 1, Team 7, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Haruna and Hikari. Sensei is Namikaze Kushina. Team 8, Inizuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and Karama Yakumo, since her class lacked numbers, Sensei is Yuhi Kurenai. Team 9 is still active. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Narushikamaru and Nakamichi Chouji, Sensei is Sarutobi Asuma. Team 11, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Sai from another class as the lack of numbers. Finally, Team 12, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Yuki. Sensei is Uchiha Mikoto. That's all, meet your sensei tomorrow here. You're free to go now. Iruka then walked out of the room as the students went out. Hikari then told the three other heiresses, you know, Ani-chan is now under the craw as he has a relationship with us now. So, you girls should tell him how you feel. The three nodded and went to Naruto. Yuki approached the boy and said, Naruto-kun, you are under the craw now, right? Naruto nodded. Tsuki and Hinata then said, well, the three of us liked you when we were little, and we want to be with you in the craw. Naruto stuttered, okay. The three girls smiled at the blushing boy and hugged him before kissing the boy. Meanwhile, a certain perverted white-haired Sannin was using a telescope watching them chuckling. Nice, seems I can write the series, Icha Trials of Apollo. With Naruto's blonde hair, it fits perfectly. Haha, the years coming up was going to be interesting for sure, without a doubt. After the girls' confessions, Naruto and his sisters went home. The three siblings lovers were planning to ask their mother about being their sensei like the Uchiha heiresses with their mother. As the siblings went in, they found their parents and godparents sitting on the sofa. Minato said, now, I know you must be wondering why I put your mother as your team sensei. He got nods from his children. Jiraiya said, you should know that your mother, Hitomi and Mikoto were known as the female version of the Sannin, Aka Sanshibo Kunoichi, literally 3 Death Kunoichi. They were actually planning on taking teams and work together as one big team, which is possible depending on the Jounin, but due to Hinata's sister being born, only Kushina and Mikoto could. And Kushina and Mikoto, like all other Jounin, could request specific genin, and they chose Yuka Eyes. Plus there wasn't any other Jounin requesting for you, so you got her as your sensei. And since we're living together, we might as well tell you, if Minato is okay with it. Minato nodded as Kushina took over. See, the test at the academy was just to see if you had what it takes to become a ninja. But it does not make you one. You will be given a separate test that would determine if you can become shinobi. Mostly Yao just get a test for teamwork, but Yao have been training together for so long with each other. Mikoto and I have decided to just test your skills. No doubt Mikoto is telling her daughters this now. So I advise you three rest up, just because your mother dosed me it'll go easy on you, capish? The three siblings saw the dark creepy expression on their mother, as she said that and nodded furiously before speeding back into Naruto's room to rest, before coming out to have dinner. Next day, Naruto, his sisters, the Uchiha heiresses, Hinata and pretty much every genin hopefuls were sitting in their class, waiting for their sensei. Outside the academy, Kakashi was talking with his sensei's wife, whom he looked up to like a sister, and Mikoto, Kushina ni, Mikoto-sama, you really want to mess with them don't you? Kushina glared at her younger brother figure, like you want to talk. Always getting lost on the road of life, and him saying that when we go in later, got it. Kakashi chuckled at the Redeed's childishness. Whatever you say, I seriously don't know how sensei puts up with you. He mumbled the last part but was heard. Kushina turned her head slowly towards the Cyclops, eyes glowing white as the temperature dropped. What did you just say, Kakashi? Kakashi sweated. Nothing, Kushina ni, I'll see you later. Before he could run, Kushina grabbed his collar and gave him a beatdown. Mikoto just shook her head at the two. Back with the teams, after 5 minutes, every team was picked out by their sensei respectively. Well, save Team 7, Team 11 and Team 12. Naruto, Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki, Yuki, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura and Sai were sitting there irritated. Well, Sai was just smiling. Sakura was screeching, where are they? Naruto, Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki and Yuki sighed. Haruna glared at the Banshee. Haruno, if you don't stop this instance, I'll kill you. Sakura just glared back and huffed, staying quiet anyway. Sasuke was smiling seeing the girl putting down the fangirl. He thought, she'll make a good wife. All I need to do is make her forget the idiot. Like that'll happen. If the sun rises from the north and pigs fly. So they waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, for an hour now. Finally, the door slid open as 3 people came in. Sakura yelled, "You're late." Kushina smiled and said, "Well, we all got lost on the road of life." At that, Naruto, Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki, Yuki and Hinata slammed their heads on the table they were sitting by, one by one. Mikoto only shook her head at them. Kakashi then said, "Anyway, Team 11, with me." Said team got up and followed the man out. Kushina said, "So, you girls and guy will follow us to training ground 7, I'm sure Mikoto told you about the joint team thing." She looked at Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata at the last part as they nodded. Mikoto looked at her friend and said, "Well, see you at training ground 7 then." The 2 female jounin then vanished via shunshin. Naruto shook his head and said, "Everyone, come closer and put a hand on me please." The girls nodded and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulders or chest, as Naruto did several hand signs, Hiraishin no Jutsu. Suddenly, the girls all found themselves in training ground 7 in front of their sensei mother. Naruto breathed heavily for a while as he had used up a good amount of chakra to transport them, but the chakra returned after he took a chakra pill. Kushina looked impressed. "Wow, Naru-chan, you managed to use the Hiraishin to transport everyone here. Minakan needed 3 years to learn that." Naruto said nothing and nodded. Mikoto then said, now that you're all here, I want all of you to fight us at the same time. So it's basically the 6 of you versus the 2 of us. Got it. The soon-to-be genin nodded as they knew their mother-sensei were all strong kunoichi and were not to be taken lightly. Kushina then said, and if any of you are unconscious, you will all go back to the academy. Think of it as a test since Minakan insisted. The genin all nodded. Then Mikoto said, so, the test starts now. As soon as the Uchiha Matriarch said that, the girls vanished while Naruto stood there, already dialing 555 and pressing enter. Standing by. Naruto slid the phone into the slot in his belt and pushed it down. Complete. Naruto transformed into phase and drew the phase edge. He thought they were all S-rank shinobi, and with Hitomi-sama, the 3 of them could take down cage-level shinobi in minutes. Even without Hitomi-sama, they still are strong, gotta be careful. I'll try using Axel form. Naruto took the mission memory from the SB555W phase Axel watch and slid it onto his phone. Complete. The chest plates moved onto his shoulders. But before he could press the trigger, Kushina and Mikoto had ran beside him, swords drawn. Naruto smirked as he jumped up, evading the slashes from the 2 kunoichi. As he was airborne, he pressed the button. Start up. Time slowed down for him as Naruto quickly ran towards the 2 jounin and swung his sword, which was surprisingly blocked by Kushina's and Mikoto's swords. During the 10 minutes, Naruto would land some cuts on the women, but some would be blocked by the instincts from their experiences. After the 10 minutes, the watch announced, 5 4 3 2 1. Time up. Naruto became visible and was back in normal form. Kushina and Mikoto smirked in charge, Mikoto doing hand signs with Kushina, jutsu combination, Kaden Suiten. Raiden no jutsu. They both shot out a fire and water dragon respectively, as the dragons twirled around each other going straight for Naruto. Naruto smirked as he saw the dragons but made no attempt to dodge, which made every female present go wide-eyed, as Naruto slid the mission memory into the hilt of the phase edge, and pressed enter on his phone. Exceed charge. Energy gathered in the sword as it glowed red. Naruto then swung it at the dragon as a beam of energy ran across the ground, and tore the elemental dragons to shreds, as it continued down its path, towards a shocked Kushina and Mikoto. The beam hit as they were encased in the anti-gravity field. Naruto walked slowly as he dulled the energy in his blade, not enough to kill, but definitely enough to incapacitate a person, or 2. As he reached them, he swung the blade 2 times in a cross, the energy flinging the 2 matriarchs away hitting a tree and unconscious. Hinata, Hikari, Haruna, Yuki and Tsuki just looked in shock as their boyfriend just beat 2 of the strongest kunoichi in Konoha, even if they weren't going all out. After a while, the 2 women finally woke up. Naruto looked at them, Ka-san, why did you not use the Kakegire? Kushina said, it didn't come to my mind. Naruto shook his head and sighed, I wanted to see the Kakegire in action. And when I used the exceed charge, why the hell did you stand there? You could have evaded it. Is tearing through 2 elemental dragons so shocking to you? Kushina and Mikoto nodded. Naruto face palmed, and here I thought you'd stop underestimating me. Naruto continued his rant on how the 2 jounin could have countered him, while the other girls just watched in disbelief over the fact that Naruto, a fresh genin, albeit one who is a famous band, beat the strongest Hokage using said Hokage's signature jutsu, telling off 2 seasoned kunoichi about how they could have countered his attacks. After a while, Naruto sighed, never mind, I believe you will have to report to Toussaint, right? They nodded as they vanished via Shunshin. Naruto then looked at the girls, so, anyone up for ramen? The girl's face faltered at the fact that Naruto acted like nothing happened after telling off 2 of the Sanshibo no kunoichi. They got up as Tsuki said, can we have sushi today, please Naruto-kun? The other girls who wanted something other than ramen for once, with Tsuki, used the puppy eyes jutsu and Naruto instantly caved into the cuteness of 5 kunoichi, and nodded before they headed for a sushi restaurant. But the jounin, Kushina and Mikoto came into the Hokage's office as Minato said, good, everyone's here. So how did the teams do? Team 1 to 6 failed. Kushina and Mikoto said together, Team 7 and 12 passed with flying colors. The girls did absolutely nothing as Naruto single-handedly defeated us just after the test started. Not unlike how he defeated you, Minato-kan Hokage-sama. Most of the jounin's eyes whitened. When Kushina and Mikoto or Hitomi paired up, they could take down Jiraiya and Minato together. The fact that Naruto beat the both of them together right after the test started. They then thought whether Naruto's status as an A-rank ninja was not enough to measure Naruto's skills. Minato nodded and motioned for the other jounin. Kurenai said, Team 8 passed. Asuma said, Team 10 passed. Kakashi sighed, Team 11 passed. I swear the Haruno family is some kind of Banshee descendant family. Sakura kept screeching about Kiba not obeying, and I coerced Sasuke-kun as well as Sasuke berating Kiba about not obeying Uchiha greatness. Kiba had Akamaru attack me while I was distracted by Sakura's loudness and got the bells. I tied the other 2 up and told Kiba to eat the bento and told them they'd try again. I hid my scent and presence, and the only reason they passed was because Kiba fed the both of them. So in short, only Kiba did something for the team to pass. Everyone then did a silent prayer for Kakashi, as he had taken on possibly the worst team in history. After that, Minato said, "Okay, good job everyone. You're all dismissed. And Kakashi, good luck." Kakashi nodded sadly as they walked out of the office, leaving Kushina, Mikoto and Minato in the office. Mikoto sighed, "Guess Sasuke still has that arrogance in him, even though I got it out of Fugaku-kun. I'm gonna have to get Fugaku-kun to beat it out of Sasuke." Minato and Kushina chuckled at that as they pitied their friend for having to deal with that kind of stuff. With Naruto and the girls, Naruto was getting introduced to the wonders of sushi, I'm a sushi fan, and decided it was a food of the gods second to ramen. Now, Naruto was scarfing down plates of sushi from the sushi belt of the restaurant, much to the horror of the chiefs, as they had to work triple time, and to the amusement of the girls, as it was the first time seeing their boyfriend eating something that wasn't ramen at such a pace, occasionally drinking large amount of cold green tea, due to too much wasabi. Just then, 5 rich civilian boys who were spoiled rotten by their parents came in. They noticed the girls and walked to them. "Hello ladies, would you join us for lunch, our treat?" The girls didn't bother to look at them as they continued eating with Naruto. The waiter saw this and got a bad feeling. The 5 civilian boys were well known among restaurant owners. They would notice pretty girls and try to flirt with them even if they were ignored, which caused trouble in the shops. The second guy said, "Why don't you ditch this idiot and come with us? Such beautiful ladies like you should be with us." Suki had enough and looked at them with cold eyes, living up to being a nice princess from the academy. "Pray tell, what status do you have that can triumph the status of our boyfriend here being an A-rank shinobi at such a young age?" The other girls looked at the 5 boys as well, waiting for their answer as Naruto groaned inwardly, and wanted to kick the 5 civilians' asses for interrupting their lunch. The third civilian said arrogantly, "We are the children of." He was cut off by Hinata, who showed the cold side she rarely showed. "We don't care who your parents are. They're their own people, you're all just idiots living in their shadows. Now leave us alone." The fourth civilian, thinking that they won't or couldn't do anything, said, "What if we won't leave?" Now, everyone in the restaurant was looking at them. Hikari was going to reply, but Naruto, who was getting tired of this, beat her to it. "Then it'll make you." Naruto stood up and looked at the 5 civilians straight to the face, and the boys were frightened to see Naruto's glowing eyes. The boys nodded and left quickly. Cheers erupted from within the restaurant, as the 5 civilian boys were finally put down by someone. The keeper of the shop walked up to them and said to Naruto, "I thank you for that. They have been a pain to most of the restaurants. To show my gratitude, I'll give you a free meal here today." The group smiled as the shopkeeper went back to his counter. Later, the shopkeeper swore he would never offer a free meal to anyone ever again. The week has passed since Team 7 and 12 were officially formed. They always did 2D ranks together whenever they had missions. They would work together with one mission quickly and go on to the next missions. So, the 2 teams were now holding top record on D rank missions. They even became famous due to Naruto solving the Tor mission problem. Flashback, Team 7 and 12 successfully captured Tor for what seemed like the 100th time. Naruto held the cat as it seemed to dislike every other person in both teams. The cat always clawed at the girls whenever they tried to hold it. Now, the 2 teams were going to the Hokage Tower. They entered the office as Kushina reported, "Mission complete, Hokage-sama." Minato nodded and chuckled, "Kushi-chan, you seriously don't need to call me that." Kushina smiled at him, but that would be favoritism, won't it? Minato nodded. Whenever Kushina had missions, she would address him as Hokage-sama, something that annoyed the man at first. Then, the daimyo's wife came in. Naruto gave her the cat as she crushed the cat with her vice grip. The cat tried everything it could to escape but failed. The girls of Team 7 and 12 all smirked evilly inwardly as they all had similar thoughts. "Suffer, you damn cat, you deserve it for trying to scratch us and get Oni-chan Naruto-kun's attention." Minato, Kushina and Mikoto could only sweat drop and sigh as this had been happening from during their time. Naruto noticed the problem and sighed, "Shijimi-sama, I believe I have found the reason to why Tor keeps running from you." Shijimi looked at Naruto and asked, "And why is that, may I ask?" Naruto replied, "If you would let me hold Tor for a moment." Shijimi complied and handed Tor to him. Naruto then started to pat Tor gently as it purred in his arms. "You see, the way you hug Tor is painful for it. I know you want to express your love to Tor, but it makes it feel afraid whenever you try to hug it. Tor loves gentleness, and if you handle Tor with care, it might not run away from you." Shijimi nodded as Naruto handed a reluctant Tor back to the daimyo's wife. Tor closed its eyes and waited for the crushing hug, but instead, it felt the gentle petting it loved to receive from Naruto. Shijimi was surprised as Tor became more relaxed in her hands, and didn't try to run away. Shijimi smiled at Naruto and said, "I thank you for telling me of my errors. I'll pay double for this, and you can expect more missions in the future." As the wife of the daimyo left, Naruto noticed the shocked looks from his parents, teammates, sisters, girlfriends, and Mikoto. He asked, "What?" Flashback end. At first, Minato was happy and disappointed at the same time. Happy that Tor was gone from the mission rosters and disappointed for losing a good source of income. But that soon ended as he received higher ranking missions from the daimyo. At the same rate he received the Tor mission, which meant the income of missions and money had increased a lot. Minato thanked Naruto 1,000 times for that, and would have immediately promoted Naruto to Chunin if it wasn't for Naruto, saying he wanted to take the exams with his sisters. Now, Mikoto was talking with Kushina and Kakashi at a cafe. Kushina said, "I think we should get a joint training session between the Genin teams." Kakashi nodded, "I think we should include Asuma, Kurenai and Gase team. Give them some kind of interaction with future partners." Mikoto nodded. Over the week Team 7 and 12 formed, she had told her husband about Sasuke's behavior, and Fugaku gave Sasuke a beating session through a spar, and scolded him after the spar. Sasuke accepted the scoldings, but still didn't really change his attitude. Maybe this joint training session would help with that. Kushina then continued, "Okay then, we'll have a joint training session for the Genin teams. Is tomorrow okay?" Kakashi nodded. "I'll tell Asuma and Guy, Kushina ni, you can tell Kurenai, right?" Kushina nodded. "So we'll meet at Training Ground 7 then." Mikoto nodded as the Cyclops went off to tell his fellow Jounin, while Kushina and Mikoto went to tell Kurenai. The next day, Naruto and his team were waiting at Training Ground 7. Then they saw Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Niji whom they knew from visiting Hinata at the Hyuga compound, and 4 people they didn't recognize. Team 7 and 12 greeted Niji who greeted back. He then introduced his teammates, Lee and Tenten. Soon, Kushina, Mikoto, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma and Guy appeared via Leaf Shunshin. Kushina said, "Okay, today you shall be having a team spar. Think of this as a training session. We'll now start with the spar. Your Jounin sensei will determine whom you will fight." Kakashi looked at Kushina. "Kushina ni, I think I'll have my team fight yours." Kushina nodded. Asuma looked at Kurenai. "Kurenai-chan, I want to make a bet with you." Kurenai raised an eyebrow, which is. Asuma smirked, "If my team beats yours, y'all have to go on a date with me." The other Jounin rolled their eyes at this. Kurenai smiled, "Fine, but if you lose, y'all never get a date from me again, okay?" Asuma nodded. It was all or nothing. I looked at Mikoto. "I guess our teams will compete with their flames of youth." Mikoto sighed and nodded. Kushina looked at the Genin and said, "So, there you have your opponents. So who wants to go first?" Naruto looked at his sister's girlfriends and nodded. "Well, go first." Kushina nodded. "The trees that are surrounding you are the limits of the ring. Everyone else will be watching outside of the truss." They all looked around and noticed there were truss making a circle. They nodded as the other teams left, leaving Team 7 and 11 with Kushina. Kushina said, "So, this starts now." Kushina then shunshin away. None of the teams moved. Naruto then heard Hikaru's voice. "Oni-chan, I'm using a link Kyuubi extended to you, and don't talk out loud, just think the words to us. Now, Haruna-chan and I will take on the Banshee and the other guy while you fight Sasuke, is that okay?" Naruto thought back, "Okay." Then, the 3 siblings jumped to Team 11. The team of idiots were surprised at the speed and barely dodged. Naruto slowly led Sasuke away from Sakura and the other guy. Haruna and Hikari were working together so well they dominated the battle. As if on cue, the same deep voice they heard occasionally from the academy was heard, dominating. Hikari kicked Sakura as Haruna jumped away from the boys' attacks, letting the attack hit Sakura who was just in the way. Sakura screeched, "Saibaka, watch where you are hitting." The boy known as Sai said nothing as he continued trying to fight Haruna. The Jounin and Genin saw this and shook their heads. Kushina looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, don't tell me you never taught them anything." Kakashi replied, "I did teach them." Mikoto asked, "Which is?" Kakashi replied, "I taught them teamwork exercises, they had no teamwork. So I had to teach them that before they could learn anything else." Asuma chuckled as Kurenai sighed. In other words, if Naruto, Hikari and Haruna separate them, the match is already theirs. The Genin heard this and just watched on. They then focused on Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke kept punching and was dodged by Naruto. Sasuke yelled, "I'll show you who is the strongest, and Haruna will forget about you." Naruto said nothing as he dodged. Soon, Sasuke started to get tired. Naruto smirked and held the phase edge up, doing 2 of the kenjutsu techniques he learned from one of his sensei from his travels. Naruto said, "Amajiri Shinmeriken, 9-fanged longsword." Naruto then slashed several times, but he moved so fast he was practically a blur to everyone. Cuts appeared on Sasuke as he stumbled. Sasuke TCHD and did a set of hand signs, Kaden, Karyunden. A large torrent of flames surrounded Naruto, who smirked and did another kenjutsu technique, Amajiri Shinmeriken, 10 thistles. He turned and slashed at the flames, completely dissolving them. Naruto then said, "Amajiri Shinmeriken, 4 wasps." Naruto did stabs at Sasuke as more cuts appeared. Naruto then suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, but instead of stabbing the Uchiha like he was supposed to do with the technique, he used the hilt of the phase edge, and hit Sasuke at the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. The Jounin and Genin were wide-eyed at Naruto. The blonde had used the famous Amajiri Shinmeriken kenjutsu style, that was only known by the Kyari no Shinobi Katana Shusen Shu, so that would mean Naruto must have trained under one of them during his travels. This naturally got Tenten, who was a weapon fan, to go into fangirl mode weapon version. She practically had stars in her eyes as she saw Naruto did the kenjutsu techniques. After beating Sasuke, Naruto then rushed back to help Haruna and Hikari. Sakura saw Naruto and got mad. "What did you do to Sasuke-kun, Naruto baka?" Naruto said nothing as Sakura charged him, completely forgetting Hikari being behind her. Soon, Sakura was beaten by the pair due to her foolishness. Sai was also soon beaten as soon as Haruna started using the Hiraishin. After that, the Jounin and Genin went back in. The Uzumaki Namika's siblings looked at Kakashi. Hikari then said, "Kakashi Nai, your team absolutely, positively sucks." This got snickers from the Jounin and Genin as Kakashi just dropped inside. Then the next matches started. Team 8 won against Team 10, the only important ones are Team 7 and 12. As Kushina yelled, "Hajime!" She jumped away, leaving Suki, Yuki, Hinata, Niji, Tenten and Lee. A dust ball that appeared out of nowhere rolled across in between the two teams, then they charged. Niji and Hinata went into a heated Juken match, while the Uchiha sisters fought Lee and Tenten. Niji and Hinata matched strike for strike, which surprised Niji as Hinata had improved leaps and bounds from their last spar. None knew any of the advanced Juken techniques. Hinata then yelled, "Haki Juroku Sho." She sent a 16 combo Juken strike at Niji who was too close to dodge, and got a quarter of his Tenketsu shut down. Niji felt numb and found his right arm to be unable to use the Juken. So he settled to using his left hand. With the Jounin and Genin, Guy was surprised as Hinata was beating Niji in Juken. Sasuke was talking with Kiba about the girls, to which made Naruto resisting the urge to give them a beating. Other of the Genin were interested on how Team 9 fought. As the Juken contest continued, Hinata then did something Niji never expected. She moved around in one of the Juken styles developed by her mother, something none of the other Hyuga succeeded. Even Niji who attempted to learn from Hitomi failed. Hinata slid around Niji in a serene movement that the watchers all thought she was dancing. Naruto found himself unable to take his eyes off her as he admired her movements. Niji found himself unable to keep up and was soon hit in the abdomen. He then fell unconscious. Imagine Wing Chun foot movements. With Tsuki, Yuki, Tenten and Lee, Yuki engaged Lee in a Taijutsu match, which was in Lee's favor. Tsuki was fighting Tenten who was throwing weapons, while Tsuki was spamming some of the lower ranking, but destructive jutsu she knew, so the battle was in Tsuka's favor as the weapons did little effect. Soon, Hinata joined the battle, and Lee was soon defeated. Yuki and Tsuki were now facing Tenten. They then did sets of hand signs, and yelled in unison, "Futen! Tatopakaten! Takakyu no Justu!" The wind empowered the flames and knocked the weapons off course and engulfed Tenten, who couldn't take the heat and fainted. The match then ended with Team 12 as the winner. After the losing teams recovered, they were all given a lecture on the importance of planning, teamwork and observation. The Jounin then scolded Team 11 for their bad teamwork, and if they were on a mission they would have died quickly. The other Jounin then asked Kakashi what he had taught them, only to receive the same answer he gave Kushina. Mikoto glared at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you are telling me, you haven't even taught them the tree walking exercise yet?" Kakashi nodded as he started sweating. Kushina, Mikoto and Kurenai glared at the Cyclops, and began giving him the greatest beatdown of his life, second to Jiraiya beat by Tsunade for peeping. The training session then continued. 2 weeks have passed since the joint training session. Kakashi, after the beatdown, took training his students a tad bit more seriously, and by that, I mean he still teaches them the teamwork exercises, only adding tree walking, water walking, and severally ranked ninjutsu, jinjutsu and taijutsu. So, basically, Team 11 is by now the weakest Genin team who thinks they are the best in history. Anyway, enough about Team 11 and to Team 7 and 12. The two teams have completed over 100 E-rank missions, mostly thanks to Naruto using Kage Bunshin after gaining permission from his parents. So, now the two teams are headed for the Hokage Tower for a new mission. As the teams entered the office, Minato smiled at the Genin. "So, Team 7 and 12, ready for another day of D-rank missions." He stressed the vocal D as he said it, and saw the Genin wince. In the beginning, the two teams actually enjoyed the missions, something that none of the teams ever did, well, unless they were Jounin who went on B to S rank missions that would result in death frequently. But even doing D ranks for so long would make anyone go crazy. That included Teams 7 and 12. Minato, Kushina and Mikoto all laughed at their students' children's expressions. Minato, still laughing a bit, said, "I wanted to see that. Yeah, I've already passed the requirements for a higher ranking mission. I think you should just take a C rank every time you take a mission anyway. So, here's a C rank. Tazuna-san, you can come in now." An old man came in with a sake bottle, with a towel around his neck. He saw the two Jounin and said, "Akushai and Kuroi-shai, Hokage-sama, you are sending two S-rank shinobi." Minato smiled and said, "Yes, they're taking their Genin teams, so you are in safe hands." Tazuna nodded, satisfied that not only he had two S-rank shinobi protect him, the fact they were hot was also a plus, though he wouldn't say it out loud, since one was the Hokage's wife, and they hate perverts besides their husbands. Kushina said, "So we'll meet at the gates tomorrow at 7. Okay." She got nods from everyone as they left to pack. Naruto went to his room and got a week's clothing, and by that, it's just 3 sets of shinobi clothes and 1 set of sleeping clothes. After putting them into sealing scrolls, he took several dozens of ramen cups and placed them into more scrolls. He then stuck the scrolls onto the auto-vagin. Hikari, Yuki, Tsuki, Hinata and Haruna packed the same, a large tent for 1, 2 and 3 people in Hinata, Yuki, Tsuki, Hikari and Haruna's cases respectively, 3 sets of clothing and a set of sleeping clothes each. They then went to train for the day, with the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings practicing the Hiraishin with their father, the Uchiha sisters training with their mother and Hinata sparring with her father. Next day, the 2 teams waited at the gates, waiting for the old man known as the Super Bridge Builder Tazuna. Soon, the old man reached the gates and saw a group of annoyed females and one Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto reading a black book. Hikari had a tick mark and asked, "You're late, Tazuna-san. Don't you know to never keep ladies in waiting?" Tazuna said awkwardly, I got lost in the road of life." The females all face faulted as Naruto snickered. Mikoto got up and sighed, "Never mind, let's just start moving. It'll take at least 2 days to reach Nami no Kuni, since we have to move at civilian pace." Soon, they on the road. As they walked, Naruto felt 2 chakra signatures he hadn't felt in 3 years. He looked around and found the source of the chakra, a small puddle. He wanted to fasten him as there was only 2 people he knew would be so stupid to use such a disguise. He looked at the puddle, Gaozu Maizu, seriously, of all the choices you chose a puddle when it has trained for days. Get out here. Kushina and Mikoto were surprised. They were not surprised by the fact 2 missing nin appeared from the puddle. No, they were surprised Naruto knew them. Gaozu and Maizu laughed. "Naruto, long time no see bro." Naruto sighed. "So, are you waiting for someone?" Maizu noticed Tazuna. "Actually, we were hired by Gato to kill him. But seeing as you are here, we might as well tell boss to call off the contract. I'm sure with you here he'll do it without a doubt. Plus boss is pissed at Gato anyway." Naruto sighed again. "Lem guess, this Gato made passes at Haku-chan." Maizu nodded. Naruto shook his head. "Never mind, so we're headed to Nami. You coming with us or you're gonna go back to tell them?" Maizu laughed. "Nope, we're coming with you. Boss is hiding in front in case we were beaten by someone." Naruto nodded. "Of course." He said it sarcastically. The girls were dumbfounded. Here was Naruto conversing with 2 missing nin like they were old buddies, which they were. Kushina asked, "Naruto, how do you know these 2? Mikoto and girls nodded. "Yes, we'd like to know as well." Maizu answered, "You see, boss and us were chased by Oinin from Kiri, and we found Naruto's room by chance in a hotel. We asked him to help us hide. We thought he'd sell us out to the Oinin, but he let us into the room and let us stay there for the time. He even went as far to lie to the Oinin to help us. We owe him our lives." The girls, Kushina and Mikoto nodded. Kushina said, "Fine, I wanna see who this boss of yours is. But if you 2 try anything, we'll kill you." The 2 missing nin nodded. As they walked, Tazuna would occasionally look at the 2 in fear. Naruto asked, "So, Tazuna, what did you do to have Gato hire them?" Maizu chuckled. "Apparently this old man here is building a bridge that saved Nami from Gato. The short idiot thought had to have us kill him. Seriously, I'm surprised that Dick hasn't thought of bombing the bridge when it's done. Would have made you lose resources and put you in a worse state." Tazuna paled at the thought as he never thought of it. Gaozu then said, "We're here." The group of 11 people found themselves in front of huge amount of mist. Gaozu and Maizu smirked at Naruto who smirked back. They then flared their chakra. The mist dissipated as a man came out. Mikoto and Kushina's eyes widened at the man. The man sighed. "I was going to ask the 2 idiots why they came back, but I see I found the reason. Been 3 years, hasn't it, Naruto? Haku miss you a lot." Naruto smiled at the man. "Yes, 3 years. I miss her too, Zabuza-sensei." The man now known as Zabuza shook his head. "I prefer if you don't call me that anymore. I stopped being your sensei since we parted ways. I was hoping you'd call me how you used to before I took you on as an apprentice." Naruto chuckled. "Fine, Zabuza-nai." Zabuza laughed. "That's more like it. Haku, get out here." He yelled the last part towards the trees on his left. Suddenly, a blur of white and pink flew and tackled Naruto, causing him into person to fall to the ground. Naruto laughed. "Miss you too, Haku-chan." The masked girl stood up and pulled Naruto up. She took off the mask revealing a beautiful face and pouted at Naruto. "You never write to us, Naruto-kun. Made me think you forgot about us." The girls from Konoha all glared at Heika's closeness with Naruto. They all noticed how Naruto seemed more at ease than how he acted in Konoha. It was like he was with family, open, warm and happy, unlike back in Konoha, where he was still happy, but colder and more guarded even if it was a little bit. Kushina and Mikoto also noticed this and felt a bit sad. Naruto then asked, "So, Zabuza-nai, what are you gonna do now?" Zabuza replied, "I'm gonna call off the deal with Gato. We'll follow you and help protect Tazuna. I'm sure this'll make that short asshole to go to the bridge himself. I want to kill him anyways." Naruto nodded and replied, "He made passes at Haku-chan, right?" Haku nodded. "It made me feel dirty." Naruto nodded. "Guess that settles it. We'll all go to Tazuna's house and protect him. If Gato comes, we'll kill him and if he doesn't, we'll take the fight to him." Zabuza, Haku, Gaozu and Maizu nodded. Zabuza then noticed the others. He stuttered when he saw Mikoto and Kushina, Ayaka shy and Kuro shy. "What are you 2 doing here?" Kushina and Mikoto wanted to laugh at Zabuza's shocked face, well, eyes as his face is mostly covered by his mask. Naruto said before they could say anything, Ka-san and Mikoto-sama are our team sensei. We took on a joint mission to protect Izuna to Nami. Zabuza looked at Naruto shocked again. You never told me your mother was Uzumaki Kushina. Wait, that means you are the Yondaime Hokage's son. Naruto nodded as if it was nothing. Haku was shocked since Naruto was practically the prince of Konoha. Tazuna was annoyed now, he said, so, can we move? The distance between my house and our position won't shorten itself, you know. Kushina nodded, fine, let's talk when we reach our destination. Naruto then said before they could move, wait, I have an idea how to get there today. I'll get the auto wagon and let Tazuna ride with me while you guys move at shinobi speed. That okay? Everyone found it acceptable and nodded while the girls secretly wanted to ride with Naruto. Soon, Naruto was riding the auto wagon with Tazuna sitting behind him enjoying the wind beating on his face. The others were jumping from tree to tree before running on the ground as there are no more trees to jump on. They soon arrived to the seaside that would have Nami at the opposite side. The group stopped before Kushina and Mikoto said, girls, you know the water walking technique right? Well, use it to walk across. Getting nods, Kushina looked at her son, so, Naru-chan, how are you gonna get your bike across? Naruto smirked and said nothing. He then drove the bike towards the water. Tazuna waited for the water to reach his feet, but it never came as he soon found the bike to be moving on the water. Tazuna asked, what the hell Gaki? Naruto chuckled as he saw everyone also wanted answers. I applied the water walking onto the wheels. I only need to regulate the chakra, as the wheels are constantly rolling. It was hell at the beginning, and I had to get the auto wagon into battle mode whenever I sunk. The others nodded and they soon reached the other end of the shore. They then noticed a large half-completed bridge. Zabuza whistled appreciatively, wow, that is one large bridge. And you managed to build that much in a few days. Tazuna smiled proudly, yes, that is my current masterpiece, for a bridge anyway. Would have been quicker if we had more than 20 people, and our numbers are decreasing quickly as they fear Gato. I think we have only 15 now. The others listened as they continued moving. Tazuna then pointed to a double-story house, that's my house. Come on. He got off the bike and ran to the door. He knocked the door and yelled, Tsunami-chan, in back. The door opened and revealed a woman in her 20s. She had an apron on her and had a pretty face as well. Naruto looked at her and back at Mikoto. He asked, Mikoto-sama, the two of you look alike a lot. The woman looked at Mikoto and smiled. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Mikoto? Mikoto smiled back, 13 years, Tsunami. Yuki and Suki asked, Ka-chan, you know her? Mikoto looked at her daughters, know her. Suki-chan, Yuki-chan, this is your aunt. She was disowned by the Uchiha because she couldn't activate her Sharingan before the required age. Tsunami nodded, I only activated in 5 years ago. Just a few years after Tusan adopted me with the adoption ritual. Zabuza looked at Tazuna in shock, you did the adoption ritual. That hasn't been done in decades. Tazuna nodded, well, I wanted to have a daughter, a true-blooded one. So when I found Tsunami on the streets, I took her in. She was and still is the best thing that happened in my life. He even gave me a grandson. Mikoto smiled at her long-lost sister, so, you're married, so where's my brother-in-law? Tsunami suddenly had a sad look. Naruto recognized the look along with every adult present. Naruto said, has dead, isn't he? Just then, a boy had walked down and heard him. The boy gritted his teeth and yelled, what do you know? You shinobi had good lives at your homes while we had to suffer at Gato's hands. My father got himself killed for just standing up to that asshole. You talk like as if you know what it's like to lose someone, you know nothing. The boy turned to leave, but was stopped as the temperature dropped severely. Naruto then unleashed Kai so huge it made the civilians and the genin fall to the ground. It even made the missing Nin and 2 Jounin sweat. Naruto walked to the boy and picked him up by the collar, so that the boy was looking right into Naruto's glowing eyes. Naruto said calmly, but you could feel the anger. Listen, kid, if it's about losing someone you care about, I had to watch the person I cared for get tortured in front of me before getting killed in the most brutal way I ever saw. The person was like a father to me, even more than my biological father. You lost your father who was killed by Gato, killed by his stab. Yes, I know how Kaiser was killed in Nami. I watched my own father figure burned, poisoned, electrocuted, stabbed, whipped, put an arrow to a wound making it worse, and much more. Before being killed by being buried in the ground leaving the head above, kicked multiple times until his head came off. I had to watch this before Zabuza and the others saved me. So don't bitch around about losing someone you cared for, stand up and get back at that damn motherfucker who killed your father like I did with the people who killed the person I cared for. Naruto then lifted the killing intent and walked out. The people from Konoha were shocked while Zabuza, Haku, Maizu and Gaozu were donning sad faces. Kushina asked, what did Naruto mean when he said he saw his father figure was killed? Zabuza looked at the others as they nodded. He then opened his mouth to speak, after we met Naruto, we met another man named Narumi-Sakichi. He was cold to us, but he was kind and had a warmth. He and Naruto developed a father-son relationship after he saved Naruto from death. But the two got captured by an Iwanin. He killed Sakichi and Naruto let himself loose. He killed several whole teams of Iwanin by himself in less than a minute, and would have killed even more if the Yonbi Jinchuriki didn't interfere. Naruto succeeded to kill the man who killed Sakichi though. He ripped the man's heart out and crushed it before crushing the brain. I've never seen someone at a young age kill like that. It was also why he ended up in the bingo book. He would have killed Han if the Tsuchikage didn't join the fight. With the kid saying those stuff, he opened up the painful memories Naruto spent a few weeks trying to forget. If Haku wasn't there, I can't think how Naruto would have ended up. Haku looked at the other girls from Konoha, and they had a silent agreement. Together, the girls went to look for the boy they loved and cared for. They soon found the blonde in the middle of the forest in phase form, slashing and punching at trees, with the phase shot and phase edge, completely destroying the area as he yelled out in frustration, trying to forget that day. Soon, he fell by a tree and began to break down into tears. The girls quickly moved and hugged him, whispering words to soothe him. Naruto soon fell asleep whispering, "Thank you," before unconsciousness fully embraced him. The girls smiled at him lovingly as they carried him back to Tazuna's home and placed him in a spare room before lying down with him. The next day, Naruto woke up and saw his sister's lovers, the Uchiha sisters, Hinata and Haku sleeping by him. He thought what had happened yesterday and smiled, "I'm happy they care for me. Maybe I can get Haku-chan to follow me back to Konoha when this is over." Naruto sat up and this woke the girls up. Hinata asked, "So, how are you feeling today, Naruto-kun?" Naruto smiled, "I'm fine now, thanks to you girls." The girls blushed but were happy they could help him. Naruto got off the bed and changed as the girls went to the bathroom to change. After that, the 7 teenagers went down and saw Kushina, Mikoto, Zabuza, Mii-Eyes, Gaozu, Tazuna, the boy and Tsunami sitting there. Tsunami was telling the boy, "Inari, you remember when I told you I was once from Konoha?" The boy known as Inari nodded as Tsunami continued, "You see, we're from a clan, the Uchiha clan more specifically. There's a rule where if an Uchiha is unable to activate their bloodline, they will be banished. You follow me." Inari nodded again. Tsunami said, "I failed to activate it before the required age, and was exiled. You have an aunt, Inari, and that is her, Mikoto." Inari looked at Mikoto and the thought came. He asked, "Wait, if you are my aunt, then does that mean they're my cousins?" He pointed to Yuki and Suki when he said the last part. Mikoto nodded in response. Inari saw Naruto and walked to the teen. "Naruto-san, I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to make you remember the past." Naruto looked at the boy. "You just said it, it's the past. I needed to get it off of me anyway, to be honest. I should be thanking you for that, made me feel more at ease now." Inari just stared at the older boy unsure what to say or do. Naruto then said, "So, shall we have breakfast?" Tsunami smiled at the boy and handed the teen several plates of food. After that, the 2 teams plus missing Nin and Tazuna headed to the bridge. Naruto was playing with the SB555W axle watch and the phase pointer. Suki and Yuki were chatting with Haku, Hinata, Haruna and Hikari. The 2 Jounin were asking Zabuza about Naruto's time with them, while Gaozu and Maizu were playing with their gauntlets. Then they noticed a man walk up to Tazuna. The man said, "I'm sorry Tazuna, but I really can't keep this up. Geto will know Wo's building and kill us. He might be even planning to kill our families. I'm sorry Tazuna. But I can't help anymore." Tazuna sighed, "Fine, Gichi, you may leave." Naruto put away his gadgets and walked to the old man. "So, how many is it?" Tazuna sighed, "He is the 12th. Naruto asked, "So, how many do you need?" Tazuna asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed and said, "I said, how many more people do you need?" Tazuna replied, "I need at least 50 to complete it by the weekend. And that's pushing it." Naruto smiled and said, "I can get you 100. Tazuna had his eyes whitened. "How?" Naruto smirked. The shinobi present knew what he was about to do. Naruto made a hand seal and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 100 clones then poofed into existence. Naruto looked at Tazuna. "They know basic construction skills, so you can tell them to do whatever you want. Good luck." Naruto then walked back to the group as his clones were soon busy helping build the bridge. The group smiled at him. Well, Zabuza and the Oni-Kai-Dai smirked at him anyway. They then went back to their own stuff. Unknown location. Vito was seething. He had just received news that Zabuza and his group had gone with Tazuna. The fact that Tazuna now had 2 S-rank shinobi, hot ones at that to protect him, 2 A-rank shinobi and 2 C-rank shinobi as well to protect him didn't help. Geto was thinking of who to hire to kill them. Then, a thug came in. "Boss, a man named Orochimaru wants to meet you." Geto raised an eyebrow. An S-rank Nukenin wanted to meet him. That was new. It was usually him that wanted to meet Nukenin. He told the thug to let him in and in came a pale long-haired man with tattoos right below his eyes. Geto said, "So, what do I owe the pleasure to meet the great Orochimaru?" Orochimaru smirked, "I'm here to make an offer. I hear the Yondaime Hokage's family is protecting someone you want to kill." After hearing the deal, Geto smirked, "You have a deal, bro." Orochimaru smirked as well. He thought, "Soon, Minato team. You will lose everyone that you care for. Maybe I can capture his son and daughters. The boy will make a good host if not Madara's descendant. The Akatsuki will lay off me if I get them the Jinchuriki. Back with the group, Tazuna and the clones were done for the day. They had already completed what should be done tomorrow, so the progress was astounding. It was evening now, and Naruto was training with the phase pointer. Standing in front of him was 30 enforced clones that would have to hit where a normal person would be killed. In phase form, Naruto slid the mission memory into the phase phone and pressed enter on it. The phone announced, exceed charge. Energy gathered in his left foot as Naruto jumped up and kicked. A beam hit a clone as it expanded into a drill. Then, Naruto appeared behind the clones as they poofed out of existence. The girls were helping Tsunami get the groceries for dinner, while Zabuza and Tazuna were having a drinking contest. Kushina was on guard duty, while the Oni-Kaidai were teaching Inari about shinobi stuff and adult stuff. The girls got back and noticed a blushing Inari, and knew what had happened. Suki and Yuki glared at the two demon brothers. Maizu, Gaozu, you didn't teach our little cousin about stuff he should know, did you? The two laughed. No, of course not. With innerous blush, Suki and Yuki only looked at the two brothers. The girls said one word, run. They did as the Uchiha sisters chased the two for corrupting their new little search brother, to which the men called it education. Naruto came in and saw the scene. The other girls said, don't ask. He complied as the two older Uchiha sisters prepared dinner. Soon, the group future family were having a relaxing dinner. Well, Zabuza is Heika's adoptive father, Maizu and Gaozu are Heika's adoptive brothers. Tsunami is Mikoto's sister who is Tsuki and Yuki's mother, so that makes Tazuna their grandfather in a way. Naruto is going to be with Haku, Yuki, Tsuki, Hinata, Hikari and Haruna, Kyuubi, Kin and Teiya, so they'll eventually become one large family. After dessert, they went to rest for the next day. Next day, Naruto woke up and noticed he was sleeping alone. He went down and saw Tsunami and Inari working on shinobi skills. Tsunami was training in the Uchiha stance, while Inari was trying to access chakra. In front of them laid two thugs. Naruto looked at Tsunami questioningly. She said, what? Just because I was exiled and lived a civilian life doesn't mean I can't have shinobi training. And they wanted to let you sleep. You can go to the bridge, I can handle thugs anyway. Naruto nodded and mounted the auto wagon and sped towards the bridge. As soon as he reached there, Geto appeared. Zabuza growled, Geto. Geto smirked, I see you betrayed our contract, Zabuza. Gives me a reason to kill you now. Guys, transform. This is a little gift from Orochimaru. The men behind him wore suits and hats. But what caught Naruto and Kushina's attention were the belts on their waists. They were orange-brown belts with devices that looked like when the phase phone was before it was pushed down into the slot of the phase driver. The men said, Henshin. Their belts announced, complete. Now stood hundreds of riot troopers, black and orange in color. Naruto and Kushina materialized their own belts. Kushina dialed 913 and pressed enter, while Naruto dialed 555 and pressed enter. Their belts announced, complete. They then transformed into Kaiksa and phase respectively. Kushina and Naruto drew their swords as Geto flicked his hand. The riot troopers charged as the group of shinobi charged as well. Naruto and Kushina were doing well against the riot troopers. Naruto and Kushina slashed, but found killing them hard. Zabuza was slashing at the troopers, and found it took more than a slash to kill them. As for the Genin, Haku and Demon brothers, they were having a hard time attacking as the numbers were too much. They were holding their own as the riot troopers were only fake imitations of what the real rider gear could do. Suddenly, a few riot troopers slid mission memories into their axle ray gun blade mode, and charged at Haruna and Hikari, with their energy-filled blades. Naruto noticed this and ran at them. He slid the mission memory into the phase phone and went into axle form. But he had reached them before he could press the button, taking the stabs in Hikari and Haruna's place. The girls saw this as Naruto fell down, the phase suit dissolving, reverting Naruto back into human form. The girls yelled in fear, Naruto-kun Oni-chan. Everything Naruto saw became a blur, then he saw black. Kushina, Mikoto, Zabuza and the Oni-Kaidai looked in disbelief, shock and fear, as Naruto fell. Hikari and Haruna saw red. Kyuubi roared as she shouted, go, kill them for hurting our mate. The two sisters then released a huge wave of red chakra as the red chakra surrounded them, forming a silhouette of a humanoid fox with one tail. They then charged and killed the troopers one by one. Inside Naruto's mind, he found himself floating in black space. He thought, am I dead? A dark voice said, no, but you will be. You are now in the middle of the realm of life and death. Tell me, do you want to live? Naruto thought, how? I'm dead already. The voice said, I told you, we are in the realm where you are neither alive nor are you dead. You will have to make a choice, go to the dead and wait for your loved ones or go back and protect your precious people at a price. Naruto thought, at what price? The voice replied, the cost of humanity. You will retain your personality. But you will become an orphanage, something that is neither human nor monster. Naruto asked, what's the catch? The voice laughed, clever, at least you know everything has a price. Unlike the other Uzumaki I've seen. For that, there is no price for you as you pass my test. Normally I'll tell them they'll know when the time comes and take away their sanity when their turn. But seeing you pass my test, it'll let you keep it. Naruto thought, but what's stopping you? The voice laughed again, I like you, Gaki. I swear it on my honor and my pride to not take anything from you. You only need to take search control of your new power, should you accept it. Naruto thought, if it lets me protect my loved one, I'll accept it. The voice laughed again. Good, then on this day forward, you shall be known not only as Kamen Rider Phase, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Starting from today, you will live on as the Kyoryu Orphanage. Outside, Naruto floated up, gaining the attention of everyone, including the rage-driven sisters. Naruto then opened his eyes as marks appeared on his face. He then transformed. Now stood a figure, gray in color. He had a triangular-shaped helmet-like object on his head, claws and spikes on his shoulders and fins on the back of his waist. But what stood out most was the three symbols that were on Naruto's chest. The symbols formed a circle, with a pterodactyl at the top, a triceratops on the middle and a tyrannosaurus on the bottom, signifying Naruto symbolized a dinosaur. For the first few seconds, Naruto was in search control. But he suddenly stiffened before he felt the energy taking over. He then let out a primal roar as he lost search control, his white-gray eyes turning totally black. Naruto looked at the troopers and let out a surge of energy, causing ice to spread over the ground and encase the troopers. Surprisingly, the ice only continued over the ground when it reached the Konoha ninja, missing Nin and Tazuna. Haku was the most surprised. She thought, Naruto-kan can use Hyoten. Then the ice exploded, killing several trooper, and by several I mean he killed half of the riot troopers. Wings sprouted out of Naruto's shoulders as he flew up and came back down, creating a shock wave that decimated more troopers. Now there was only 100 troopers standing. The shoulder spikes then shot out, impaling 10 of the troopers. He then flapped the wings at the impaled troopers, blasting icy wind at them, and encased them in ice once more. But this time, the ice didn't explode. The fins on the backside of Naruto merged and formed a large tail as he turned and swung, slamming into the troopers, instantly shattering them to pieces. Naruto then raised his right hand and slammed it into the bridge, shocking Tazuna as he feared for his creation. The shock soon subsided as the bridge was fine when Naruto pulled his hand out holding an axe. Energy surged into the axe as Naruto pushed the T-Rex-shaped lever and turned it into a gun. Naruto then released a large blast of energy from the axe-turned gun, instantly killing the remaining troopers. The deep voice then announced, Ultra Kill. Naruto slowly walked towards Geto, who was standing there in fear. Naruto grabbed him by the neck and raised him up, pulling his hand back and thrust into the man's chest, pulling out the heart before crushing it in his own hands. Then, Naruto threw Geto on the ground before placing his foot on the midget's head and stepped. Blood splattered everywhere as the brain was crushed to bits. Zabuza and the Onikai felt like they were watching what happened in Iwa again. The girls in Tazuna were green from the blood, while Kushina and Mikoto were shocked by the sheer brutality Naruto displayed. Then, sounds of vomiting was heard. Everyone turned and saw a bunch of villagers standing there with pitchforks and shovels, vomiting at the scene. Naruto stiffened again as his eyes turned back to gray-white, breathing heavily. He heard a voice from within his mind, next time, King, I'll be doing the job. I'll tolerate you for a while since we care for the same people, but if you fail like today, I'll take over. Remember, I'm watching. Then the presence disappeared. Naruto, still in Kyoryu orphanage form, looked at the others and saw the fear etched in their faces. He focused and turned back into human before walking towards the girls. As soon as he reached them, he fell as the energy he unleashed took its toll. The girls quickly held him and prevented him from falling. Zabuza asked, what in the nine hells was that? Kushina replied in a soft voice, the orphanage form, a form when someone from our clan dies. They might be given a chance to come back to life, but if deemed unworthy, they become insane, something no one has done. Also something I had hoped to never be seen in Naruto. Inside the Uzumaki Namikaze sisters, the Kyuubi thought, Naruto-kan awakened his orphanage form. This is gonna be so much trouble, though I'm grateful he accepted. I'll have to visit his mind sometime. 2 days have passed since the incident at the bridge. While Naruto had brutally slaughtered the troopers of Geto and totally butchered the tyrant himself, the residents of Nami treated him like a hero. Wherever he went in the village, they'd thank him. Plus he already had a fan group, consisting of worshippers who wanted to be like Naruto, and to the ire of Hikari, Haruna, the Uchiha sisters, Hinata and Haku, fangirls. So Naruto learned the horror of fangirls Sasuke and Itachi had to endure. With Kushina and Zabuza on guard duty, plus Naruto's clone speeding up the bridge construction, we now see Naruto running from a group of fangirls with his sisters, the Uchiha Sais, Hinata and Haku following behind. Back in Konoha, Itachi and Sasuke thought, my fangirl senses are tingling, someone has become one of us, tormented by fangirls. I feel sorry for him. Back to Nami, Naruto finally lost the fangirls with a dozen cage bunshin, and was heading back to Tazuna's home with the girls. Inside Hikari and Haruna's mind, the Kyuubi said, Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, I'm gonna have to talk to Naruto-kun and go to his mindscape for a while later at night. So we'll be bringing him to your mindscapes to tell him later. Okay. The girls nodded as they reached Tazuna's house. Once Naruto sat on the couch, everything disoriented and formed his sister's mindscapes. He saw the Kyuubi and asked, okay Kyuubi, what's up? The Kyuubi smiled and said, "First off, I have a name, all Bijuu have names, the Kyuubi is but a title, my name is Kasumi." Well, since Doa's Kasumi is a perfect description of what the Kyuubi should look like, why not just use the name? And for the reason I called you here, well, one is to tell you we're gonna take care of that problem of yours for the lack of a better word. The second is, well, kinda like you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, kinda like me. Kasumi blushed, okay, I love you. Naruto never thought the great Kyuubi would be flustered like that. Kasumi was having similar thoughts, why the hell am I blushing? Why the hell am I stuttering? I'm the queen of Bijuu, goddammit. Damn you too, Sama, for this. Naruto was curious why Kasumi would love him and asked, so, would be so kind to tell me how you came to love me. Kasumi blushed a deeper shade of red, rivaling one of Hinata, and said softly, well, I've seen how your parents treated you and ignored you for your sisters. Yet you still love them, you may act cold and sometimes an emo, but you hold a warmth and kindness behind them. From all the years I've lived, you're the second person I've seen to ever possess this kind of personality. That's what made me fall for you. Naruto's eyes softened, I see, so, who was the first person? Kasumi replied, my father, the Rakuto Sennin, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Naruto's eyes widened, he was actually having a conversation with the Kyuubi, daughter of the Rakuto Sennin. Then, a bright flash of chakra appeared. The flash died down and revealed an old man, wearing robes with 2 horns. He held a black staff with rings in it. Kasumi said, well, stuttered, T2-sama. The sage smiled at his eldest daughter. Been a long time, hasn't it, Kasumi? Kasumi was surprised and confused, but how? Naruto stood in silence as he watched the father and daughter, albeit an incredibly old father and daughter pair, converse. Hagoromo explained, when you all gathered in the circle during my final moments, I injected an amount of chakra that would never deplete until the day I deemed fit to reveal myself. It was just like I predicted, all of you had gone into the paths of rampage of the human world. I'm quite disappointed that my sons never did listen to my teachings, thought the 9 of you were better. You at least tried to pass my teachings. I placed myself into each of you so that when you find the thing that would lead you away from the wrong path, in your case, anger and hatred, I would appear. The thing you found is quite the opposite of anger and hatred, love and kindness. Seriously, of all my descendants, I never expected to ever see one like you, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, or should I call you Kyoryu Orphanage? Naruto didn't say anything, he was just awed by the aura Hagoromo released. The father-daughter pair saw his gobsmacked expression and laughed. Hagoromo said, it seems that I have become a mere myth nowadays. Never mind, I trust you will treat my daughter well, Kamen Rider phase. Naruto nodded, with a still surprised face. Hagoromo then faced his eldest daughter, Kasumi-chan, you are actually the first to pass the requirements. I'm proud of you. Live on, be happy the way you should be. I will always be watching you all in Kami-sama's court. Well, my time is up. I'll see you when you go to heaven. The legendary sage then dissolved into nothingness. Kasumi then broke down as she once again lost her father. Naruto thought as Kasumi cried into his chest, she looks so vulnerable now, it seems we all have misjudged them, they're just like us, just like humans, with emotions and all. Well, I'm not a human now anyways. Kasumi finished crying and let go of Naruto. She looked at Naruto, if I ever get out of here, you won't say a thing about just now. I do have my reputation. And only you will see this side of, Capish. Naruto nodded, Kasumi then said, now, you should go. Well, take care of your problem later at night. Naruto then found himself back on the couch of Tazuna's house, the time still the same, just a few seconds passed in the evening. Then he heard Tsunami yell, dinner's ready. The whole group then went to eat dinner. Naruto asked, so, Inari, how's the chakra going? Inari smiled, I finally got access to it. I even succeeded in activating my Sharingan, see? He opened his eyes to show the Sharingan with one Tomo. His cousin smiled at him as they too had been like that when they activated their own Dijutsu. Soon, the group happily chatted as they enjoyed dinner. After that, Naruto went to sleep and found Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki, Yuki, Haku and Hinata sleeping beside him, all in almost see-through nightgowns, which made Inari who walked by looking through the half-open door blush. Naruto saw the boy and told him to close the door quietly, to which the boy complied. He too was blushing as he saw the girls' perfect figures. Calming his nerves, he went to sleep, slipping into the mindscape where Kasumi was waiting. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kasumi in the familiar sewers. He asked, so, how are we gonna get to my mindscape? Kasumi smiled, just focus on yourself, all I need to do is touch you, and you will need to focus on going to your mind. Naruto nodded as Kasumi placed her hand on his shoulder, then he focused. He heard Kasumi say, wow, this is a whole lot better than Hikari-chan and Haruna-chan's mind. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a lush green plain with forests surrounding it. At the far ends were 2 mountains with the symbol and the chest plate symbol of his orphanage form on the other mountain, each with a cave. Kasumi and Naruto nodded to each other as they walked towards the orphanage mountain and entered the cave. They soon found themselves looking at a large statue of Naruto's orphanage form. In front of them also sat a boy that looked like Naruto, only difference was the hair was totally black, and he wore weird robes, just clothes. The boy saw the two and smirked. "Ah, King, fancy meeting you here. And I see you brought Kasumi-chan. Let me introduce myself. I am another side of King here. I would say I am Naruto, but that be trouble. So I came up with my own name, Kinzaki. So, what do I owe the pleasure?" Kasumi frowned when he said her name. "First off, you would use my name, and second, we're here to take care of you." Kinzaki laughed. "I see, fine. If the king defeats me in battle, we'll merge and he won't go berserk anymore. Though I doubt he can, shall we?" Naruto said nothing as he immediately transformed into FaZe and Kinzaki going into the orphanage form. FaZe drew the phase edge and charged Kinzaki, who drew the Midagabiryu. Blades clashed as they parried. Kinzaki was forced to jump away as Kasumi shot her tails, and would have impaled him if he didn't. Kinzaki laughed and he said, "So unfair, you two are teaming up on me. I'll change that." He then willed a large wall that separated Naruto and Kinzaki from Kasumi. Kasumi shouted, "No," as she kept hitting the wall, trying to break it to no avail. Kinzaki laughed, "So, it's now you and me." Naruto said nothing as he prepared himself. The next few moments were bad for Naruto. He held his own, but he could never land a hit. As for Kinzaki, he could land a hit every once in a while, but was otherwise evenly matched with Naruto. Kinzaki asked, "You said you wanted to protect our precious people, but you can't even defeat me. How are you going to do that?" Naruto gritted his teeth. Kinzaki continued, "The way you are now, you will soon end up like on the bridge." Naruto yelled, "Shut up. What would you know?" "The luck blades," Kinzaki shouted back, "I know everything. I am you, I have every of our memories. You said you would protect them, but how when you have only this much power?" Naruto felt a burst of energy but shrugged it off. "I will stand up when I fall. I will become more stronger. No matter what way I use, I will protect my precious people." Naruto then felt the burst of energy, only larger. Kinzaki and Kasumi's eyes whitened as they felt the energy erupting from the mountain and Naruto at the same time. Then, a flash of light appeared as the phase blaster appeared in front of Naruto. Kinzaki was shocked. "How? You weren't supposed to have it until you went into the mountain." Naruto reached out and grabbed the phase blaster. Then he appeared in a white plane. In front of him stood a red-haired man. The man said, "Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I am Uzumaki Takumi, the first phase. Your determination, well you don't know about it, is strong. You accepted the deal like almost all of us, and you didn't go insane. We deem you ready to awaken your blaster form. Go, defeat and conquer him." Naruto nodded and he appeared back in the cave. He took the phase blaster and dialed 555 and pressed enter. Then he slid the phase phone into the slot. The device announced, "Standing by. Awakening." Naruto's visor glowed as he glowed red. The light died down to reveal Naruto totally red, with a backpack behind him. Naruto dialed 143 and pressed enter. The blaster announced, "Blade mode." Kinzaki gritted his teeth as the two charged again. This time Naruto proved to be stronger. He then dialed 5214 and pressed device announced, "Phase blaster, discharge." The bloody cannons flew into motion and blasted Kinzaki away. Naruto then pressed enter again, and the device announced, "Exceed charge." He jumped up and kicked, coming down as the hit landed on Kinzaki. Beams of energy erupted from Kinzaki as he yelled in agony. The beams had cut a wall allowing Kasumi to see the final moments of the battle. Naruto jumped away as Kinzaki reverted to human form. Kinzaki forced out, "Good, make good use of the power. I entrust you to protect our precious people from now on. Farewell." Then he exploded into nothingness. Kasumi ran to Naruto as he fell down. Naruto chuckled, "Guess the strain is finally getting to me." Kasumi sighed, "You are either the stupidest or luckiest person I've ever seen. Let's just go to sleep, I've had a long day." Naruto nodded as he went unconscious. A few days have passed since the incident in Naruto's mind. Kasumi revealed her name to Hikari and Haruna. She also told the three not to tell Kushina as she dosed know. Kasumi also extended a link to Naruto so they could talk, meaning his three lovers could always hear his thoughts, and vice versa, though they could choose to not let him hear their thoughts, something Naruto had yet to learn, much to his ire. Now, Naruto was learning to wield the Midagabiryu and using the Kyoryu orphanage form. Everyone was shocked when they saw him go into that form. They prepared to fight when he acted like he was going to attack them, scaring the shit out of them, which also resulted in the former human getting a massive beatdown from 6 worried angry tear-eyed girls. Now, Naruto was training and using his wings. He focused chakra into his wings and flapped, getting the results he wanted, a blast of icy air. He then heard Kasumi said, "Naruto-kun, I found that your chakra has a hyotin affinity in it now. Maybe you should ask Haku to help you with this." Naruto nodded and decided he'd do that later. He flapped his wings hard and blasted into the sky. He kept flapping and found that if he quickened the pace, had fly up, and if he slowed the pace, had descend. After that, he trained in his shoulder spikes. They worked to trap enemies more than attacking, as he found that the spikes also makes it hard for him to move. So he decided that had use it if he wanted to catch an enemy, by spiking them before freezing them up. Then, he tried out using his tail. Turns out his tail was like a normal one. He could actually feel things with it if he wanted to. It could also harden and break things harder than a diamond. As for the Midagaburyu, he found using it to be incredibly easy. It also seemed that he was the only one able to hold it, as seen when Zabuza tried to hold it, only for it to crush the man's hand. As soon as the man let go, the axe sunk into the ground, seemingly forever following Naruto as he dropped the axe at Tazuna's home, and tried to summon it when he was in the forest or at the bridge. The axe could even be used as a gun bazooka if Naruto focused enough chakra in it. He had destroyed a huge part of an inhabitable island further from Nami when he tried it out. Speaking of the bridge, it was almost done. There was only one day of work left since they had raided Gato's mansion, and found more than enough money to supply the bridge. Now, Naruto and Zabuza were sparring. Naruto was holding the phase edge parrying blows from Zabuza. Tazuna watched from his almost completed bridge as he didn't need to do much work now, courtesy of willing villagers and 100 clones. How Naruto could fight Zabuza who was using such a large sword with a sword so small like the phase edge, he will never know, nor will he ever know how could Zabuza hold such a large butcher knife-like sword. The two swordsmen yelled, Amajiri Shinmei Kenjutsu. 4 wasps. They sent several stabs at each other, cuts appearing on each other before vanishing and reappearing to stab their opponent, which was neutralized by each other's blows. They smirked as they yelled, Amajiri Shinmei Kenjutsu, 9-fanged longsword. They proceeded to slash at each other several times, each slash parrying the other. Then, a scroll dropped from the sky as Zabuza caught it. The two then heard a female voice, It's been a long time, Zabuza-chan. I see you've taken up a student. They turned and saw 3 figures. The middle was a red-haired woman, the other 2 were men, one wore glasses with swords on his back, and the other a man with an eye patch. Zabuza said in surprise, Mei. What are you doing here? Should you be back fighting Yugur? Mei laughed, that's old news, we defeated him, and I took on the Mizukage mantle. You do remember our bet, right? Zabuza replied, but I'm a missing nin. Mei smirked, not with the official pardon for you and the Oni-kai die in your hands. Zabuza's eyes widened as he fell to his knees shouting, Nuo. Naruto's sweat dropped and shook his head at his former sensei. Zabuza got over his stupor and said, Fine, I guess he'll have to face the horrors of D-ranks. So, Naruto, Haku will follow you back to Konoha, she wants to live with you anyway. So Mei, are we leaving now or should I wait till the bridge is finished? Mei shrugged, Met, you decided, and y'all either call me Mizukage-sama or Mei-chan. So, if y'all excuse me, I'll need to go back to Kiri, to face, Shutter, my paperwork. The 3 then left. Naruto asked, So, are you going back now? Zabuza shrugged, maybe, but I guess he'll stay till the bridge is done. Naruto nodded as they went back to Tazuna's house. The day passes we now see Team 7 and 12, along with a group of former, missing nins standing on the bridge in front of a bunch of villagers. Inari smiled, will we see you again, Naruto Nai, Tsukini, Yukini, Abe-san. Mikoto smiled at her nephew, well visit. I can't just leave my long-lost family behind now can I? Tsunami smiled at her sister. Tazuna was saying his goodbyes with Zabuza who he had come to good terms with. The other girls in Kushina were just smiling at the scene. As for Naruto, well, he was, talking with his fangirls, well, sort of. The horde of fangirls said in unison, Naruto-sama, y'all come back right. Naruto nodded smiling nervously, now he knew how Sasuke and Itachi felt. After that, the whole group set off. As they walked across the bridge towards the shores, Tazuna thought aloud, come to think of it, we never did name the bridge. How about, the awesome Tazuna Bridge? Tsunami facepalmed with a few villagers, it sounds like the awesome Tarzan Bridge. Inari then snapped his fingers, I got it. He looked at the Naruto fangirls as they all said, the great Naruto Bridge. Tazuna scratched his chin, sounds great. In honor of the boy who set us free from the tyrant Gato. Everyone cheered. With Naruto and the others, Naruto suddenly sneezed. Hikari asked, Ani-chan, you fine? Naruto nodded as he rubbed his nose. Then, they reached a crossroad. Zabuza and the Oni-kai walked to the left, opposite of Konoha. Haku asked, Zabuza-sama, where are you guys going? Zabuza looked at his daughter figure, and said, Haku, we're going back to Kiri, Mei-chan is the Mizukage now. I want you to follow Naruto and the rest back to Konoha. Think of it as a last order from me. Haku was about to protest, but Zabuza raised his palm, I want you to live your own life. You can't just follow me for your whole life. You always said you wanted to live with Naruto, here's your chance. I never saw you as my tool, even if I said I did, you were always and still the daughter I wanted. So go to Konoha and live your own life. Haku said nothing and nodded before hugging her father figure master. After a few goodbyes, the 3 men walked towards Kiri. Maizu said, who knew Zabuza had a soft side. Zabuza growled at him, if you ever mention this to anyone, I'll kill you. Gaozu laughed as his brother nodded furiously. They then walked into the mist. Back with Team 7 and 12 plus Haku, they soon reached Konoha. Kushina saw Izumo and Kotetsu slacking off and sent 2 chakra chains out of her hands, and gave them a weggy, causing high-pitched yelps out of the 2. Mikoto said, Team 7 and 12 reporting from C-rank mission to Nami. We also have a guest, so check her in. The Eternal Guards nodded and did just that. The 2 teams and Haku then headed for the Hokage Tower. They entered and gave their reports. Minato looked at his son. You were taught in Kenjutsu by Mamachi Zabuza, an A-rank Nukenin after you saved him from Oinin. Naruto nodded. Minato rubbed his head. You are either stupid or the luckiest person alive. Anyway, congratulations on completing a C-A rank mission and unlocking your new part of the bloodline, Naruto. So that brings us to case 2, you said your name is Yuki Haku, yes? Haku nodded. Minato continued, and you wish to join the Konoha Shinobi Corps. Haku nodded again. Minato sighed, fine, y'all be added to Team 7. Now comes where y'all be living. Haku said, oh no, if it's okay, can I live with Naruto-kun? Everyone raised an eyebrow. Naruto thought, what the hell? Minato asked, you do know his father, right? And y'all need to ask Kushi-chan about that. Kushina said, well, I'm fine with that. Minato sighed, okay, fine. The compound is huge enough for all of us anyway. So we'll figure out which room y'all sleep in when we get back. Naruto, since she wanted to live with you, y'all show her around and help her settle in. The girls were slightly jealous as that would mean Haku would be spending all day with their beloved Naruto. After that, Minato dismissed the genin leaving Kushina and Mikoto in the room, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were called by Anbu. Minato said, so, Naruto got his orphanage form. You sure he won't go berserk anymore? And what about Hikari-chan and Haruna-chan? He said they used the Kaiba's chakra. Kushina sighed, in order, I'm not sure. I won't worry about the girls though, they were in control even when they used the second tail. They used it when they saw Naruto getting killed before he used the orphanage form. They snapped out of it when Naruto got up and slaughtered the enemy though. And Zabuza told me Naruto was captured by Iwa when he almost killed Rashi. Turns out he met a man called Urumi Sakichi, they had a father-son relationship, and the man got killed in the most brutal way I've ever heard of. He was tortured before buried in the ground, leaving his head above and kicked until the head came off. Jiraiya's eyes whitened, Narumi Sakichi, as in Skull Narumi Sakichi. So that's how he died. And he and Naruto had a father-son relationship. Mikoto nodded, that's what we heard from Zabuza. Come to think of it, Naruto called Zabuza Zabuzanai, as well as the Onikai Dai his brothers. Minato groaned, what is it with Naruto when it comes to missing nin? Kushina then said, wait, what do you mean Skull Narumi Sakichi? You mean this guy is the famed Skull? Jiraiya nodded, Narumi Sakichi, he was once Kumo's top shinobi, but went rouge after the Yondaime Reikage took the Reikage position. He never lost a single battle as he used skeleton-based jutsu to kill. To hear him killed like that, Iwa must have did something to make him submit. They would have discussed more, but an Anbu came in, Hokage-sama, the council wants you at a meeting. Several moments earlier, Naruto and the girls decided to have a snack at Ichiraku's. Now, the 7 people were having a nice meal at the store when Sakura and Sasuke walked in with Kiba at the back. Sasuke and Sakura were fed the lies of Mibuki about all kinds of stuff like they were the elites of Konoha, PFF, you're right, etc. The civilian council knew they could never turn Itachi to their side, so they settled for plan B, Aka getting Sasuke on their side, and one day get him to challenge his brother. Though the young Uchiha feared 3 people, his mother and sisters. Sasuke said, Yuki ni, Tsuki ni. The girls replied, hello Sasuke. And don't think about challenging Naruto-kun, or you know what will happen. Sasuke paled, he remembered the last time he challenged the blonde, utter humiliation and punishment from his adoptive sisters, and they were incredibly sadistic. Sasuke nodded and left, surprising Kiba and Sakura. After the 3 left, the group of 1 boy and 6 girls decided to have a stroll. They then saw the 5 civilian boys from before harassing a few girls. They walked to them and pushed the boys away. One of them raised his hand and was about to smack Haku, before Naruto grabbed the hand and broke the wrist. Naruto said, if I ever catch you doing that, y'all suffer more than just a broken wrist. The boys then ran away to their parents. Now, Minato and Kushina entered the council chambers. Minato asked, what's the meaning of this? 5 councilmen, civilian ones obviously, said, Hokage-sama, your son assaulted our sons when they were minding their own business. Kushina sighed, Minato said, we'll see what my son has to say then, Anbu. 2 Anbu appeared, Minato said, bring Naruto here, and if possible, the girls as well if they're with him. Hiashi was annoyed, you called a meeting because your son said Naruto assaulted them. You are wasting our time. Mibuki said, actually, Hyuga-sama. It's not a waste of time, they should know that even if they were Hokage-sama's children, they cannot attack people for minding their own business. That was bullshit, she just wanted to get back at the family. Soon, Anbu brought the group of 7 into the chambers. Minato said, Naruto, did you attack these 5 people? Naruto noticed the 5 and said, no, I did not attack them. They wanted to smack Haku-chan so I stopped him and gave him a warning. If I attacked him, I'd have cuts or at least bruises, right? They nodded. Naruto continued, and they accused me of attacking them when they were harassing several girls. Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan, Haku-chan, Hinata-chan, Yuki-chan and Tsuki-chan can attest to that. As such, I want to sue them for false accusation and harassing other people. The shinobi half of the council and the elders smiled. They all thought, well played, Naruto. Minato nodded, so, are there anything else? If not, the 5 will be submitted to doing a whole week of D ranks without pay for a whole day non-stop. Dismiss. The shinobi all then left the chambers via Haration, thanks to the Uzumaki Namika's siblings and Minato. A week have passed since the incident with the civilians. Several times Naruto would pass by and saw the 5 boys doing D-rank missions like washing the dishes, cleaning toilets that reeked several weeks, carrying loads, etc. He also noticed that when they did work even academy students could do with ease. They sweated like they had went to a marathon, something that made the blonde shake his head in disappointment. Naruto was walking alone as his sisters, the Uchiha sisters, Hinata and Haku, were at the hot springs with their mothers and other female jounin. Kushina had warned Jiraiya to not peek into the female side of the hot springs this time, or hell have hell to pay. The 3 siblings laughed at their godfather when he nodded furiously, seeing Kushina's hair swinging wildly like Kasumi's tails. He then went to the training grounds and saw Kakashi training his students with Itachi. The 2 older Sharingan users were teaching the younger one, as 2 clones were teaching Sakura and Kiba each. Kakashi noticed Naruto and smiled. "Ah, Naruto. Care to join us for training?" Naruto, having nothing to do, shrugged, "Sure." Naruto walked to them as he heard Itachi say, "Now, Sasuke, if y'all are going to unlock the Sharingan, y'all either train incredibly hard or y'all have to fight in life-death situations. So, you ready?" Naruto piped in, "Actually, Itachi. Mind if I help? I wanna see how Sasuke improved. Let him and I have an all-out spar, killing moves allowed, but if we're very close to killing each other, you guys stop us, that okay?" Kakashi pondered with Itachi for a while. Sasuke was hoping for them to allow it as had be winning anyway. Well, had either be able to pulverize the blonde or had unlocked the Sharingan, then pulverize the blonde. The 2 jounin nodded. The 2 genin stood in position as they prepared to fight. Kakashi snapped his fingers as the 2 sprung into actions. The 2 boys traded punches in the beginning before the fight became intense. Naruto smirked and focused his energy, transforming into the Kyoryu orphanage. Sasuke, Kakashi, Itachi, Kiba and Sakura's eyes widened as they saw Naruto's new form. Itachi and Kakashi thought, so this is what Ka-san Kushina ni meant when she said Naruto had a new form. Sasuke threw kunai as Naruto took out the Midagaburyu from the ground. Axe and kunai clashed as the 2 boys charged. Sasuke jumped away and did hand signs, Kaiten, Kiryuenden. Naruto spread his wings and flapped them, sending a blast of icy air, quenching the flames, and coating the boy in ice slightly. Sasuke soon found himself unable to move quickly as the ice slowed him down severely. Naruto then made his tail swing at Sasuke, who was too slow to dodge it. The tail reached closer and closer. Sasuke suddenly felt everything slowed down and dodged it at the last second. Naruto smirked as he saw the Uchiha's eyes as well as Itachi and Kakashi. Naruto relaxed and said, "Well, I guess the job's done. Kakashi, I hear you have a meeting with Toussaint later with the Jounin sensei. Should you be going?" Kakashi smiled. "I will, after half an hour." Naruto sighed. "If you don't go, I'll tell Ka-san where your secret stash of Ichi Golden Edition books are." Once, he accidentally found a safe box and cracked the code, finding a whole collection of golden framed Ichi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "You won't." Naruto smirked. "You sure? I can Haration and tell her before you can do anything." Well, actually he won't, since the girls and his mother were at the hot springs, and doing that would be absolute suicide. Kakashi sighed. "Fine, you win. I'll see you guys later." He then shunshin towards the Hokage Tower. Itachi asked, "Isn't that meeting an hour later?" Hokage-sama gave us the time in secret after telling everyone a fake time when Kakashi was present. Naruto smirked. "That's the point." Itachi sighed and trained the genin of Team 11, as Naruto left before the males of Team 11 could challenge him, or before the Search Pink Banshee could shout in high-pitched voices. With the Jounin and Minato, the blonde Hokage was saying, "So, this year's Chunin exams, who wants to enter their teams?" Kushina and Mikoto had discussed and said, "We nominate Team 7 and 12 to enter the Chunin exams." Minato nodded as Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy and Asuma stood forward. "I nominate Team 8, 9, 10, 11 to enter the exams." Minato nodded as other Jounin soon nominated their teams. Then Iruka, who was helping Minato with paperwork at the moment, said, "I don't think Team 7 to 12 have the experience to enter yet, save Team 9 of course. They just graduated a few months ago. Team 7 and 12 I understand, as they just completed an A rank, albeit the mission was supposed to be a C rank, plus they have an A rank shinobi in the team. The others can't possibly have the experience Team 7 and 12 have. Sending them in would be suicide, especially Team 11, as the team composition is not suitable with Sakura in it." Minato chuckled. Kakashi and the others owed him 100 ryo each now. They had bet when Iruka would have an outburst about the teams not having enough experience. Minato bet after other Jounin entered their teams, while Kakashi, Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade and Jiraiya had bet before. Minato said, "Iruka, what you're saying is true. But think about it, they all know the dangers of the exams. The sensei are just giving them a chance. If they enter, it's their choice knowing they may die. You taught them, have faith in them. As for Team 11, well, just pray for them. You sure you're gonna risk your team and Mikoto and Fuga Kasuri if their son dies?" Makoto chuckled. Don't worry about it, it's his choice if Sasuke enters, Fugaku, and I won't hold it against you if he dies. He may be my adoptive son, but that's the life of shinobi. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. They all knew her protectiveness of family. Hearing her say that was extremely shocking. Minato then said, okay, so come and get the forms. Otherwise, you are dismissed. With Naruto and Haku, he was showing the ice girl around, continuing from last time since the village was big, and it'd take a week if not more, to show the girl around the whole village. He was bringing her to Ichirikus where he said to be in his own words the best place to eat, and where the food of the gods is served. Now, they were having ramen. Haku thought, this is actually good. Better than any other ramen I've had. Actually it's just because Chef's eating with Naruto. Soon, Tsuna Shinobi entered the shop, as Aim served Naruto's fifth bowl. The male of the Tsuna Shinobi, who was wearing a cat suit with a bandage-covered object on his back, and with warped makeup on his face, noticed Haku. He said, why, hello, may I know the name of the beautiful maiden I have the honor of meeting? The girl with the guy rolled her eyes at her search brother's way of flirting, which is embarrassing himself in her opinion. Haku looked at the makeup guy and said in a cold, Haku, now please don't bother me, I'm trying to have ramen. Then Haku went back to happily talking to Naruto. Then suddenly, Haku felt herself unable to move. She moved towards the guy as he pulled with chakra strings, the trademark of Tsuna's puppet masters. He said, now why don't you come to me, a true man? He leaned in to kiss the ice girl but felt something at his neck. He saw a red blade stick, whatever the phase edge is made off as it's like a staff that can cut with no sharp edges. At his neck, held by one angry yet calm Naruto. The blonde said, let her go or it'll make you regret for trying to do that to my girlfriend. He emphasized girlfriend, causing Haku to blush as they had made it official. The boy huffed, I am the eldest son of the Kazukiage, she should be honored. His sister beside wanted to fassip him, but still made no attempt as she would if he crossed the line. Naruto said, this ain't Suna, and you are here as guests for the Chunin exams if I'm not mistaken. The boy was red with anger. He released the hold on Haku, and reached for the package on his back. The girl with him had her eyes widened. Kankuro, you are seriously thinking of using Karasu? Naruto smirked, if you wanna fight, let's go somewhere more suitable. He materialized the phase driver, and the two Sunanin had their eyes the size of plates. The girl stuttered, Gomenasai, Phase-sama, we apologize, please forgive us. Naruto was confused but said, fine, but if he does it again, it'll make him suffer. The girl nodded as the two ran away. Haku said still blushing, Arigato, Naruto-kun. Naruto replied, it's fine, Haku-chan. Nobody can just force themselves upon someone else, especially not you. Haku then said, oh no, about the girlfriend thing. Naruto blushed, I'm sorry about that, it's just so that I can get him off of you. Haku looked away and said, you know, I heard you have the cra and I don't mind being your girlfriend. Naruto gaped, well of course had gape. Haku was and still is one of the most beautiful girls had ever met. It was his turn to stutter, why you mean it? Haku nodded and kissed him in the lips. After kissing for a full minute, Aim coughed, if you are gonna have a make-out session, Naruto, please do it at home. Tucci who was cooking shook his head as the two teens quickly ate and went home, well not before paying of course. At night, after having dinner with Haku, Jiraiya who came back from a mission with Tsunade and Kakashi, the new Team 7 were given slips for the exams, which they accepted and were ready to go to the academy for it the next day. Tsunade and Jiraiya went on a mission, so they don't know Haku before this day, which they were introduced to each other. Tsunade was surprised to have a new housemate, but got along with the girl, as the ice girl had an interest in medical ninjutsu and stuff like that. She even took her as an apprentice. Haku was shocked that Naruto was related to so many famous, and not to say strong people. As for Jiraiya, you guessed it, or not, he gave Naruto thumbs up, and started looking over her for his books before receiving a chakra enhanced punch, and a phase shot enhanced punch from Tsunade and Naruto respectively. At late night, Haku, Hikari and Haruna had agreed with each other to sleep with Naruto. So imagine the boy's surprise when he found both of his sisters beside him and Haku on top of him. He had a nosebleed and blushed like a tomato when he saw their almost transparent nightgowns. Unfortunately and unknown to the boy, Jiraiya was spying on him and the girls from the window. He chuckled perversely as he thought, oh almighty gods, my godson is a goldmine. With this, I can even make a sequel for Ichiricha. Trials of Apollo, maybe the sequel shall be named Ichiricha. Trials of Apollo. The Ice Princess. Yes, Haku shall appear in the second series. Next day, the teams all woke up and headed for the academy. Team 7 and 12 stood at the entrance of the academy and smirked at each other. Naruto said, so, girls, it's time for the Chunin exams. Start our engine. The girls smiled at their boyfriend's enthusiasm and nodded. Team 7 and 12 entered the academy and saw Team 9, they greeted each other. Tenten then whispered, when we reach the second floor, I'm gonna fake acting that floor is the third floor, so I need you guys to play dumb and just go to the third floor. Izumo and Katetsu have been assigned to fool them, lessens the competition. The two teams nodded as they headed for the third floor. As the three teams entered, Tenten started her act and was almost going to succeed. Well, we have number 1 Uchiha Sasuke to thank for that. Yuki and Suki scolded their brother, Baka. It was to weed out the weaklings, you just made the chance of us passing harder. Sasuke said, how was I supposed to know? Kiba said, I did tell him about that, but he wanted to rub it into the faces of those who didn't spot it. Yuki and Suki sighed and rubbed their temples. They seriously had an idiot for a brother, albeit an adoptive one. Then, a loud voice yelled, Sasuke-kun. Then a blonde and purple blur appeared crashing into the Uchiha, followed by Sakura who jumped on the boy as well. The guy with specs and white hair walked to them. Seriously, this ain't a field trip. You make the exams look like a joke, and more importantly, us. Please tone it down. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Name. The guy chuckled, well, since you asked so nicely, Imyukushi Kabuto. Tell you what, since we're Konohanin and Yara all rookies, it'll give you some information, anyone in particular you wanna know. Sasuke smirked and said out loud, yes, I want info on Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and Sabaku no Gar. Naruto wanted to punch the lights out of this idiot now. As soon as his name was mentioned, several Iowa shinobi whipped their heads in his direction and glared at him, who glared back with more intensity, making them flinch and turned away. Kabuto chuckled, name already, this is so boring. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, he left the village at the age of 9. Throughout the years, he got captured by Iwa with a man called Narumi Sakichi, Aka the Skull. Naruto then escaped and killed a huge portion of Iwa's forces, and gained A-rank status for almost killing Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Yambi. His entry in the bingo book is Kamen Rider phase, holy shit. It is also said that he trained under Mamachi Zabuza, and learned the Amajiri Shinmei Kenjutsu. This got the attention of the Kirinin. Kabuto was about to continue when the info card in his hand suddenly burst into flames. Kabuto looked up and saw Naruto sheathing the phase edge. Kabuto cursed, shit, Orochimaru-sama has dread it yet. We need info on his Jikei Genkai, I'll be mad. Kabuto sighed, such a spoil sport, never mind. On to Gar, he is able to use sand at will, killed at a young age, has done 40 D ranks, 30 C ranks and 15 B ranks. Never had a hit on him during the missions, otherwise, nothing noteworthy. Naruto, Hikari and Haruna then heard Kasumi's voice. I sense 3 Jinchuriki here. The Gar guy is Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Those 2 Kumonin, the tall black guy and the blonde girl are Jinchuriki of the Niibi and Hichibi. I won't need to worry about those 2, I was close to the both of them. As for Shukaku, be wary of him. The 3 nodded back as smoke came out in the front of the room, and out came a scarred-faced man with a bandana on his head. He said, now, the test is about to start, so get to your seats, pronto. The genin quickly went to their assigned seats. Naruto found himself sitting with Hinata and Suki, in front was Yuki, and behind were his sisters and Haku. He was basically surrounded by his girlfriends, what luck. Tsunebiki told them the rules, well, you know them, and distributed the papers. Ibiki said once more, you have an hour and a half, now begin. Naruto looked at the papers and saw that they were all Jounin questions, and Naruto had read about it in the clan library, so he quickly wrote down the answers in 20 minutes. He scanned the room and found people cheating. His sisters were no doubt talking with Kasumi, Yuki and Suki, as well as Sasuke were copying answers with the hand movements, while Hinata and Iji were using the Byakugan. He looked up and saw Lee, Tenten and Haku using mirrors to get the answers, while ice mirrors in Heika's case. Kiba was getting answers from Akamaru, Shino was using Kakechu bugs to get answers, while Gaara was using a sand-made third eye. Ibiki looked at the genin and thought, most of them are good, though not enough. Suddenly, the kunai flew past Naruto hitting the table of a Kiri genin. The boy stood up and said, what's the big idea? The Chunin that threw the kunai said, you were caught cheating for more than 5 times, get your teammates and yourself out of here. Number 50, 51, 52, fail. 2 of the genin stood up and left with the guy. Then Kankuro raised his hands, can I use the washroom? Ibiki nodded as Kankuro walked out and came back in with the Chunin. Coincidentally, Kankuro suddenly got the answers as he wrote it down. Ibiki smirked at Kankuro knowingly as he knew exactly what Kankuro had done. He then looked outside the window where a few Jounin were gathering on the roof. On the roof, Kushina, Mikoto, Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai and Enko were talking. Asuma said, great, they're so gonna fail now. Ibicus the proctor. Kurenai, who had just turned Jounin when the genin teams were made, didn't have a clue who was Ibiki, and asked, why? Enko smiled at her friend and said, you just turned Jounin a few months back, of course you won't know. See, Ibiki is our top interrogator, with me being the second as Hasumi-sensei. Ibiki can make prisoners crack in less than an hour in a cell with mind games, and if I know him, which I do, had used mind games to play with the genin, making them unknowingly volunteer to give up their chances of becoming Chunin this year. Kushina and Mikoto smirked, well, we won't worry about our teams. Kakashi deadpanned, your team has Naruto in it, Kushina ni, who got A-rank status already now, earlier than any of us in terms of age. Kushina smiled, true. Kakashi continued, and with Naruto, Mikoto-sama's team won't quit with Naruto keeping their confidence up. Mikoto also smiled at the Cyclops since she didn't need to worry about her team unlike the others. Back with Naruto, he saw that he still had an hour and started to sleep. Ibiki and the Chunin as well as Naruto's girlfriends all sweat dropped as Naruto started snoring, with a bubble coming out of his nose as he did so. Soon, the time was up, and Naruto woke up as Ibiki shouted, "Time's up, pencils down, kid wake the fuck up." Naruto sat up groggily and said, "What, it's time?" Ibiki ignored him and said, "Good, now it's time for the 10th question. Now, there are gonna be rules. Number 1, if you choose to take this question, you will either pass or never get the chance to be Chunin or higher." A random genin from Iowa shouted, "That's ridiculous. There were others who took the test before." Ibiki said as he looked at the boy, "Then they have never had me as the proctor. This is my rules now, so take it or leave it. I will give you a chance to back out and fail this time, but take the exam another time." Soon, a whole bunch of teams dropped out. All that's left is the Konoha genin rookie teams and Kabuto's team, Gar's team, the Kumo Jinchurika's teams, 2 Aiwa teams, 2 Kiri teams, and Odo teams, 2 Kusa teams and 2 AIM teams. Ibiki said once more, "Anyone else? Keep in mind this is your last chance." Naruto looked around and felt it was a good number with less competition, so he laughed. Ibiki narrowed his eyes. "What's so funny, boy?" Naruto stopped his laughter and said, "The fact that your bluff is so stupid it actually works. You do know that we can get a field promotion or just get one if our own cage deems us ready, right? Plus, are you really gonna believe that the cage of other villages will forbid their genin from advancing, preventing their forces from growing stronger? Well, in us Konoha genin's cases, you could, but as for the other villages, it's a fucking freaking noob idea." Ibiki wanted to smack the kid for saying that about his ideas, but he only twitched his hands. Naruto's girlfriends, on the other hand, were fearing for the blonde boy, since they knew exactly who it was that Naruto was berating. Ibiki then said, "I could use an idea that would make you immediately drop out, but I'll let this slide once since you do have a point and actually thought of it. So, all I have to say to you now is, you pass." Sasuke, Sakura and Kiba, who knew what was coming, Ibiki and surprisingly Naruto, counted in their minds along with his sisters and Kasumi. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. The whole class erupted. "What?" The girl from Sunas said, "Then where is the 10th question?" Naruto sighed. "There is no 10th question. Well, technically, the take or leave option is the 10th question, right, Scarface?" Ibiki ignored the Scarface comment and said, what the blonde smartass said, "The 10th question is the take or leave option. In missions, there are times where y'all have to make tough choices. Y'all either choose the mission and risk your life and team, or you save your team and yourself and forsake the mission. The choices I gave you were based on that. You either take the question, which is the mission, or you get the promotion next time, which is your lives. I know that the shinobi code says to live as long as you can, but sometimes, you must risk it, and you just showed the requirements for a chunin. So, all I have to say is..." He didn't say anything as a black object came flying in. It opened up to be a banner that said, "Mitarashi Enko, Proctor number 2 is here." A woman followed in and shouted, "So, let's go to the 2nd stage, yeah." She pumped her fist as a crow flew by cawing, "Baka, baka." Ibiki sighed, "Enko, you're early." Enko smiled sheepishly, "Am I? Sorry about that. 20 teams, ha, you're losing your touch. They'll cut them in half. So, as I said, let's go to the next stage, Training Ground 44. After a while, and by a while, I mean half an hour, the genins finally gathered at the training ground. Enko said, "So, welcome to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Shinomori." Thunder erupted from within the forest and scared the wits out of the genin there, well, some of them. Naruto then said out loud, "It's been a while since I came here." Enko raised an eyebrow, thinking, so has taking the exams, huh? I thought had take the promotion Hokage-sama offered him, since has an A-rank shinobi, killed Iwa's forces like his father. Outside she said, "Oh." She suddenly threw a kunai at the reminiscing boy who just raised his fingers and caught the kunai in the ring with his index finger, before putting the phase edge behind himself, right where Anko's neck was. The genin all had whitened eyes as they didn't even sense the woman move, and that Naruto countered her quickly. Enko got away from Naruto and continued, "So, after you sign this, which is an agreement case you die and we won't be held responsible, y'all get a scroll, either 10 or Tsuchi. To pass the test, you need both and reach the tower. They'll warn you though, do not open the scrolls if you have both before you reach the tower, and do not open them if you have only one. On missions, you may get important documents and you are not to open them. I'm sure you know that, right?" Getting nods, she told them to hop to it. After that, all the teams were assigned to their respective gates. Enko said via microphone, "Now, I'm sure everyone is at their gates. So, begin." The gates flew open as the Genin Chunin hopefuls all rushed into the forest. As soon as Naruto and his sisters got to a fair distance from the gates, he signaled them to stop and extended his senses to search for the Uchiha's sister and Hinata's team. After a full minute, which was considered long by shinobi standards, well, that is if you are in a forest that is incredibly dangerous, in which case, there were. Naruto said, "Hikari-chan, Haku-chan, Haruna-chan, Tsuki-chan, Hinata-chan and Yuki-chan are a mile due east. We'll join them and get our scrolls together, that okay?" The girls nodded as the team of siblings lovers sped towards the east. As they jumped over the trees, screams of terror were heard as liquid splattering the ground was heard, creeping the two girls out. Naruto and Haku were indifferent as they had their fair share of kills. Soon, they finally reached the team and saw Team 11 with them. Iki, Tsuki and Hinata smiled when they saw their fiancé's team. Team 11 didn't say anything as Sasuke wanted to live. Sakura was too occupied with fawning over Sasuke, while Sai was merely observing Team 7. Yuki said, Now Naruto-kun is here, we should work together to get our own scrolls. Would be faster that way, right? Team 12 and 7 nodded. Team 11 wanted to protest, but one quick glare from Tsuki shut them up, before nodding as well. As Hinata was searching the area with Naruto extending his senses, they found the AIM teams and Iowa teams together coming their way, fast. Naruto smirked, well, looks like we've got a 4-on-3 match coming right up. As if on cue, a male voice was heard, damn right you are, we AIM teams are getting the scrolls, while the Iowa teams are just gonna pound you Namikaze idiots into the ground. The Iowa genin all grunted in approval as the obvious leader said, y'all pay for what you bastard of a father did to us, and you yourself, damn bastard. Naruto said in reply, I don't care if you hate us for our father, but you Iowa fuckers killed the man I looked up as my father, I won't stop until every one of you are slaughtered. He then immediately went into orphanage form holding the Midagaburyu and charged them. The other genin decided to deal with the AIM teams. The Iowa genin all shot earth jutsu at the Dino-themed orphanage, but he batted them away like they were flies, sometimes cutting them in half. He slammed the axe into one of the genin, and decapitated the poor boy. Well, he deserved it, in Naruto's opinion. Naruto turned to another and unleashed a blast of cold air, giving Haku an advantage for her ice jutsu in the process. The Iowa genin was frozen from bottom to the top, before he was broken into a million pieces from Naruto, slamming the frozen genin with his tail. The other Iowa genin shouted, y'all pay for that, you bastard. Naruto replied, I'd like to see you try. Even the best of your so-called shinobi forces cold stand up to me as I killed all of them in my weakest form. How in the 9 fucking hells do the 6 of you weak genins can ever hope to even scratch me in one of my strongest forms? He sent the shoulder spikes and impaled 2 of the genin in the hearts, instantly killing them. He turned to the last 2 genin standing. Raising his axe, he focused energy into the blade and said, blame your elders for being too arrogant. They couldn't beat my father during the war. They couldn't beat me a few years ago. You Iowa freaks sure as hell have no hope in beating us now. He swung the blade. A larger blade of energy came out the axe, cutting the 2 remaining Iowa genin in half. This is like Aichi using the many cell metals and cutting Prof Maki in the final battle, except it succeeds in killing the targets unlike an OOO. When the fight started, Team 7, well the girls of the team anyway, handled the first AIM team with Team 12, while Team 11 fought the other team. After the wave of cold air blasted the area, Haku started to use her ice mirrors, Hyoten, Maku Hyasho. The mirrors appeared as Haku stepped into them. Haku was the best to fight the AIM teams, since they used water-based jutsu, while AIM was basically a weaker version of Kiri, in terms of shinobi forces anyway. The leaders of both villages, while Kiri can never hope to win against the leader of AIM, cough pain cough. So, the first team was soon porcupined, their scrolls taken. As for Team 11, well, they were having a hard time. Sakura was useless, only shrieking when Sasuke was about to get hurt. Come to think of it, her damn screaming distracted the AIM team with ear ruptures, so in a weird, stupid way, she was useful. Sasuke was careless and always let an opening slip by, and would have been killed if Sakura hadn't come to the rescue with her damn banshee voice. Sai, he was the best for now. Using the paint jutsu he used, he was able to fight a 2-on-1 battle and winning. Naruto, the rest of Team 7 and Team 12, looked at the pathetic fight. Well, you can't call it a fight, since it was so stupid even academy students could do it. If you taught them the jutsu used, then you can do a reenactment of the fight exactly the same way. None of it will have to be changed. Soon, the fight ended in Team 11's victory. Luckily, they got all their acquired scrolls and were heading to the tower. As the teams were jumping through trees, Sai was suddenly blasted away from the group. The group was surprised when a woman dropped down and spoke. An unbranded Hyuga, 3 Uchiha, 2 of the Kyuubi vessels, 1 Hyoten user and 1 right gear user. I could take all of the Jujutsu and get the final one to strengthen my own. As for the vessels, I could get the Akatsuki off me with them. They all slid into battle stances as Naruto went into phase form. The woman licked her lips with her tongue like a snake. Naruto's eyes widened as he knew only one person could do that. He growled, Orochimaru. The woman laughed and ripped off her masked face, revealing the snake Sannin. He smiled at the writer. I still haven't paid you back for stealing my specimens, Naruto-kun. Naruto said nothing to the Sannin. He addressed the others. I want you to stay out of the fight. I'm not sure if I can take him on myself, so you guys have no chance at all. Stay safe, and do not interfere if you want your lives. Sasuke especially. Your sisters love you, and I won't let them get sad even if I dislike you. Capish, everyone. They nodded as Naruto leaped at Orochimaru who had his smile on. Naruto threw a punch as Orochimaru dodged. You are quite slow, Naruto-kun. I heard you killed a whole portion of Iwa's forces. I wonder what made you do it. Perhaps, it had something to do with Mr. Naramisakichi. Naruto growled. You have no right to say his name. He drew the phase edge as Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi and parried the energy blade. The group noticed Naruto was getting more aggressive every second. He was usually calm and collected, so it meant this Narumisakichi meant a lot to Naruto for the blonde to actually lose his cool in a fight. Orochimaru smirked and laughed. I know you are holding back, I know you defeated your father. But y'all come to see this as your downfall. He caught Naruto off guard by wrapping the blonde's armored hand with his long tongue, before coating all of his fingers with the purple fire, yelling, God Yofuin. And the Sannin slammed his hand onto Naruto's stomach before he could react, blasting the blonde away into a tree. Orochimaru then looked at the remaining. He smirked, now, for you. His neck extended and bit Sasuke, but before he could do the others, Naruto shot out of the tree he was slammed into, and knocked the Sannin away in orphanage form. He growled out, pressing his axe and sword against the Kusanagi. He growled, you will not touch any of my girls. Unknown to everyone, inside of Naruto, the two mountains were releasing energy at the same time, a result of the seal which was destroyed immediately, but the effects were done, not messing Naruto's chakra like it was supposed to, but messing with his other. The energy collided. In the middle of the energies, where the two met, a small object was sprouting out of the ground, slowly but surely, releasing a red energy. Back outside, Orochimaru cursed. He only marked Sasuke, but he called mark the others, damn that Minato's son. He could also feel Naruto slowly overpowering him, so he did the only thing he could, escape. After Orochimaru vanished via Kawarimi, Naruto saw that Sasuke had passed out, and he felt a weird energy before it faded away. He said tiredly, why not we rest a while here, for the night. We've got 4 more days left anyway. I can set up a barrier around us, I'm too tired to move on anyway. Everyone nodded as they went to find a spot, not noticing 2 males and 1 female following them closely, masking their presence well enough to not get caught. Naruto and the others found a tree large enough with a small cave in it, that was somehow enough to fit 9 people. Naruto made the seal and put it on a tree, making a barrier with a 20-meter diameter. Unknown to anyone, the 3 genin that followed them were inside the barrier, and were resting on a treetop at the edge of the barrier, deciding to make their move the next day. The next day, Naruto and the others were up. Well, Sasuke was still asleep, so they decided to rest up more for a little while. Well, the girls and Sai went back to sleep anyway. Naruto suddenly felt 3 presences in the barrier. He ran out and saw the 3 Oto genin. One was a boy with gauntlets, another was a boy with a helmet, for the lack of a better word, which was like the nickname, and finally, a black-haired girl who was carrying bags. Looking at the boys, they were carrying too little equipment, so that would mean the girl was carrying the load for them, and she didn't like it or the 2 boys. Naruto narrowed his eyes. How did you get in here? I felt no one even getting through my barrier. The gauntlet boy laughed. We were in it the first place. You made it with a 10-meter radius. Of course we could get in. We only needed to mask our presence. Now, before you ask, Naruto was too tired, so he didn't sense them. The helmet boy then said, now, if y'all let us kill the male Uchiha, we'll then be off. Naruto shook his head. If you kill him, Yuki-chan and Suki-chan will get sad, even if I don't like that bastard. So no, I won't let you kill him. The 2 boys then smirked. The girl was slightly scared from the look of her face. The boys said, we were hoping you'd say that. Then they charged. Naruto, fully rested up, just smacked them around the barrier for full minutes before letting them drop to the ground. The gauntlet boy growled, why are you standing there, you damn bitch? Help us defeat this guy. The girl called move quick enough to even fight and said, how can I move with these? The helmet boy growled, just help us, I isn't here to save you, bitch. Naruto sighed. He was the cold-hearted bastard. Looking at this, he was going to smack the boys for insulting the girl, even if they were enemies. If there was something Mito and Sakichi taught the blonde, it was that no men, or boys, should ever treat a girl like shit, unless they were fangirls. And Naruto knew from the look on the girl she wasn't a fangirl. Unlike a pink bashi and a blonde bitch whose parents were trying to get through, with no avail. Ino will still be a fangirl, only not berating others for being stronger or not giving what Sasuke wants, just fawns over him. Suddenly, a dark purple torrent of chakra came out of the tree, instantly knocking out the non-suspecting girls and Sai who were too close and undefended from the chakra, sending them into a deeper sleep, again. Sasuke walked out, marks on his body. The godlike guy had his eyes shrink in fear. A curse mark user. Fuck, Orochimaru didn't say anything about a curse mark, he used us. Zaku was about to say something, but called to Sasuke had appeared in front of the 2, and had stabbed their necks with kunai, killing them. Looking at the girl, he strode towards her, and was about to rip off her clothes, as the girl backed away but was stopped by Naruto. He asked, what are you doing, Sasuke? He said the sentence in a dangerous tone. He hated rapists, since they were the lowest of shit in the types of people. Sasuke glared at the blonde. You should mind your own business, you damn traitor. Naruto said nothing as he threw the Uchiha onto the ground, walking up to the idiot, and gave a chakra-enhanced kick on the stomach, knocking the boy out, making the marks recoil back into the seal that was now visible on the neck. He then looked at the girl. What's your name? The girl replied, Tsuchikin. Naruto nodded. Sorry about your teammates, since they're dead, you should come with us to the tower. Kin nodded. Also, I want a defect to Konoha, if that's fine. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Why? Kin said, fidgeting her fingers. Well, you see, there's a guy called Orochimaru who came to my village. He took control and made the place a living hell. My sister and I trained as his shinobi, she became his elites, and I am still a genin. I can't take it anymore. When we came here, I saw how this place is. I want to live here, away from Odo. Naruto then asked, what about your sister? Kin said, I can convince her. There's an invasion planned by Orochimaru and Suna during the finals. I want to tell the Hokage when I transfer to Konoha. Naruto nodded. Fine, I can get an audience with my father for you. Now, just rest. Y'all need it. Kin gaped as she was having a conversation with the Hokage's son, and felt lucky as she might get the chance she wanted, then followed the boy to rest. Next morning, Hikari and Haruna woke up to see Naruto fast asleep. They then noticed Kin sleeping beside their brother. Curious to who the girl was, the sisters shook the girl and asked, who are you? Kin woke up and said, my name's Tsuchi Kin. My team was supposed to kill Uchiha Sasuke, but the plan backfired, and my team was killed. I am deflecting to Konoha when we reach the tower. Naruto-sen offered me to rest here and move with you guys. The two sisters nodded and woke everyone up. Naruto said, well, I'm sure most of you are confused why I'm keeping Kin here. She has info on someone my father and the two other Sannin once dead. Plus she's planning on defecting, so I decided to just help a potential ally as such. Sakura then screeched, but her team wanted to kill Sasuke-kun. She should be punished. Naruto looked at the Banshee. Your precious Sasuke tried to rape her. If I hadn't stepped in. Sakura replied, he is the descendant of Uchiha Madara. He can do anything. Sasuke nodded and said, she should be honored to give birth to my child. The girls, well the Trukunoichi anyway, all glared at him. The civilian council's crap had grown in him. He was going to receive another beatdown soon. The civilian council's not-so-secret plan was known by every Uchiha as well as the Uzumaki Namikaze and Hyuga clan, which was gaining the favor of one direct descendant of Uchiha Madara, Aka Uchiha Sasuke, and get him to challenge Uchiha Itachi for the clan head status, and finally getting the sway of the Uchiha clan on the council. To be honest, this could be seen as treason, but they had no proof at the moment. Hearing this, Naruto stepped forward and smacked her, sending her flying across the small space of the tree cave, also causing the tree to shudder at the impact. The girls all were shocked as well as Sasuke seeing Naruto acting so aggressive. The blonde growled, if he had raped Kin, it'd have killed him. Rape is so one of the things I despise. When I was away from the village, I witnessed a girl raped, and she begged the man who raped her to kill her. She was miserable and had killed herself. I regretted not saving her that time. Naruto glared at Sasuke, you're lucky your sisters and your brother love you. But your parents will hear of this, Yuki-chan, Tsuki-chan, I hope you two will act as witnesses. The sisters nodded and said, Sasuke tried to rape a girl, that's unforgivable, we'll act as witnesses, Naruto-kun. Hope this teaches you a lesson, Sasuke. Naruto continued, let's go. The group then started their journey, which was unnaturally silent and uneventful, aside from the screams of terror heard occasionally. Then, Naruto felt a presence and held up his hand, signaling the group to stop. He said, Hinata-chan, use your Byakugan, check the area. She did so and said, I see a Konoha team near us, but there's something wrong, it's like they're planning to ambush us. Naruto said nothing and just leaped into the direction. Screams were heard as Naruto came back holding two scrolls, blood visible on his black jacket and shirt. Hikari and Haruna gasped, Ani-chan, you killed them. They were Konohanin. Naruto shook his head, no, they are our enemy. I'm sure Kin saw the three of them at least once in Odo. Kin nodded and said, they're one of Orochimaru's top spy teams. Orochimaru sent them here years ago. It's surprising how they sent info to Orochimaru and still kept their cover here. Naruto sighed, that's because the village's security is lax. Thanks to the civilian council. He said the last part glaring daggers at Sakura who said nothing and glared back. Sakura said, what is your problem with me and Sasuke-kun? Truth to be told, the seal had messed up Naruto's energy, at the same time messing with his emotions, even if it's for a few days only, but no one knows that. Naruto replied, it's people like you who make a bad name for shinobi. You civilians act like you own this place, when it's the shinobi who created the place. Your fucking civilian council has been a thorn to shinobi for years. I've been to other villages, their civilian councils are the same, though without so much power. Their security is tight, unlike ours. Do you think I'm a normal genin? Think again. I know what that whore of your mother did to ensure you civilians can get your way, make more money while at the same time destroying our village. Sakura yelled, Ka-san is like that. Naruto replied, no. Do you know why your mother hates my family so much? Do you know that the council is corrupted because of the civilian council? Do you know that our village is heading towards bankruptcy? Do you fucking know our village is about to get invaded because your damn fucking mother and her fuck buddies lowered our security so much that an invasion could happen, and we can't fight back in time? Sakura was shocked that Naruto yelled at her. Naruto continued in a calm voice, no, you don't. After the exams, if the village still stands, look around and observe the security, all of you. There are many things you don't know about your parents, Sakura. Things that will forever change your view of them. Your mother once tried to tear apart my parents, but had an epic fail. Think about that, I dislike you and Sasuke, true, but I still care for the village, or at least what was inside it. The civilian council is destroying the place, and if the adults won't take action in time, I will kill them. Sakura was speechless as they continued their journey. Some unknown area, a pink-haired woman was sitting at the head of a dark room with many other people. She said, "Good, soon we will reach our goal. We will take what we rightfully deserve, and I will have my revenge on those two bitches for corrupting Minato and Fugaku. We will retake our rightful position and put those damn shinobi beneath us, where they are supposed to." The other people nodded in agreement as they continued with their plan. Back with the group, they finally reached the tower. Naruto saw the sign in dread. He then turned to the group and said, "Take out your sets of scrolls, open them and put them on the ground in cross formation." Sasuke said, "Why should we listen to you?" Naruto looked at him. "I'm not in the mood now, Sasuke. If you want to bitch around, do it when you're dead. But now, don't piss me off, or y'all get to experience how I killed Kabuto and his team, and don't say that your sisters might hate me, and I won't kill you, I know that. But if you don't stop act like that, despite what will happen between me and your sisters, I will kill you." Naruto turned away and unrolled the scrolls and placed them in X formation. As he was doing this, his girlfriends were surprised why Naruto was acting like this. He was unusually violent, more easy to anger. They then thought about what Orochimaru did to him, slamming those fire-coated fingers on his stomach. Maybe that had something to do with his unusual behavior. They were gonna have to ask Minato later. As soon as he was done, from the 3 sets of scrolls, smoke came out and 3 figures appeared. They were the 3 teams' respective sensei. Kushina, Mikoto and Kakashi smiled at them. "Ah, I see you 3 teams decided to work together and got here on the 3rd day. Impressive." Naruto said, "We would have gotten here earlier if it wasn't for that damn Orochimaru." Mikoto laughed, "Very funny, Naruto." The 3 Jounin then saw their faces and said, "You're serious?" They nodded. Kushina then said, "Then y'all have to come to see Minakun." "Oh, who's this young lady?" Naruto replied, "She's Tsuchikin, part of the team Orochimaru sent to kill Sasuke, but he killed her teammates and was about to rape her. He also had weird markings on him. Kin also has info on Orochimaru, Dodo and Suna, planning to invade us during the final stage of the exams." The Jounin nodded as Mikoto looked at her adoptive son disapprovingly. "We're gonna have a talk with your father, young man." They then went in and headed for the Hokage's temporary office in the tower. Minato smiled as he saw the teams. Kushina said, "Minakun, they encountered Orochimaru in the forest, and Sasuke has the curse mark now. Kin here also has info on Odo and Suna invading us, and wants to defect to Konoha." Minato nodded and called for Jiraiya via Anbu. Minato then said, "Tell me all about your encounter with Orochimaru." The teams reported everything they knew, and Minato sighed, "Naruto, we're gonna check if there's anything wrong with you. They also said you are acting unusually violent just now. We'll need to research on that. We'll take care of the invasion, nothing you need to worry about for now. As for Kin, I'm sorry, but aside from you becoming a slave or someone's wife here, I can't do anything to let you defect." Kin looked down, then said, "Anything, just don't send me back to Odo." Minato nodded, "Fine, since Naruto brought you here, you will now be Naruto's official slave, though y'all be treated normally. The slave thing is just a name, plus, if I know my son, he won't treat you badly. You will live at the compound with Haku here." Haku nodded and smiled at Kin, who smiled back. Kin also blushed as she heard of being a slave to Naruto, who she found to be quite handsome. Naruto sighed and nodded, "Fine." Minato smiled, "Now that's settled, I think you should go rest up. Yeah, I've had a long day." They didn't disagree as they went to the rooms in the tower. Takari and Haruna smiled evilly at their brother as they pulled him into the room, locking it. Unknown to any of them, Jiraiya was outside by the window using the transparency jutsu, and was giggling perversely while writing down notes, blood dripping off his nose. The next remaining days passed quickly. Minato had sealed Sasuke's curse mark and checked his son for any seals present, and found none. Inside Naruto these few days, the object in the middle of the 2 mountains had rose to form a small hill, showing a small, R-like shape at the bottom and was still rising, releasing red energy, as the 2 energies from the Phase and the Orphanage Mountains sent out their own energy. Kushina had also gotten to know Kin when she was sent back to the compound. The 2 loyal Sannin and Naruto's parents also noticed the blush Kin got whenever Naruto was mentioned. When they discussed this, Jiraiya grumbled something about damn brats getting all the cute girls, resulting in laughter from everyone present. Now, the genin were gathered in the arena at the top of the tower. Minato was smiling at the genin Chunin hopefuls. Truth to be told, he was just proud that his children had made it this far in the exams. The first time he did it, also in Konoha, same test, he failed to get past the forest with his team, but luckily survived. Granted, he nor anyone in his team were A-rank shinobi. But his children had fought against Orochimaru, Orochi-fucking-Maru of all people, and survived. Minato snapped out of his musings and said, "I must congratulate all of you to be able to get so far in the tower, especially with so many of you here. Now, before we go further, I must inform you that you are now representing your own villages. The villages can never truly be at peace, so to speak, that's why the Chunin exams are formed. True, it's to promote the genin to Chunin, but that could have been done separately in your respective villages. The second reason for the exams is to avoid war. Minato paused as to give a dramatic effect and continued, as you should know, or not, the village income rely on missions from inside and outside of a village. So, by having the exams, your villages can show your strength and attract more mission requests should you win. You get what I'm saying here. He got nods in response and continued, and as such, since there are too many of you here, we'll be having a preliminary test, a one-on-one all-out match. Death is fine but not encouraged, so Anko, if you would. Anko nodded as she motioned to the walls. She said, as a screen popped out, the screen here will show your names, well, the ones who will fight in a match. If there are anyone who wishes to quit, please raise your hand as you aren't allowed to quit after we enter your names into the board. Kabuto and one of his teammates quit and walked away. Anko nodded, okay, now there are odd numbers. Hey, here she'll tell you the rest of the rules, and is the proctor for this test. A sick-looking man with a sword walked forward and said, like Anko-sen said, I'm the next proctor for this test. As such, y'all follow my orders when you take the test. Plus there'll be a three-way match for the first. Any more questions? There were none as Hate continued, good, now the names will be displayed. The screen started to roll through names and ended with three names, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba vs Uchiha Sasuke. Hate nodded as he said, there you go, the first battle. Those who don't have their names displayed please go up to the stands with your sensei, while Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama and Sandaime-sama go up to the glass stand. I'm changing the place a bit, so just imagine a glass stand above the statue, right beside the screen. Everyone complied, leaving the three boys. Kiba was still determined to defeat Naruto and claim his sister as his mate. Sasuke wanted to prove that he was stronger than Naruto and get Haruna as his wife. And finally Naruto. He was just standing there picking his ear, causing sweat drops from almost everyone as Naruto stood there, completely underestimating his opponents. Hate said, so, are you three ready? Kiba and Sasuke replied heatedly, yeah, I'm ready. Hate looked at Naruto who was looking at the statue. Hate coughed as Naruto focused back to the arena and said, sure. Hate resisted the urge to fassip him along with most of those who knew Naruto. They all knew Naruto was not taking them seriously, since he hadn't been beat by them since the academy days. Hate nodded and said, so, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba vs Uchiha Sasuke, Hajime. The two weaker boys immediately tag-teamed Naruto, charging him with jutsu. Kiba and Sasuke yelled, Gotsuga Kaiten. Ryuka no Jutsu. The jutsu combined to form a living flaming drill of death, well, to normal people anyway, and Naruto was definitely not normal. He looked at the flaming spinning Kiba, and merely threw a normal kunai to the wall and Kawarimi with the kunai, causing Kiba to just grind himself into the ground. Naruto then whipped out his phone and dialed the codes. Standing by. The phone announced, complete. Naruto transformed into phase and took out the phase edge with the mission memory in it. Sasuke did a set of hand signs and yelled, Kaiten. Dikakyu no Jutsu. The ball of flame shot at Naruto at high speed. Naruto sighed and pressed enter on his phone, exceed charge. He swung the blade as a beam of pure energy ran across the ground, obliterating the ball of flame, and encasing the Uchiha in an anti-gravity field. Not unlike Minato's case, Sasuke called to escape by any means, Kawarimi and just about anything failed. Naruto was about to knock the Uchiha out, but was stopped when Kiba shouted, Gotsuga. And Dog Boy to the rescue, the drill-like attack charging at Naruto who leaped away, leaving Sasuke in the line of fire. Unfortunately, the technique had no means of using eyesight, and relied on smell and hearing, so Kiba slammed into Sasuke, knocking out the arrogant boy. Kiba stopped his jutsu and noticed Sasuke out on the ground. He cursed, oh shit. Naruto smirked, shit indeed, for you. He slid the mission memory from the Axel watch to his phone, complete. Naruto went into Axel form and blurred around, knocking Kiba all around the ring. The audience winced every once in a while when Kiba was sent flying. After 3 minutes, Kiba blacked out and fell to the ground. Hate sighed and said, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Naruto jumped up to the ring and was greeted by his girlfriends. Hikari said cheerfully, nice fight, Ani-chan. Yuki and Suki sighed, wasn't much of a fight, it was just like the academy. Sasuke Baka never learns. The Uchiha sisters were slightly disappointed and shamed that their brother still had that Uchiha arrogance that had got many Uchiha killed, but still present. Kushina smiled at her eldest, and Mikoto said, well, congratulations on beating the two of them once again. We're relieved Sasuke didn't force the usage of the curse mark though. Have to tell Tsume about Kiba's training, and tell Fugaku about Sasuke's training. Naruto nodded as the training part didn't really concern him, but he should defend his future mother-in-law. If he really wanted to be with Yuki and Suki, plus the girls still loved their brother, even if he was a dick sometimes. The screen rolled through names again and stopped at 2, showing Haruno Sakura vs Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. Some of the rookies winced as they knew what was to come, a one-sided match, again. Hate said, would Dimension people please come down? Haruna and Sakura complied. Haruna showed the same expression as Naruto did during his match, while Sakura was determined. Hate said in a monotone voice, are both of you ready? Haruna said without much enthusiasm, yeah. Well, Sakura said with fire, yes. Heiid nodded. Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna vs Haruna sucks Sakura. Sorry about that, Hajime. Most snickered if they heard the slip from Heiid. Sakura ignored the jab and rushed at Haruna. The readied Kawarimi with a log, who knows where that came from, and appeared at the other end of the ring. The girl bent down as multiple chains came out of her back, slamming into the pincat, instantly knocking the banshee out. Heiid checked the girl for any signs of consciousness, and said, Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. Everyone sweat-dropped at one of the shortest battles in shinobi history, if you counted Sakura as a shinobi. The screen then continued to roll through names, ending at Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari vs Yamanaka Ino. Those from Konoha groaned. Another fangirl kunoichi wound up fighting a real kunoichi, which sums up another one-sided and most possibly anticlimactic fight. The two blondes jumped down and stared at each other. Heiid said, you two ready? They nodded as Heiid continued, Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari vs Yamanaka Ino, Hajime. The Yamanaka instantly jumped away as Hikari threw kunai at the other blonde, which unknown to anyone except Naruto, were actually kunai with the jutsu shiki for the Hiraishin. Ino dodged them with ease since they weren't actually aimed for her. Soon, Hikari was flailing around punching and kicking the Yamanaka, as she flew round in a pinball-like manner, which was like how Kiba did during his match. Everyone sighed as the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings have gotten easy matches. The next match came up, Kurama Yakumo vs Sai. The girl was about to jump down when Sai said, I forfeit. Everyone looked at him and he said, what, Yakumo-san has Jinjutsu paintings, mine cannot match up, and releasing Jinjutsu is my weak point. Right, Sai just wanna fight. Everyone nodded and turned to the screen once more, rolling, and ended at Uchiha vs Sakato Yoroi. The two jumped down and faced each other. Heiid said, you two ready? He got nods in response and said, Uchiha vs Sakato Yoroi, Hajime. The girl instantly rushed forward, forming hand signs as she did. Yoroi also did the same, causing his hands to have a blue glow. Yuki yelled, Kaiten. Kiryuenden. A torrent of flames came out of her mouth, surprising Yoroi as he jumped away from the flames. Yuki smirked and did more hand signs, Futen, Kei's no Yeba. The wind blades flew at Yoroi as Yuki did one more jutsu, Kaiten. Gunka. Multiple fireballs shot out, and the wind blades turned into waves of fire. Yorwa eyes widened as he was hit with the waves of flames, incinerated. Yuka's eyes widened at what she had done and started sulking as soon as Heiid announced her the winner. Makoto looked at Naruto as he nodded, going to the girl and hugged her as the girl cried silently, getting looks of sympathy, as some of the genin knew what it was like to have their first kill. The next set of names then appeared, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. Hinata and Niji stood at the opposite of each other. Heiid said, okay, you two ready? They nodded as Heiid announced, Hajime. Niji smiled as he said, never thought it'd be facing you in the exams, Hinata-sama. Hinata smiled back, indeed, Niji Nai-san. Niji nodded, but fate has declared me the winner of the match. Up at the stands, Naruto face-palmed Neji's fucked. Tenten was confused, why? Naruto looked at the two cousins as the temperature dropped severely. Well, Neji's father also had the same belief that fate is set for everyone, but it was beaten out by Hinata-chan's father. Niji also has the same problem, and Hinata once made Niji swear to not say the fate and destiny crap. Just watch on, it'll be interesting, well, for us anyway. Tenten nodded and looked back at the two Hyuga. Hinata's long hair shaded her eyes and said calmly, Niji Nai-san, what did I say about the fate and destiny stuff? Niji gulped as he answered fearfully, not to do it. Hinata looked up and showed a maniac's smile, which was incredibly scary on her innocent face. Exactly. Naruto laughed as Hinata chased Niji all around the ring with Niji shouting sorry a lot of times, and Hinata yelling at him to take his punishment like a man. As for the other viewers, they just sweat-dropped. Soon, Niji stopped running and faced his cousin. Enough games, Hinata-sama, we shall truly begin our match. He slid into his Juken stance as Hinata continued charging. Both engaged in a Juken death dance as they evaded each other's strikes and countered with their own. They then slid into a wider stance, both said, Haki Rocky Juan Sho. The barrage of Juken strikes from the two cousins started as they nullified all of the strikes. Niji jumped back and said, I've studied the ways of Juho, and I have a version of my own of it. Let us put it to the test now, shall we? Hinata smiled and slid into the Juho. If anyone is wondering, the style Hinata's mother created is Juho. Stance. Niji went into a similar stance, but looked more like the Goken and the Juken combined. Both Hyuga charged as they moved in the same serene movements, which was shocking for Niji, since his stance was stiff and hard, unlike the Juho, yet he could move like that. Soon, the cousins parted once more, gathering chakra in their hands, forming shrouds of chakra in their hands. Minato, Kushina, Kakashi and Makoto's eyes widened as they looked like Hitomis Juho technique, only rougher without a shape. They charged and palms clashed. Finally, Niji proved to be superior and knocked Hinata out. Heiei checked Hinata and said, Shaosha, Hyuga Niji. Niji went up as Hinata was sent to the infirmary to check for any injuries, and was congratulated by Guy, Lee and Tenten, while Naruto gave him a respectful nod. The next set of names then came up, showing Ichihatsuki versus Carrie. The two girls jumped down and stared at each other. Height asked, ready? The girls nodded. Height then said, good, Ichihatsuki versus Carrie, Hajime. The two girls immediately charged. Carrie drew her sword as Tsuki did hand signs, Kaiten. Raiden no Jutsu. The fire dragon aimed at Carrie as she dodged, creating an inferno on the arena. Carrie did single-handed signs and said, Raiden. Jibashi. The lightning attack raced at Tsuki, who did her own hand signs and said, Doten. Doryuhaki. The wall of earth mud rose and nullified the thunder attack. Tsuki then did a new set of hand signs, Suiten. Suryudan no Jutsu. The water dragon raced at the Kumonin, who made another set of hand signs, Raiden. Raryudan no Jutsu. Normally a lightning attack would do well for a water attack, but Tsuki placed more chakra into the jutsu, and ended up overpowering the lightning jutsu, charging the water dragon with lightning, hitting the black-skinned girl and electrocuting her, effectively knocking her out. Everyone was impressed by the impressive display of jutsu. Height said, Shaosha, Ichihatsuki. This was followed by a series of clapping from everyone, well, save a few. She was greeted by a kiss from Naruto and congratulations from her friends, and harem. Next match then began. Lee, Gaara, Temari and Tenten's matches went on as canon. Kankuro fought C and won the same way as canon. Samui won against Shaoji like how Dosu did, but with lightning jutsu instead. Now, it was B versus Shino. B was using his swords, while only 2, slashing at Shino, who was proving a strong adversary as he dodged every blow, and used his Kakeichu bugs to slowly drain B's chakra, which proved futile and settled to using the chakra received for stronger jutsu. B then started to use Biju chakra. Naruto instantly pitied the Abiram, since a Jinchuriki using the Biju's chakra was the worst adversary for any shinobi who relied on draining chakra, which the Abiram clan specializes in. Most of Shino's bugs dropped dead from the poisonous chakra. Shino, seeing his bugs die, raised his hands. I forfeit, my colony is almost gone, and I can't risk them dying. Height nodded and announced B the winner. The following match was Haku versus Aomori. Haku sped around the ring as soon as Height announced the match to begin. Haku didn't want to reveal Hakeke Jinkai so early and settled for Suiten Jutsu. She yelled, Suiten, Sensatsu Susho. The water needles appeared from the atmosphere and aimed at Aomori. Aomori concentrated chakra into his blade, more specifically, Raiden chakra. As the needles approached, he swung his blade around, dissolving the needles. He then charged, Komoryu. Mikazukajiri. He swung his blade in a wide arc, and almost beheaded Haku had she not jumped away. He then created several solid clones, and they charged. Aomori jumped up and yelled, Komoryu. Kasumajiri. He came down and aimed his sword at Haku. Haku saw the strike and Kawarimi with one of the mock clones, which was a Raiden clone, designed to electrocute the person who killed it. Unfortunately, Aomori had killed his clone and ended up being shocked. Haku thought, I can't win like this, I'll have to use the Hyoten. She made a set of hand signs and said, Hyoten, Maku Hyasho. A dome of ice mirrors appeared and surrounded Aomori as Haku stepped into her mirrors. Naruto laughed as Haku had done this to help him train on Kenjutsu once, and he ended up being porcupined. He knew Haku was gonna do it again, but to Aomori and won't heal the Kumonin like she did with Naruto. True enough, soon, Haku began throwing senbon, and Aomori became a porcupine. Most people were trying hard not to laugh, since the lollipop in Imwa's mouth made the scene look worse. Aomori struggled to pull the senbon out since it was limiting his movements. Haku took advantage of this, and knocked him into a death-like state. Height sighed and said, Shaosha, Mamachi Haku. The next fight was between Shikamaru and Yujito. Shikamaru made a plan and would have won if Yujito didn't use her enormous amount of chakra to obliterate his Kajime no Jutsu and knock him out with a blue Kaiten Jutsu. Now, all of the winners were standing in front of Minato. He said, well, I congratulate all of you for making it this far. The finals will start next month on this same date. So, if you will please pick your numbers to determine who you'll fight. Everyone nodded as they picked their numbers and told Minato about it. Soon, a board with who fighting who and which match it was drawn. First match, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto vs Kurabi. Second match, Ichihatsuki vs Sabaku Chimari. Third match, Hyuganiji vs Sabaku Kankuro. Fourth match, Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari vs Nai Yujito. Fifth match, Ichihayuki vs Momchi Haku. Ironic, since it's Yuki vs Haku, Yuki Haku, get it. Sixth match, Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna vs Sabakugar. Minato continued, okay, I hope you will use the 1 month's time wisely to train, as there will be high-ranking people from all around the world watching you. So good luck, and see you next month. Everyone nodded and went out of the tower into the village. Now, Hinata, the Uchiha sisters, Naruto and his sisters were at a sushi restaurant, the only male of the group of lovers scarfing down plates of sushi again. This was seen by Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, Hitomi, Hiashi, Fugaku, Mikoto Tsunade and Jiraiya. Minato and Kushina, who were ramen addicts themselves and also knew of Naruto's addiction to the godlike noodles, were shocked when they saw their son eating other kind of food like that. The group of adults walked to their children as Kushina and Minato asked their son, Naruto, what happened? Why are you eating sushi like how you do with ramen? Naruto looked at his parents and said, "Thanks to the girls, I have found a new food of the gods, second to ramen, sushi." The two older ramen addicts looked at the girls, crying in tears. "What did you girls do to him? You took away one of the ramen cult's important members." The other adults were dropped at the sight. The couple had been babbling stuff about a ramen god cult since they were genin. Unknown to them, all around the nations, all the ramen addicts were saying a prayer. "We feel one of our breathin' has fallen to another kind of food, tainted while still a ramen fan, Nemo Michuofo." Back to the group, Hiashi, Fugaku, Hitomi and Mikoto were praising their daughters. "Well done, girls. You managed to do what we failed in doing for years, and I quote taint a ramen cult member with another kind of food. Though it may have something to do with the fact Naruto loves all of you." Jiraiya and Tsunade's sweat dropped since it was kinda true. After Minato and Kushina calmed down, the Hokage said, "Sai, I guess it cannot be helped. Hikari-chan and Haruna-chan have not qualified to be a ramen cult member, and I doubt they ever will, thanks to Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade. Anyway, I'm here to tell you that all of you, save Hinata, no offense, will be training with your parents. Well, Hikari will be trained by Jiraiya and Tsunade, while Naruto and Kushi-chan is training Haruna. As for Haku, with the Mizukage and my approval, y'all will be trained by Zabuza and some guy named Chijiro." Everyone nodded before they started to have lunch. Well, in Naruto and his girlfriend's cases, continue lunch. The month passed quickly, several dates with, well, all of his girlfriends. Naruto and the passing Chunin hopefuls got training done, and it went incredibly well, though Minato would make Naruto Chunin no matter what, not that Naruto knows. The girls all got mastery over their original techniques and learned a few new ones. Hikari got the Rasengan and Tsunade's monster strength. Haruna got chakra molding for more than just chains. Haku with more ice and water jutsu, while the Uchiha sisters got the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and new fire jutsu, thanks to Idachi's Shinjutsu of the girls killing Naruto, which caused the two sisters to cry into Naruto's chest when Mikoto told Kushina about it, and let the girls to sleep over at the Namikaze compound. As for Naruto, he got to the point that he could use the Hirshin with one kunai in a 100-meter radius, the Rasengan in multiple versions, and the phase blaster form. He even got a new summoning contract for 3 dragons, known as Bale, Pisces and Dragur, as his sisters got their godparents' summoning contracts. Haruna getting the slug contract like her mother and Hikari the toad contract like her father. Naruto was offered to sign one of them, but he declined. Imagine Tsunade's expression when she found out Naruto had the contract to her grandfather's dragon summons. Absolutely hilarious. Flashback. Naruto was strolling around the training grounds aimlessly since he was taking the day off. Only this day, he ended up on the Hokage monument. He unknowingly walked to a door that was well hidden, right above the Shodame's head, and was covered with a tiny Jinjutsu, which was impossible to miss in a close range, but impossible to see at long range. Out of curiosity, Naruto opened the door, and entered. He walked along the long tunnel and ended up in a very, 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 very large area. There were 3 dragons, one brown, one silver and one white. The brown and silver dragons were the same size, around Bijuu's size, but the last one was twice the size. The white dragon roared as 3 of them jumped from their locations and landed in front of Naruto. The white dragon bellowed, "Who dares enter the sacred place of the dragons?" Naruto looked up and said, "In Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I found the door on the head of the Shodame Hokage Senju Hashirama on the Hokage monument. It lead me here. I apologize if I entered your sacred place, Doragun-sama." The 3 dragons were surprised that a human had the guts to reply, and what shocked them even further was the lack of fear in his eyes. A 12 to 14 years old boy. Of all the people they met that came in through the door, only one person was like Naruto, Akahashirama Senju. That was why they requested the first Hokage to build the door over his head of the monument. Naruto looked at them without fear, something that not even the youngest one in the past to come here, which was a man at the age of 25, didn't have, and those who had fear were eaten. A deal made by Hashirama and the 3 dragons, that if one came without fear, they were to be made a summoner, and with fear would be eaten. So the white dragon nodded, respectfully, since they were quite frightening to begin with, and talking with their dominating voice, only made it worse, and said, "You faced us without fear, you are worthy, I would like you to become our summoner." Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. "Wait, you mean I become a dragon summoner?" The brown dragon nodded, "Yes, though you can only summon the 3 of us, since we are the last dragons on Earth, adding in the fact that we are immortal." The silver added in, "If you want, you may also sign another contract, though only one more." Naruto shook his head. "Being offered to sign your contract is an honor great enough. I will sign your contract, and your contract only if I can help it." The white dragon nodded and produced a scroll from its scales on the chest. Naruto rolled it open and saw one name only, Senju Hashirama. He felt slightly happy and proud, since he was gonna sign the one contract that was only signed by the Shodaime. He wrote his name with his blood and placed his fingerprints on it. The scroll then went back to the dragon's chest. The white dragon said once more, "Before you go back and learn the hand seals, I should inform you our names. I am Dragur, the brown one here is Bale, and the silver one is Pisces." Naruto nodded, and he went back out to learn the Kuchi's no jutsu from his parents or godparents. Flashback end. Now, the finalists were standing at the Chunin exam stadium, lined up evenly. The council had bitched about Sasuke not entering the finals since he was on a 2-on-1 match, and didn't get a chance to show his talent. The fact that one of his opponents was an A-rank shinobi was a fact that made his match unfair, and that Naruto should be disqualified for that. This was shot down by Fugaku, Mikoto, Minato, Kushina and Hiashi immediately. They said it was Sasuke's luck to face Naruto and Kiba, and Sasuke had teamed up on Naruto, but was still defeated. As for disqualifying Naruto, they said Naruto didn't do anything wrong, and even questioned the civilian council as to why they were caring so much about Sasuke as he was an Uchiha. This shut them up, giving more proof that they were planning something. Back to the finalists, a man with a bandana walked to them and said, "Now, Im Shiranui Genma, the proctor for the final exam. The rules are the same as the preliminaries. I suggest you not to kill if you can help it. It'll make your village look bad if you do, especially you genin from our village, though you could do it, it ain't encouraged. So, ready?" He got nods and then did the voice amplifier jutsu. "Okay, now the first match, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto vs Kurabi of Kumo. Are you ready?" The crowd screamed in approval as Genma told the other finalists to go to the participant box. Speaking of a box, we now see the cages box. In there were Minato, Kushina, the Reikage, the Kazuki Ichirasa, and the Mizukage with Zabuza. The Reikage and Kazuki were there for their genin. As for the Mizukage, she was there to see Heika's match, which Minato accepted. It chuckled as he saw the crowd went wild. "Hokage, it seems your proctor there has some enthusiasm along with the crowd." Minato chuckled back. "Indeed, I'm surprised to see B as a genin since we battled once." He replied, "He was always a genin. He wanted to stay genin, don't know why, but he wanted to enter this year's Chunin exams. I only let him take higher missions due to his power." May huffed, "More like he wants to fight the famed Kamen Rider phase, though he takes after you a lot than he seems to, Hokage don't know." I caught the implication and said, "Indeed he does, Hokage. He also destroyed Iwanin like you did, only on a larger scale, and if I remember, like you killed the Iwa shinobi because they threatened Kushina here. Naruto did it because the old Fulanoki ordered Naruto's father figure, Naramisakichi, I think to be killed." Minato nodded. "Let's just watch the matches. I wanna see how the two fare against each other." Back with the two, Genma said, "Ready, Hajime." B instantly jumped away while Naruto went into orphanage form. Naruto roared and took out the Metaburyu. B smirked and went into the first stage of Biju mode, the chakra cloak. Both demonic-like shinobi vanished in a burst of speed, meeting at the center and clashed punches. B took out one of his blades and fought Naruto on an axe versus sword battle. He found that he couldn't put much damage to the thick armor of skin, and went for his 7-sword technique. He spun as the blades in his joints slashed, finally doing damage to Naruto as sparks flew, sending the dinosaur-like slamming into the walls, revealing a reverted human Naruto. He smirked as he wiped his forehead of the sweat and went to go into blaster form, transforming into phase first. As he hit the buttons on the phase blaster, inside of him, the R mountain began to glow brighter every second. Naruto placed the phone into the slot and waited for the familiar sound. There. In its place came the same voice, but different words. Naruto was confused and was about to check on the phase blaster, but he stiffened in pain as he felt a large surge of energy, like when he got the phase blaster, but on a much larger scale. He was blinded with white light and opened his eyes to see his orphanage half. Kanzaki smiled at his original self. "Looks like we meet again, King. Though this will truly be the last time, I made it so that when this time came, it'd reappear. What you experienced just now, it's the phase blaster reacting to your orphanage nature. It clashes and merges to form a new power." Naruto asked, "New power?" Kanzaki nodded. "When you use either of your strongest forms, the energy output increases. Like the orphanage form, this will only emerge when your subconscious deems you to be in a life-threatening situation, which against B, you are. The Hachibi Jinchuriki or any of them higher than 6 tails, can kill you easily in any of your current forms, if they go into the 5-tail human-size Biju mode. The full Biju mode can't kill you since they require energy to stay big, but with the human size, the energy output is smaller and you will be killed in a few. I'll also go berserk this one time, don't worry about hurting anyone, if there's anyone getting hurt, it'll be B. And I'm sure y'all calm down after defeating him, he can't beat you no matter what form he assumes now. Now, get him Tiger." Naruto then blacked out. Outside, Naruto was releasing red energy, not unlike a Jinchuriki. And the other cage snapped their heads at Minato, "Has a Jinchuriki?" Kushina shook her head. "No way, how's this possible, he can't be a Jinchuriki." Naruto let out a primal roar, and like a combination of the phase and orphanage transformation, pieces of armor flew from above Naruto and merged with Naruto, forming a red figure with white eye pieces. Chow dead heat drive without the belt. B was shocked at the new change. He felt the energy and changed into the 7-tailed human Biju form. Inside him, Jayuki said, "Well, we're fucked B." B rapped, "Don't worry, Hachi bro, we will win that's for sure, Kanoiro, Bikero." Jayuki replied, "I doubt it, has got the final form. And it looks like it's his first time, hell go berserk, we don't have the power to stop him. Only Kasumi the Kyubi can even hope to hold against him." Before B could reply, Naruto shot forward. He appeared before B with his fist arched back and thrust, sending B all the way across the arena, just like B did with him. Naruto stood in a primal stance, legs bent, arms stretched sideways slightly, leaning forward like he was midway to crouching. B stood up, spitting blood from his mouth as he flared his chakra and burst forward. Naruto arched his hand back, fist clenched as lightning surged through it, and pushed forward, sending a blast of energy, and B reappeared where he stood, only slammed into the wall, his butt sticking in the wall with a web crack coming out, unconscious. As if he felt B to be defeated, Naruto's new form disappeared, revealing an extremely tired Naruto. Up at the stands, his girlfriends and just about everyone had their jaws on the floor. The cage were all intrigued and were scared of Naruto's new power. Most people would think Naruto used a jutsu of sorts to defeat B, but they knew better. All Naruto used was the mere force of the punch, like how Ginjo mistook Ichigo's blast as the Jutsuga Tensho, which was just a force from his blade swing and bleach. That terrified them, as who knows how strong Naruto would be if he fought all out. Snapping out of his stupor, also knowing none of the other matches will be as shocking or short and good as this one, he announced, "Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto." After the two guys were sent to the infirmary, Naruto only had strained his body to the point of almost fainting. As for B, he had several broken bones and 2-degree burns, nothing too bad. Inside of Naruto's mind, in the R mountain, like the orphanage mountain, there sat a boy, but unlike Kinzaki, his whole body was in blood-red clothing, hair included. The boy was Naruto's age. He said aloud, maybe Kinzaki was right, you do show promise. Show me what you got, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, do not disappoint me, brother. Back outside, Genma cleared his throat and said, okay, that was a good match, are you ready for more? The crowd roared in agreement as Genma smirked. Now, on to the second match. Will Ichihatsuki and Sabaku Tamari come down? The two girls jumped down and stood against each other. Genma smirked, girls, try to make it like how the previous match went, it'll drive the crowd crazy and make my job easier. The girls sighed and nodded. Genma's smile widened as he said loudly, okay, the match between two young maidens, Ichihatsuki and Sabaku Tamari, Hajime. Suki immediately used her Manjikyu and yelled, Kamiei. Projectiles such as kunai, shuriken, senbon etc. came out flying straight of the wormhole, as Tamari swung her gigantic fan, repelling the weapons away. The weapons kept coming, and Tamari had to swing her fan to repel. Wait, is that a couch? Suki thought, just like Tenten-san, the weapons are useless. Against her, hell, even that unwanted couch was being repelled. I guess I'll have to use the Mataratsu or Tsukiyomi. The Susanoo is out of question, since I want to save it for later use. I'll use the Mataratsu then. Her Sharingan spun rapidly as she yelled, a Mataratsu. Black flames appeared as they burned the ground where Tamari jumped away from. As Suki moved her head to look at Tamari, the flames moved as well, following Tamari as she ran. With only wind as her weapon, Tamari foolishly swung her fan at the flames in hopes to extinguish it. The plan backfired badly as the flames intensified, moving faster as it became larger. Tamari cursed and shouted, I forfeit, I forfeit. Suki stopped her onslaught and looked at Genma, who nodded, Shaosha, Ichihatsuki. As soon as he said that, the flames extinguished as Suki released her jutsu. Suki and Tamari shook hands as they walked back to the finalists' box, the crowd cheering for the two, as they showed not only talent, but good sportsmanship as well. Occasionally, in the cheers, you could hear fanboys and surprisingly fangirls shouting for Tsuki and Tamari to marry them. Itachi smiled widely, which shocked his family as it was the equivalent of him being proud of them and laughing on the floor rolling. Suki smiled back at her family. As they reached the box, Yuki and Haku congratulated her for her great victory, while Kankuro and surprisingly Gar asked for her well-being. When asked why Gar asked, he said she was his precious person, and he would not stand to letting her get hurt, causing the girl to hug her brother, which she succeeded, something that shocked them even more. Genma said again, what a great match. Now for the next match, Sabaku Kankuro of Suna and Hyuga Niji of Konoha, please come down. They complied as they faced each other, glaring each other down. Genma smirked and said, two great clans, from two great villages, which will win? Now Hyuga Niji vs Sabaku Kankuro, start your engine. The boys took it as starting the match since Genma leaped away after saying that. Niji immediately rushed forward and began his Juken onslaught. At the audience, Hiashi said to his younger daughter, Hanabi-chan, watch Neji's style. He developed a style that is just like your Ka-san's. He is a prodigy of the Hyuga like your sister is. This will show your true power since you've never seen a Hyuga fight a person outside the clan, right? Hanabi nodded as Hisashi and Hitomi bashed Hiashi on the head. Hitomi said, there you go again, Hiashi-kun, I thought you were over that. Hisashi continued, indeed, Nai-san. I thought Hitomi-sama cleared that from you. Hiashi chuckled, but it's true, Hanabi-chan never saw a fight between a Hyuga and someone from another place. Hinata shook her head as she sighed, Sama, he just never changes. Back to the fight, Kankuro cursed as his puppet was severed. He tried using the parts individually, but Niji always cut them off first thing, giving him no chance in hell to fight back. Soon Kankuro became desperate and took out one of his newer but weaker puppets. He designed the puppet after Sasura's famous Haruko, used from the inside. He quickly slid in the puppet and coated the tail with poison, swinging it wildly. He was not used to this yet, so his movements were strained. Niji was having a hard time dodging with the standard Juken, and went for his own version of the Juho, the darker Mata style. He named it that way since the Juho was like a graceful dance, while his was a forceful yet hard form of fighting, both flexible. The Juho was like light in a way, so he named his the Dark Matter stance. Truthfully, I just finished the HGXE Dark Matter Gundam model, so I named it after that. Niji moved gracefully, dodging every strike and eventually going into the field of his jutsu. He smirked and said, "It's over, Darker Matter. Tora no Tekken." His hands swirled with chakra, forming heads of a tiger as he shot forward, obliterating the puppet. He pointed his jutsu at the puppet user and said, "Yield." Kankuro nodded. Genma heard this and said, "Shaosha, Hyuga Niji." Everyone cheered. At the cage box, a laughed. Seems Konoha's Genin are taking the lead now. First the air ant came in Rider phase showing a new power, then an Uchiha with the Manjikyu, then now a Hyuga with a new fighting style. This generation is gonna be legendary. Minato and Kushina smiled as well. The Kazuki had chuckled, "Well, your Genin trashed my children, I see you train your shinobi well, Hokage." Minato nodded as he thought, "HMPH, damn Orochimaru, thinking I don't know who you are, I'll enjoy killing you for betraying Sandaime-sama and Konoha. Especially harming those innocent children." After sending Kankuro to the infirmary, Genma called Hikari and Yujito to the arena. Genma nodded, "You two ready, Hajime?" The two blondes charged, Hikari instantly forming a Rasengan in her hand and Yujito a fireball in her own. Both spheres clashed as the balls exploded. They then traded punches and kicks as they gauged their opponents. Yujito smirked, "Shall we take this up a notch, Minato-chan?" Hikari smirked back, "Of course, Nisan." Both Jinchuriki flared their demonic chakra. Yujito became a human-sized two-tailed cat, while Hikari was coated with yellow chakra, seal markings on her, which made her more prettier. Yujito asked, "Why is your transformation different?" Hikari replied, "I could use the normal one, but this is more suited for human battle." Yujito nodded as the two Jinchuriki vanished and reappeared in the middle of the arena. They traded blows, matching blow for blow. They flipped back as Yujito went to stand on all fours, her tails arching as chakra gathered in her mouth. Hikari smiled as the head of Kasumi's fox form made of yellow chakra appeared with Hikari in the middle appeared. Both had a ball of black chakra now, they released them shouting, "Bijudama." The two bombs met as a small mushroom cloud erupted from the explosion. Everyone in thing coated with ash, poor Genma who experienced it firsthand. The fight continued, where Hikari lost in experience, she made it for power and stamina. Yujito made up the lack of power and stamina with experience and timing. Soon, Yujito started to tire and slipped, giving Hikari the chance she needed. Now, Naruto was back at the box. He saw Hikari fought with such power and was proud of her. Hikari noticed him and started to fight with more enthusiasm. She charged when the chance was given, sending a kunai with the Jutsu Shiki and Hiraishin beside Yujito, Rasengan in hand, and slammed it into the Niabi Jinchuriki, sending her flying into the crater B crashed into earlier, also unconscious. Genma chuckled at the similar victory by the siblings, and wondered if Haruna would do the same, using a special chakra energy and win by sticking their opponents in the same crater on the wall. He announced, "Shaosha, Uzumaki Namikaze Hikari." The crowd went wild, and several fanboys also shouted for her to marry them. Hikari smiled as she thought, like he'll ever marry them, all I need is Ani-chan. She went up to the box and was rewarded by Naruto kissing her. Naruto smiled at her and said, "Nice fight, Hikari-chan." Hikari beamed at him, "Arigato, Ani-chan, you fine, you made all of us worry." She sounded worried at the end, which she was. Naruto chuckled and placed a hand on her head, "I'm fine now. Sorry for making you worry." Hikari nodded. Aside, the Sabaku siblings were surprised. Hikari had addressed Naruto as her brother, yet they kiss like lovers. Are they into incest? "More than you know," Tamari asked. "Oh no, in confused, you addressed him as brother, yet you still kiss like lovers, are you?" Naruto laughed and said, "Yes, our clan doesn't forbid it, and believe it or not, our parents support it as well. They say it'll help repopulate the clan faster, since this'll put me under the craw." Kankuro grumbled, "Damn lucky bastard." He would have worshipped the blonde if he hadn't stopped him from kissing Aim, but that wasn't the case now. Suki, Yuki and Haku pouted at Naruto along with Haruna, "So we don't get kisses now huh, Naruto-kan Ani-chan." Naruto chuckled and kissed them all, making the Sabaku siblings have their jaw on the ground. They were snapped out of the stupor as Genma announced, "Will Uchiha Yuki and Momchi Haku come down please?" The two girls walked to face each other. Both wore determined faces as they wanted to know which was stronger. Genma asked, "You ready?" He got nods and went to shout to the crowd, "Okay, another battle between two young maidens, so." He took out a recorder and played it, using the amplifier jutsu to make it, so everyone heard it. The recorder played, 3, 2, 1, Genma, then yelled, "Hajime." Imagine 4's Henshin 321 countdown. The two black-haired girls instantly leaped at each other, senbon and kunai drawn. Yuki slashed with her kunai as Haku blocked with 3 senbon, held like claws. Like Wolverine, they jumped away from each other as Yuki did hand signs, Kaden. Karyunden. A torrent of flame shot at Haku, who did one-handed signs, one set with each hand. She shouted, Suten. Suro no Jutsu. Suten. Surita no Jutsu. A dome of water surrounded Haku, blocking the attack. Then the water from the dome became a dragon and shot at Yuki. At the stands, Zabuza was smiling with pride. I was impressed at the display of recycling jutsu. Wow, she actually transferred a jutsu to another. I don't think anyone can do that at her age. Minato replied, well, she did study under Zabuza when she was young. Zabuza laughed, indeed she did, she's already stronger than me. She only has the problem of being too soft, otherwise she'd make a good oinin. The cage nodded as they watched the fight. The weight dragon smashed into the ground, creating a small pool of water with an inch deep. The two girls used the water walking exercise to fight. Haku yelled, Haiden. Tsukashiro. A pillar of ice erupted from the ground, well, water, and would have encased Yuki in ice had the girl not dodged. Yuki then activated her EMS like her sister did and yelled, Haiden. Tsukashiro. The same pillar rose and would have caught Haku. Up at the stands, Sakura and Sasuke were surprised. Well, Sakura was surprised they could walk on water and use ice techniques, while Sasuke was surprised his sister could do ice jutsu. The Banshee screeched, how are they fighting on water? How are they using ice jutsu? Yugaku and Mikoto shook their heads in disappointment at the Banshee. She didn't know how to do the water walking. That meant one thing, she ain't fit to be ninja. Itachi sighed and explained, in order, they are using chakra to stand on water. You must learn it to be even qualified as ninja. So that means you rent one. Haku has the Haiden Kekkei Genkai. As for Yuki, she has a special Mankei Sharingan. Over time, one Uchiha will have a special ability in this stage of the Sharingan. Though it's incredibly rare that one appearing is only seen once a few centuries. Yuki and Tsuki are the only living Uchiha who can do that now. They can copy Kekkei Genkai, though the limit is 2 for Yuki, and 1 for Tsuki, since the ability was originally Yuki's, and they exchanged eyes to prevent them from going blind. But they can delete one of them to place in another, so in a sense, she has 3 Kekkei Genkai, while Tsuki can have 2 Kekkei Genkai. Sadly, the copied Kekkei Genkai can't be passed down. Sakura glared at the elder Uchiha as he said she wasn't a ninja. I see, but that doesn't mean I'm not qualified as a kunoichi. Itachi shrugged, well, maybe, just get Kakashi to teach you, and if you tone your damn voice down and actually train seriously without being on a diet, my brother might actually notice you. If your mother isn't that damn banshee, you might even have a greater chance. Sakura thought back to what Naruto had said to her in the forest. She felt disappointed that her mother was like that, and decided to get more training. Back at the match, Haku was surprised. How? Yuki smiled. I can copy Kekkei Genkai with my Manjikyu, though I can only have 2 at a time. Now, I have 2 copied. On Tsuka's waist formed a belt, causing everyone's eyes to widen. She held a white phone and said to it, Henshin. She then slid it into a pistol holder-like object on her waist. The device said, complete. And she transformed into a white being. Yuki said, Kamen Rider Delta, Ami no Sadam wa Arega Khmer. She then drew her phone and started shooting bullets at Haku. Haku cursed and made hand signs, Haiden. Naku Hayaosho. A dome of ice mirrors formed around her, blocking most of the attacks. Yuki took her phone and said, check. She then slid it back into her holster, exceed charge. She jumped up and came down kicking, a beam hitting Haku's dome as Yuki obliterated it, knocking Haku out. Gemma nodded, Shasha, Uchiha Yuki. The crowd cheered for the girl as Haku was taken to the infirmary. When she reached the box, she was rewarded by Naruto kissing her. He said, so you can copy Kekkei Genkai, huh? Yuki grinned and nodded. Naruto chuckled, nice use of mind though, curious though, why yours look like that. Tsuki explained for her sister, because Kekkei Genkai is a rare type and has a variety, so Yuki-chan's Sharingan can only copy the base and make a new one suited for her. I can do it as well, but I can only copy 1 Kekkei Genkai, since we exchanged eyes to prevent us from going blind. Naruto nodded at the information. Gemma then said, now for the final match of the first round, will please Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna and Sabakugar, please come down. The 2 Jinchuriki complied. Gemma said, okay, ready, Hajime. Haruna, who knew he was a Jinchuriki, instantly used her chakra chains, sand versus chains. Gar used his sand to crush the girl, but her chains made a protective dome, preventing the sand from entering. Haruna then yelled, Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. A dozen clones appeared as they charged Gar. They managed to get close Gar, using the Hiraishin to avoid the sand, which Gar hasn't figured out that it would only appear near a kunai. As soon as they reached Gar, the original Haruna yelled, Bunshin Daibakuha. All clones glowed and exploded, blowing Gar away, also causing a huge wound on Gar's abdomen, as 1 clone was near that area. He felt pain and touched the wound. What is this? It's warm blood, my own blood. Haha, you intrigue me, you shall prove my existence, Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna. Sand surrounded the Sunanin as a dome formed. Out of the blue, a large sand hand burst out and tried to grab Haruna, who countered with her own Bijuu Chakra's hand, both clashing. Tender feathers fell from the sky, as all civilians fell asleep, the shinobi dispelling the obvious Shinjutsu. Somewhere, Kabuto cursed, "Damn it, Orochimaru-sama, we should have planned our invasion after reading Percy Jackson in The Last Olympian." An explosion erupted at the cage box, revealing that the box was destroyed, and in its place was a red giant barrier with 4 shinobi surrounding it. In it was Minato, Kushina, Mei and Zabuza as well as Orochimaru. Naruto, Kushina and Minato recognized the girl of the group as Taiya from Kin. At the Namikaze compound, Kin recognized the chakra and whispered, "Taiya-chan, I hope Naruto-sama and the others can get her." Back at the stadium, Kankuro and Temari instantly jumped down to their brother, who fell down from the stress and was held by Temari. Naruto saw this and said, "Hikari-chan, you are with me, the rest of you, go help evacuate the civilians, and help fight the invading shinobi. As for you Kumo-nin, I want to make sure, are you our enemy?" He looked at his friends before looking at the barrier. I noticed him and yelled, "We of Kumo will help Konoha. Go and assist the Konoha shinobi." Mei also shouted to her own shinobi who accompanied her, a team of Anbu, "Help Konoha, fight with them." The team nodded and went to fight the Odo and Sunanin. B looked at Naruto and grinned, "Here's your answer, let's go." The Kumo shinobi then jumped away with the Konoha genin. Naruto looked at Haruna and the Sabaku siblings, then the two jumped to their sister lover. As soon as they reached, the Sabaku trio's sensei appeared and said, "Temari, Kankuro, take Gar and go to the checkpoint, I'll handle them." The siblings nodded and left as Baki prepared to fight the siblings. Suddenly a senbon flew at Baki who catched it with his hands. Genma walked to them saying, "You three, go after the siblings. I'll fight this guy." Naruto shook his head, "No, you go with my sisters. Has mine, keep my sisters safe." Genma was about to say he was a genin and wouldn't survive, then he remembered who exactly Naruto was, and nodded smirking. Naruto then searched in his head, for the power of his final form. He then heard a voice, "I see you want to try your new power out, fine. I'll let you use it this time, then y'all need to defeat me to gain access to it. The name's Supakuta, remembered. And your new form is called the Chao Dead Heat form. Go and kill the man." Naruto then felt the enormous energy as he smirked, transforming into his Chao Dead Heat form. He said, "Kamen Rider Phase Chao Dead Heat, saw Showtime da." The two shinobi charged. Baki was having a hard time keeping up with Naruto, as his punches were incredibly painful. While Baki was one of the strongest jounin in Suna, he could not match up to the strongest jounins of Konoha, especially not Naruto who had achieved A-rank status and was actually stronger than that. Baki yelled, "Futen. Kei's no Yeba." The wind blades charged at Naruto who merely swung his hands, the force from his swing dissolving the blades. Baki cursed and yelled, "Futen. Kamitachi no Jutsu." A cyclone came out of Baka's mouth and headed for Naruto. Naruto raised his arms and clenched his fists and thrust forward, launching a huge aura of energy, destroying the cyclone, and slammed into Baki, who couldn't dodge in time, and killed the man as he couldn't withstand the power of the blast, unlike Kurabi. After checking Baki was dead, Naruto leaped after his sisters and Genma. I'm tired of typing the girls as Naruto's sister lovers, so I'll just say they're his sisters when addressing them, into the forest. With the group of 3 after Naruto started fighting Baki, they caught up to the group of 3 siblings. Temari cursed and said, "Kankuro, take Gar and go. I'll handle him." Kankuro pushed Gar back to Temari when she handed the boy to him. "No, you're winded from your fight, take him and go to the checkpoint. I'll manage to deal with them somehow." Temari saw the look and nodded before leaping away. Genma cursed and said, "You girls go after them, I'll deal with him." The girls nodded and left the fight to the jounin. Kankuro was gonna stop them, but Genma leaped in front of him. Genma smirked, "Ami no 8 wa kono rita." Kankuro cursed as Genma charged. Kankuro took out Karasu and jumped away, leaving the puppet to fight the jounin. Genma shouted as he drew his sword and coated it with chakra, "Am I?" He swung his sword at the chakra string, and cut off the connection from Kankuro and the puppet. Kankuro cursed as his only weapon was out of the window, and the only thing he could do was use the chakra strings to fight. He tried to control Genma, but he found himself flung towards the jounin who smirked, "I told you already, you're too naive. You don't have the strength to control my actions, boy." Kankuro was then knocked out. Genma then heard, "Genma-san, where are my sisters?" Genma saw Naruto in human form and was about to reply when the Shikaku suddenly appeared with 2 yellow Kyuubi. With the sisters when Genma caught the chakra strings, they finally reached the 2 siblings, and was about to say something when Gar woke up from resting. Gar laughed maniacally and said, "You shall prove my existence Uzumaki Namikaze Haruna." He shot a sand hand at the girls as they jumped away, going into the Puriyaki Biju mode. Inside of them, Kasumi said, "Keep a distance and use the mini Bijudama or any ranged attacks, then y'all be fine. Unless Shukaku shows his giant form." The girls nodded as they continued to fight, shooting ranged attacks as Gar blocked with his sand. After a while, Gar smiled crazily, "Finally, someone who is strong enough. You are worthy. Tanuki Nari Jutsu." He then fell asleep as sand wrapped around him, before growing to form the large size of the Shukaku. Hikari and Haruna looked at each other as Kasumi said, "Let's go big." The two flared Yauki as they transformed into the full Biju form. Naruto and Genma reached them and looked in awe. Shukaku said, "Ni-san, I see we'll have to fight." Kasumi smiled from both of her clones. Indeed we shall. Shukaku smirked, then let me even my odds. 3 more clones appeared with sand, facing the 2 Kyuubi. While most believed the Biju's strength were measured by the tails, they were wrong. The Biju were equal at the beginning and trained to become strong. Though Kasumi was still at the top, Shukaku wasn't to be looked down at. Kasumi TCHD, 2 Shukaku she could handle, but 4, she could barely fight them, since Shukaku had the best teamwork with his clones among the Biju. Naruto saw the distressed look on his Biju girlfriend and summoned Dragger. If you are wondering, search the dragon's names with the infinity blade. I took the dragons from the game. The 2 Biju looked shocked to see Dragger of all gigantic beings on earth. Naruto stood on top and said, Dragger-sama, Suna is attacking Konoha, and they've released the Shukaku. I need help. Dragger huffed, HMPH, you could have summoned Baylor Pisces, Naruto. But I'm bored anyway, let's pound the little tanuki. Kasumi, you and your clone, handle 2 of them, I'll take the other ones. Since Shukaku is made of sand, he can expand and create unlimited clones, right? Shukaku narrowed their eyes and charged, shot 2 streams of sand at the dragon. The huge dragon merely breathed out a stream of fire and crystallized the sand. He then flew up and fired another stream of fire, which was blocked by Shukaku with a sand shield. The sand Biju then sent sand to wrap the dragon, who merely flew higher and higher, as he shot fire to stop the sand. He landed and said, impressive, but it ain't enough. The massive dragon blew more fire, so intense that it went through the defenses and killed them, leaving the original and the clone fighting Kasumi left. Dragger said, my job's done, see you Naruto. Naruto nodded as Dragger dispelled. To Kasumi, she dodged the sand attacks easily by jumping around, countering with mini Bijudama as she jumped. Soon, Kasumi destroyed the clone, and the 2 Kyuubi targeted the original. She had Hikari and Haruna double sucker punch the boy on the Tanika's head so hard he had woken up from the pain, resealing Shukaku as he dissolved into a large pile of sand, which cushioned his fall. Naruto walked to the boy with his sisters, as the boy tried to scramble away. No, stay away. Naruto sighed, we're not gonna kill you. You just had a bad life, thinking no one cared for you. Hikari continued, which isn't true. Gaara was confused, what do you mean? Nobody cares for me, all people have done is try to kill me, hate me or just ignore me. Haruna smiled, you don't need to look far, just close enough to see that there are people who care. Then Temari appeared standing in front of Gaara. Naruto said, you don't need to worry, we ain't hurting him, after all has their brother in a sense. He pointed to his sisters who nodded. Temra's eyes widened as she remembered their Biju transformation and asked, then how? The girls smiled and looked at their brother, who was confused. The village likes Jinchuriki, but more importantly, we have a brother who loves us a lot. Gaara-san, your sister and brother love you a lot too, you were just blinded by your own hatred. Gaara looked at Temari, is it true? Temari smiled and nodded. Gaara turned to the 3 Namikaze siblings, arigato, for making me realize this. Where's Kankuro? Gemma then came, here. He was carrying the cat guy and handed him to the blonde Suna Kunoichi, go, we won't come after you. But if we see you one more time, we'll capture you. The 2 nodded and leaped away with their unconscious brother. The 3 siblings from Konoha looked at Gemma, who said, what? Hikari giggled with Haruna as the Raidid said, we thought you'd capture them, protocols and all. Gemma sighed, I do have some humanity you know. The girls giggled while Naruto only gave him thumbs up, clearly mocking the Jounin, before they headed back to help with the invasion. To when the explosion happened, the Kazukiage saw Gaara getting hurt, not that he cared anyway, and signaled his bodyguard, which was a shadow clone, to detonate himself. The clone obliged and glowed, gaining the attention of the other people in the box, before exploding. The others in the box leaped away in time to avoid the explosion, but were not fast enough to avoid getting stuck in the barrier formed by 4 shinobi. One was fat, the second had 6 arms, the third was pale and had white hair, and finally, the only girl of the 4, who was a Raidid. Minato, Kushina and Naruto recognized the girl from Kin. Minato smirked and said, Kazukiage, no, Orochimaru, do you really think you can win? Well, they might fight against us, Mizukage Dono and Zabuza won't since Heika's here. And you never were a match for me. Orochimaru glared at the man, that may be, but regardless if all of you here are my enemy, I will still make you pay for taking what was rightfully mine. Minato laughed, I doubt you can do anything, and Sarutobi-sama chose me as the Yondaime because I qualified more than you did. So, Reikage and Mizukage, which are you fighting with, us, or them? I looked at B who was looking at them and shouted, we of Kumo will help Konoha. Go and assist the Konoha shinobi. B nodded and his team jumped away. Mei and Zabuza shared a nod and said to her Anbu guards that came to Konoha with her, go, help Konoha, we'll be fine here. The Anbu nodded and leaped away. I smirked at Minato, Hokage, you have your answer. Orochimaru got us in the crossfire, has going down. Minato smirked back as he glared at the snake. Orochimaru cackled, this changes nothing, Kuchi Usido Tensei. 3 coffins rose from the ground, quickly opening to reveal Senju Hashirama, Senju Taburama and Uzumaki Mido. Kushina gasped as she saw her ancestor. In the village, on top of Katsaya and Gamabunta respectively, Tsunade and Jiraiya as well as Hiruzen who was helping defeat the invading enemies, were shocked to sense the familiar chakra of the Shadame Hokage, Niadame Hokage and Uzumaki Mito. Back to the roof, Mito saw Kushina and smiled. Kushi-chan, you've grown up. Kushina nodded, speechless. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at Minato. You're the Yondaime, huh? Minato nodded. The two elder Hokage smiled. Well, we dislike the fact that we're fighting against our village. We'll enjoy fighting you and see how strong you are. Orochimaru cackled and slid the kunai for the summoning into the three resurrected people. Enough catching up, you can all do it when you're dead. I have to thank Mito-sama for this though. He whipped out a belt, causing everyone to have their eyes widened. Orochimaru put on the belt and took out a phone, dialing 000 and pressed enter. The belt announced, standing by. Orochimaru, enjoying the shocked faces of his enemies, slid the phone into the belt, pushing it down. Complete. Now in the place of Orochimaru, stood a black and gold figure. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Behold, the power of the Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, finally in my hands. I think I need a name for this. From now on, it'll be known as Kamen Rider Orga. As if on cue, the Kusanagi blade in his hands glowed, dying down as revealed the Orgus Lancer. They then noticed the giant dragon and the Biju. Orochimaru smiled behind his helmet and said, the kids have began their battle, why not we began ours? He then flicked his hands, and the three Konoha resurrected shinobi charged. Minato said, Reikage Dono, you fight the Niadame, Mizukage Dono, Zabuza, you two fight the Shadame, Kushina will fight Mito-sama, and I will handle Orochimaru. I chuckled, okay, Hokage, normally I'd hate to be ordered around, but I guess I don't have a choice now, do I? They all charged. With Kushina, Mito and her were in a sword dance. Kushina was holding her own as she parried a slash from Mito's sword. Mito was in human form as she had not unlocked her rider form, and Kushina was in Kakusa form. Mito created three sealless cage bunchen as she crouched, starting to draw seals. Kushina cursed as she swung her Kakusa blade gun, sending a burst of energy at the clones, and formed drills drilling them, before she vanished into the drills, reappearing behind them as the clones exploded. Kushina then charged the elder Uzumaki who had finished her seals. Kushina was about to swing her blade, but found herself hitting a chakra barrier. Mito looked up and held up the seals, 5 papers with similar seals on it. Kushina's eyes widened as she recognized the seals. Mito flung the papers in a circle as they floated in the air. She said as she formed strange hand signs, God of the East Sea, Ame. God of the West Sea, Shikuryu. God of the South Sea, Kaiju. God of the North Sea, Gukyu. Gods of the 4 seas, fend off 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. Fuinjutsu. Anti-Hyaki, Yaju Pentagram. This is from Tokyo Ravens if anyone watches it, done by Atomojin and Hair Tor. The seals glowed and formed a pentagram, rainbow-colored and shot out a huge blast of energy. Kushina jumped around, barely dodging the blasts. Kushina landed and made clones, drawing her own seals. Like herself, Mito quickly destroyed the clones, but Kushina was done. She formed her chains and held Mito in place. She threw the seal at Mito and said, Namasarva Tatha Gate by Asarva. The seal instantly duplicated and surrounded Mito, as a huge torrent of flames erupted from the ground, incinerating the elder Uzumaki. The flames soon died down to reveal Mito severely burned. Half her body was gone, showing paper as her body components. Mito smiled as more paper came to regenerate her. Not bad, Kushi-chan, you weakened the seal a bit. You even used the jutsu I taught you a long time ago. Kushina nodded, arigato, Mito-sama. Mito nodded, how's Naruto-kun? When he summoned me, he told me you neglected him. Kushina flinched as she remembered Naruto had summoned the woman once and replied, hi, we were wrong, but we've made up now. Mito smiled, I'm glad then. They charged once more, blades clashing. But he was doing well, more than he expected. Well, the fact that Tobirama mainly relied on water jutsu, and Himraten jutsu might have helped. I was trading punches with Tobirama who would occasionally slash with his sword. I charged and shouted, lariat. His attack missed as Tobirama vanished, appearing beside a kunai. I smirked as he recognized Tobirama using the Horatian. I charged up his lightning armor and vanished in a burst of speed. He appeared in front of Tobirama who had his sword ready. They both shouted, Raiden. Lariat Suiten. Sarasu. The attacks clashed, as attack proved to be superior as Tobirama was flung away. He got up and made hand signs, Suiten. Suryudan no Jutsu. I countered with his own, Raiden Ryu no Tatsumaki. A dragon-shaped lightning tornado charged at the water dragon, clashing as it exploded, sending electric-filled water all around. Tobirama's seal weakened a little as he gained conscious. He laughed as he clashed blows with not bad, Yondaime Reikage, you're just like your father. As eyes widened, you fought my father. Tobirama laughed, indeed, strong fellow, that guy. Sad I couldn't have a rematch with him, but y'all do just fine. They separated, before charging once more, with more determination this time. He shouted, elbow. He sent a lightning-charged elbow at Tobirama, who jumped away. Tobirama landed and said, Harashinjiri. He then vanished and appeared behind who had Kawarimi with a log to avoid the blow. They looked at the broken log, stopping a while and said a prayer for the almighty log, before charging again. With Mei and Zabuza, they were a bit hard-pressed as Hashirama kept using Milkutin to counter them. While they had the elemental advantage, Hashirama was more experienced. Zabuza cursed and yelled, Amajiri Shimeiryu Kenjutsu. Fugaku. He added chakra to his attack as a chakra blade came out of the Kubikira Bacho. He then slashed downwards, cutting the Hokage in half. Mei noticed that there was a seal in the Ito Tensei, and realized what had to be done. As the paper regenerated, she said, Zabuza, use that technique one more time, I know how to defeat them now. Zabuza nodded. Hashirama stood up and formed a hand sign, Milkutin. Mikuryu no Jutsu. A wooden dragon appearing and charged the two Kirinin. Zabuza and Mei smirked at each other and said, Sutin. Surita no Jutsu Yoden. Raiden no Jutsu. The three dragon jutsu clashed as the wooden dragon was reduced to nothing, the water soaking it up as the lava melted it. Zabuza immediately swung his blade, Amajiri Shinmeiru Kenjutsu. Fugaku. The attack cut Hashirama in half. Mei then made hand signs, Yoden. Yokai no Jutsu. She spit out liquid lava as it burned through the paper and destroyed the seal. As soon as that happened, Hashirama dissolved into ashes, no longer regenerating. Zabuza blinked his eyes. Well, that was easy. Mei sighed. It was a 2-on-1, plus we already had the elemental advantage. And I think the jutsu weakens the summoned person, not in their peak so much. Zabuza laughed. Nonetheless, we defeated the shot-aim Hokage, let's go help the others. Mei nodded and did so. With Minato, he was having a hard time. Orga, not the one from Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, mind you, I like that guy. Was proving to be hard to fight. Unlike his son, Orga was stronger in terms of strength, but lost in speed. Minato sent another Rasengan at Orga, which seemingly bounced right off. The spheres exploded, but there was no damage. Minato then Hiraishin around Orochimaru, slashing with his kunai at Orochimaru who blocked with ease. The snake taunted, what's wrong, Minato? Where's that strength you used to defeat me? Is the power gap so much now? Minato said nothing and continued to use Rasengan after Rasengan. Smoke came up as Minato sent a double Rasengan to Orochimaru. The dust cleared and revealed the armor dented a bit. Orochimaru laughed and pressed enter on his phone, exceed charge. A large energy blade emerged around the Orga stancer. Orochimaru said, you actually dented the armor, Minato, but your life is mine, and I will claim it. He swung the blade as Minato searched his mind for a technique that would save him. The Hiraishin was out, since the kunai were all near Orochimaru, and doing so would just make it harder for him. Then a thought came to him. Flashback. Some time after Naruto and Minato had their relationship fixed, Naruto told his father, Tusan, I've completed the Rasengan, and I want to show you the jutsu. Minato rose his eyebrow and said, sure, let's go to the training field. Naruto nodded. When they reached the field, Naruto made two clones as one made the Rasengan in the original's hand, while the other focused wind chakra into the Rasengan. Minato's eyes widened as the Rasengan was infused with elemental chakra. Naruto raised his hand, which now had a shuriken-shaped Rasengan in it, and threw it, Futon. Rasen Shuriken. The damage was extreme. Like the Rasengan, it exploded, but on a much, much larger scale. All that's left of the trees in the line of fire was now a huge crater. Minato was speechless. Naruto grinned at his father's gobsmacked face and said, I use one clone to maintain the Rasengan, and the other infuse wind chakra, while I maintain the balance. I want to teach it to you. You're actually the first, but it can't be used often, more like a one-hit KO jutsu. Minato smiled as he heard Naruto taught him first. They then started to train. Flashback end. Minato threw a kunai backwards and Hiraishin away. He created two clones in focus. Soon, in his hands was a Fuma Shuriken sized like Rasengan. He yelled, Futon. Rasen Shuriken. The attack slammed into Orochimaru, but it was futile as Orochimaru was fine, smoke rising from his armor. Orochimaru growled, you know, well I'm a lot stronger in this form, it still hurts like hell. For that, Yao pissed me off, Ya'll die. Orochimaru was about to charge, but the barrier suddenly broke into pieces. The Ito Tensei Mito and Tobirama then suddenly crumbled to ashes, as a blur of black appeared in front of Orochimaru and Minato, revealing Phase in all his glory. Minato immediately shouted, Anbu, restrain the four shinobi. They did so but only Taiya was caught, the rest were gone. Orochimaru CHD as Anbu, the cages, Zabuza and Naruto surrounded him. He said, you win this battle, but y'all lose the war. It'll be back. The snake Sanin then melted into mud. Naruto sighed and deformed. He then faced his father, you used the Rasen Shuriken, nice, Tusan. But it was unstable before you threw it. I'm happy you deemed it strong enough to use. Minato chuckled at his son's comment. The other cage and Kushina nodded at Naruto for breaking the barrier and destroying the Ito Tensei for them. A loud voice then interrupted them, if you are gonna kill me, do it, and stop that fucking thing, it's pissing me off. Minato, Kushina and Naruto looked at the source, which was Taiya. Naruto said, Taiya, right. The girl replied, what if I am, shitface. Takari and Haruna were trying not to pound the girl as she insulted their brother and boyfriend. Minato, Zabuza and Genma as well as a few Anbu chuckled at the new nickname. Naruto sighed. You know Tsuchikin. Taiya glared at him. Yeah, and you killed her. Minato then said, so that's what Orochimaru told you. Taiya only glared, which was an answer enough. Kushina sighed. Kin-chan's alive, in fact chef's at our compound. She specifically wanted you to be spared and if possible, live with her and us. Taiya was surprised, before putting on an angry face, and what's she doing there? Being a sex slave for the pretty-faced blonde here, she looked at Naruto, causing frowns from the females present. Minato sighed. Anbu, put her in a cell. Naruto, tell Kin that Taiya is not cooperating and bring her to see Taiya. We're going to help with cleaning the village. Everyone nodded as they went to work. Soon, the invading forces were gone, and the destruction of the leaf failed. In fact, the civilian council and Danzo were found guilty that day, and were to be executed by the clan heads the next few days for treason. The village was now safe once more, and the Uzumaki Namika's siblings were more liked, well, the sisters more so than Naruto anyway. At the compound, Naruto was alone in the compound with Kin. His sisters and Haku were with most of the Kunoichi on a girl's day out, while his godparents and his father were sorting things out at the office. Kin saw Naruto and asked, Naruto-sama, how did it go? Did you get Taiya-chan? Naruto looked at the girl and nodded. Chef's not cooperating though. Tomorrow, we'll visit her and see how it goes. Right now, I'm tired and need some sleep. The girl sighed and nodded as Naruto went to his room and slumped on the bed. The next day, Naruto and Kin headed for the prison to see Taiya. Naruto said as they reached the door, should I go in first, or you go first or we go in together? Kin thought for a while, let's go in together, Naruto-sama. She giggled as Naruto sighed at the title. As they went in, Taiya said, what do you want? Kin smiled at her sister, Taiya-ni-chan. Taiya snapped her head at Naruto, only she knows him her sister, so how's she still alive? Orochimaru told us he killed her whole team. Naruto sighed, no, her teammates are dead, and the only reason she's here is because she defected here. And the fact that my father was kind enough to go with Kin-chan's request to let you stay, much less live. Kin blushed at the suffixes Taiya took in the information. She then said, wait, the only way a ninja can go to another village is by marrying someone or becoming a slave, and last I checked she ain't married, so what slave is she? Naruto sighed, mine, only name though, otherwise she's just a guest. Kin giggled, though I call him master since it irks him though. Naruto shook his head before becoming serious, so what's your answer? You can become my slave in name and join your sister, or you stay in a cell for the rest of your lives, your choice. In fact, you might become a Kunoichi of Konoha if you want. Taiya pondered the idea, not a bad idea actually. If Kin actually defected here, Konoha must be a lot better than Odo, plus has not that bad looking, and it'll get to tease shithead with Kin. She looked at Naruto and said, okay, I'll become your slave, but don't expect me to spread my legs for you. Naruto and Kin blushed and yelled, why the hell would I want that? Ni-chan. Taiya giggled at their reactions, just kidding, just get me out of here. Naruto got his blush down and nodded, as he went out to the counter to release Taiya. Naruto then told the sisters, let's go to the town square, the traitors are being executed today. The two girls were confused about the traitors, which were the civilian and elder councils. Flashback, when the invasion was going on, Nabuki and the other civilians were planning to get the Forbidden Scroll and the village treasury. They were guarded by Danzo's Naanbu along with the elders. Nabuki said to Danzo, this army of yours, are they in place to kill the Uchiha when we go there? Danzo chuckled, yes, they are on standby. When we go to the Uchiha compound, we can kill them easily. Nabuki smirked, good, I'm tired of waiting Sasuke to grow strong, should have thought of this in the first place. As they got the scrolls and were heading for the treasury, a flash appeared to reveal Naruto, Minato, Kushina and a team of Anbu. Minato chuckled, you didn't think we'd not notice you trying to take those stuff did you? Nabuki screeched, you can't stop us. We're taking back what's rightfully ours. Danzo curses his plan on using the army to kill all the Uchiha in the village could not be done and yelled, northeast. A whole army of Naabu appeared. Naruto went into his orphanage form as Minato took out a Hiraishin kunai. Minato smirked, everyone, let's make this a small challenge. The one to kill the most gets a week off with his or her team. Everyone yelled in approval as the Naanbu and Nabuki who was a Chunin once charged. Naruto wielding the Midagaburyu and with his wings and tail spread cut through the Naanbu like mincemeat. Minato threw 100 Hiraishin kunai spread out along the area and reenact the scene from the Third Shinobi War, flashing around cutting down the Naanbu. The normal Anbu and Kushina were slicing their enemies like vice. Soon, the Naanbu was reduced to bits. Looking at the scene in front of them and cornered, the civilian council saved Nabuki since she was a shinobi once, an incredibly weak one, but still faced the horrors of war, fell to their knees scared shitless. Nabuki and Danzo were about to substitute away, but Naruto who had turned into phase, quickly drew the phase edge, mission memory set and pressed enter. Exceed charge. He swung his blade and encased the two in the anti-gravity field, rendering them unable to escape. Nabuki and Danzo gritted their teeth as Minato said, Anbu, take all of them into custody. Seal their chakra first though. The loyal Anbu nodded as the guilty idiots were thrown into the slammer. Flashback. Now, everyone gathered at the town square, as per request of the Hokage. Most didn't know about the execution, so they were confused why they were called there. Sakura asked Ino, "What do you think is going on?" Ino shrugged, "I'm just as clueless as you, forehead." Nearby, several shinobi shook their heads as they knew Sakura and several others were about to become orphans. They pitied them, since their parents brought this upon themselves. Minato stood on the Hokage Tower with his family, the clan heads and the team of Anbu. He said, "Citizens of Konoha, civilians and shinobi alike. Today, we shall witness the greatest traitors, the first organized group of traitors in so long, to be executed. Anbu, take him out to the execution area." The Anbu complied as everyone were shocked to see the civilian council and the elder council in chains. They were placed in shackles as they were kicked behind the knees, forcing them to kneel. Sakura was incredibly shocked with several civilians, the 5 arrogant boys included. The pink banshee screeched, "Why are the civilian council and the elder council in chains? More importantly, why are my parents in chains?" Minato looked at the girl and couldn't help but pity her, even if it was a tiny bit, and said, "They are found guilty. They tried stealing the forbidden scrolls and our village treasury. More importantly, the reason this invasion even succeeded is because their greed forced our securities to be pulled down. They are even found guilty for treason against all the shinobi clans in our village. Therefore they are to be executed, one by the clan heads." Nobuki and the civilians yelled, "How are we guilty? We did nothing wrong. We're merely getting back what was ours. You fucking ours shinobi took all our stuff away and claimed this village to be a shinobi village. You are the ones who are guilty." Tsunade was furious. How dare these harlots spit on her grandfather's name, and who was the one who created the village? Last I checked there were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and they were both shinobi. And how many civilian Hokage do you know? There are none. So don't you dare say that civilians created the village. Surprisingly, the elders were quiet. Yeah, I'd expect they would react similar to the civilians, but they were shinobi once, so they knew their time was up. Nobuki continued her screeching, "But that doesn't mean we're guilty. All we did was to give everyone a better life." The 5 arrogant civilians they yelled, "Yeah, how did they commit treason?" Minato looked at them and said, "They were slowly, but surely taking our stuff, jutsu and money alike. The worst is Haruno Nobuki and Haruno Kiji, Sakura's father. I just came up with a name since Has dead anyway. They were planning to kill every Uchiha save Uchiha Sasuke, and we have proof, so it is definitely treason. Now enough, clan heads, choose your target." They smirked as they stood behind their chosen target, ready to kill them at first glance. Sasuke and Sakura were wide-eyed. Sasuke since his backup was gone, while Sakura for the loss of her parents. Minato raised his hand and swung it down. The clan heads then all flashed through similar hand signs. Well, since they're doing the same jutsu. They all ended on the same sign, the Tor sign, and said in unison, "Kaiten. Goryuka no Jutsu." And dragon heads made of fire crashed into all of the civilians, adding in the seals from the chain specifically made by Minato, Jiraiya, Kushina and Naruto, which made it so that they'd feel the heat of being burned alive, but they wouldn't be hurt until the seals are used up, which is around 2 hours. Seals can do anything, it's limited by one's imagination. This idea is from Curse of the Raigan by Theoblu. If anyone hasn't read it, I strongly recommend it as it's one of the best fics I've read, and emphasis on the everyone watched in horror, satisfaction, smugness, happiness and just about any emotion you can think of, well, save jealousy of course. Sakura and the civilian council relatives were on the floor crying or just standing there, tears rolling, though nobody gives a fuck actually. As for Sasuke, he was just sad that his chances to become clan head had dropped. Still, he loved his family, but he also wanted to become clan head, and the fact that they planned to kill his family was absurd, and this made him hate them. Sakura and the civilians' hate for the shinobi grew every second as the council members burned. So does that mean Sakura hates herself? Yeah. And they all vowed to take revenge. Sakura's eyes filled with hate the most as she thought whatever the council did was justified, and they were always right. Nearby, a snake with yellow glowing eyes watched a banshee before slithering away. With Naruto and the Tsuchi sisters, seriously, I don't know Teiaya's surname, so I'm just putting her as Tsuchi Teiyaya. Kin was shocked. While Teiaya was used to this from the times with Orochimaru, Kin was not. She said in disbelief, "They're being burned alive. I thought they were just to be killed, like slicing their head off." Teiaya and Naruto sighed. The girls said, "Kin-chan, not every kind of execution is cutting the head off. There are a lot of types of execution." Naruto continued, "You can be buried leaving the head above ground and kicked to the head until it comes off." Teiaya finished, "Or you could be whipped until you die and so on. The fact is different kinds of people get different kinds of punishments. These people are the worst kind of traitors. Unlike Orochimaru, which is saying something, they planned to kill off a whole clan for their own gains, tried to get everything from a village, and were planning to overthrow the Hokage." Kin nodded as she took in that, while she was from Odo, she was still a fresh genin, and didn't actually saw these kind of stuff. Naruto saw her expression and threw his arm around her shoulder. "Hey, lighten up. This is the life of shinobi. Tell you what, why not I call some friends, cough girlfriends cough, and we head to a sushi bar." Unknown to him, Kin and Teiaya were sushi fans, and as soon as they heard this they had stars in their eyes. "Yes, bring us to have the food of the gods." Naruto laughed and said, I see I have fellow members of Sushi branch of the Food of the Gods cult. Indeed later we shall indulge ourselves in the wonders of sushi. Kin and Taiya nodded, they were liking this boy more and more. Soon after an anticlimactic execution, Naruto, Hinata, Hikari, Haruna, Tsuki, Yuki, Haku, Kin and Taiya were at a sushi bar. Naruto, Kin and Taiya were scarfing down plates of salmon sushi, tuna mayo, tamago sushi, tobiko sushi and all other kinds of sushi. As the other girls were enjoying their third plates of sushi, the 3 sushi fans, 1 sushi ramen fan, 2 sushi fans, were surrounded by stacks of sushi plates, each with at least 10 plates in it. The girls were all wondering how Kin and Taiya managed to keep their figures with that kind of eating habit, as well as Naruto keeping fit. If I could eat and not get fat, that'd be a dream come true TT. Soon, the chiefs were crying in tears as they worked 5 times harder to make sushi. While the shopkeeper was happy for the profit he was making, Minato would have a breakdown when he got the bill. The girls just sweat-dropped as Naruto, Kin and Taiya all let out a sigh of satisfaction in complete unrehearsed unison. Then Haku asked, so, Taiya-san, can you tell us about yourself? We're curious since you are Kin-chan's sister. Taiya nodded, well, I know all about you from the reports from Orochimaru. So I'll reintroduce myself, Tsuchi Taiya. My sister is Kin and chess probably my only family now. I like sushi, flutes, music and jinjutsu. I dislike rapists, perverts unless has my boyfriend, which by the way I don't have one yet. The girls giggled at that, and pedophiles. My hobby is playing my flute, and I hope to get a nice guy to settle down with. Naruto made a thinking pose, a nice guy, I can help you with that. Taiya blushed slightly, luckily unnoticed by anyone as she thought had offered himself since Hess in the craw. Naruto then finished, why not go see Lee, Hess a nice guy. Everyone face faulted at that. Taiya was slightly disappointed, but didn't let it show. Kin sighed, Naruto-sama is hopeless. Though he is strong, you said you wanted a nice guy, and Lee-san is a nice guy, only incredibly weird. Taiya sighed as everyone laughed. Naruto then got up, come on, let's just go back to our compound, we'll be showing where Taiya-chan's sleeping right. Taiya blushed at the suffix, which was caught by Naruto's girlfriends, but said nothing as they left. As they walked, they noticed the civilian council's relatives' hateful glares, but ignored them as they headed for the compound. Meanwhile at the Haruno's home, a white snake slithered around to see Sakura saying to herself, it'll make them pay, but it'll need the strength. Maybe I could get training from the Sannin, then I can enjoy their face when I kill them, haha. The snake seemed to smile as it lunged and bit her in the neck, showing the familiar black tongue sealed there as it slithered away. In Odo, in a dark lab, 2 glowing yellow eyes were seen. The owner chuckled, Kukuku, the perfect choice indeed. Soon, I will get Sasuke for his Sharingan, and the girl shall be my new host. It's been a long time since I used a girl anyway. After Naruto sped past the 2 Chunin, he slowed down as the time limit finished. Naruto then settled for walking, where he headed for the closest villages first. As he walked, he thought, now, what should I do? I have money, but it won't last long. Then he noticed a few men playing music and people surrounding them, cheering and stuff. After their show finished, they collected a huge sum of money, little by little from the huge crowd. This got Naruto thinking, that could work, but I don't know how to play. As luck was on his side like most of the other fictions, the leader of the group noticed him looking at them and thought, that kid, he could work, we were looking for an apprentice anyway. He walked to Naruto and said, hey kid, you interested in music? Naruto's eyes widened, smiled and nodded. The man smiled back, good, come on, I'll introduce you to your teachers, my name's Musashi. He walked back to his team with Naruto. The team had 5 people including Musashi. One of them asked, Musashi, what's up with the kid? The man replied, Edison, has our new apprentice, we were planning on taking on one anyway. I forgot to ask your name, so. His team sweat-dropped with Naruto as he said, Naruto, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. As they heard the name, they all thought, Uzumaki Namikaze. Has the Yondaime Hokage's son Musashi stuttered, oh okay, this is Edison, the guy in blue is Newton, the guy in green is Robin, the guy in white is Benkei, and the guy in black is Makoto. We're known as Gact and we'll be teaching you the ways of the drum, the guitar, the organ and singing. After a few months, thanks to Kage Bunshin, Naruto mastered all the aspects of music he was taught, which made the 5 musicians proud. They all now stood by River, Musashi, and the group said to Naruto, Naruto, you have made us proud, here are the outfits we made for you, use that clone thing and become your own band. I hope we'll see you again soon, but we have a tour now, so we'll have to part ways for now. I'm sure you also need to train on your ninja powers, yes? Naruto nodded and bowed as his 5 teachers left on the boat. Soon, they were out of sight. Naruto then went to the next village to have a concert. As soon as he reached the place, he took out a scroll that said stage. This scroll contained a metal black stage, made by Musashi and the others for Naruto. He then made 5 Kage Bunshin, and gave them the outfits his teachers gave him. He stood on the stage as villagers gathered to see what was happening. Naruto said, hi. We're new at this, so I hope y'all put up with us. Anyway, here's our first song, it's called The Elements. Kokoro Knight Tsurugi Kageaku Yuki, Tashika Knight Tajikamite, Kaseki Kirafuta wa Jibindake, Kaze ga Ashidire, Sayosa wa Jibin no Nakanai, Osursei nor Konosurunar, Shinka Shiteku, Kaze Wilkit Hashir, Tamador Momeor Mosud, the Comedy Motukui Keritu, Shinjide Mitai, Yurenmanai Sakebuko wa, Fukani Wilko Ashiteku, Kokoro Knight Tsurugi Kageaku Yuki, Tashika Knight Tajikamite, Mayanite Chikara Michibika Yublade, Namiri Mezumer Toki, Mirai Kanashimi ga Air Basho, Aim ga Mado wo Tataku, Kanashimi ga Kari Niner, Jibunai Jinkai ga Air Kodo, Shirasater, Haigatsuida Kokoro wa, Karada Nai Mot Sitawateku, Mugur Negai Nai Kawit, Hashirudashiteru, Tabadashiteku Sekai ga Mata, Yumwo Materuchi Nai Hayaku. Kokoro Knight Tsurugi Kageaku Yuki, Tashika Knight Tajikamite, Kokoro Takarada Tsunagariba Blade, Kaidse Kirsate, Kaseki Kirafuta wa Jibindake, Kokoro Knight Tsurugi Kageaku Yuki, Tashika Knight Tajikamite, Mayanite Chikara Michibika Yublade, Namiri Mezumer Toki, Mirai Kanashimi ga Air Basho, Kaseki Kirafuta wa Jibindake. As the clones in Naruto finished the song, the villagers erupted into cheers and claps, indicating that his performance was nice. Naruto smiled behind his mask and said, "Well, thank you, here's the second song, next level. Kimi ga negao koto nara subi jinjutsu nai nerender, arabarashi mono naraba, aosu hajimitru, sekai wo moto nai midosu nai wamu, daiken ga nai, moving fast, kokoro no take nai hashur sashita no sono saki, kimi no tanari tatakao tabi umurikwer, minai mier speed koku kumotion, it ijiban igai der no tsayos shinjurer. Kasoku no vision minigasu na, tsuei karerinar, Dakari ga sagushide iru atsui kumo no aida kageaku, arabareshi mono dekwo, kimi ga sazu shite tamirai ga arkita shita michinai, mirai wa nai, take a chance kokoro ga modem suzuketa shinkin koko nair, irmo inai jiku hitori shinka shite ku, mitaken area to hajimere rear, zet I jibindake ga kono jidai will kijikere, saiki no legend minigasu na, tsuei karerinar, instrumental, kimi no tanari tatakao tabi umurikwer, minai mier speed koku kumotion, it I jibin igai der no tsayos shinjurer. Kasoku no vision minigasu na, tsuei karerinar, irmo inai jiku hitori shinka shite ku, mitaken area to hajimere rear, zet I jibindake ga kono jidai will kijikere, saiki no legend minigasu na, tsuei karerinar. After the song ended, the villagers all clapped and cheered. One girl then asked, "So who are you guys?" Naruto shrugged, "We actually haven't think of a name yet." Then a random villager shouted, "How about Rider Chips?" The clones in Naruto pondered a while and nodded, "Why not? We'll be known as Rider Chips then." Thank you for watching. The villagers then cheered again, putting money in the box in front of the stage, as Naruto discreetly sealed the stage, dispelled the clones and Shunshin away, while to others, the stage just poofed out of existence. As Naruto sat in his hotel room, he counted his money, a few thousand ryu, nice. I see why Musashi-sensei and the others chose this now. He then went to sleep as night came. The morning came quickly as Naruto checked out and headed for the next village, which was in Mizu-no-Kuni. After a 2-day trip, Naruto finally reached the village. He set up a stage and played a few songs and gained a few thousand ryo before heading to a hotel. As he sat there, he suddenly heard a loud banging sound on the door. Naruto went to open the door as 3 men and a girl came rushing in before closing the door. The tallest man said in a rough voice, "Sorry Gaki, but this is a life-death situation, just let us hide here for a while until the hunter nins go." Naruto looked at them and recognized the 3 missing nin. He was about to flare his chakra to notify the hunter nin, until he noticed how banged up they were, especially with the girl covered in blood with a wound at her abdomen. Naruto sighed and nodded, before heading to get the first aid supplies and threw them and the tallest guy, Mamachi-san, "Clean and patch your friend up, you can stay here for a while. Here's a card to the room." He threw a card to the man as well, who caught the stuff easily. Zabuza was surprised. He was a kid no older than Haku, knowing who he was and still helped him. Maizu and Gaozu patched and cleaned Haku's wound as Zabuza asked, "How did you know who I am, Gaki?" Naruto sighed and threw a bingo book he had taken from Konoha, more specifically, Kira's bingo book. "I've been studying missing nins for a while now. I should learn about them since I'm out here alone and training to be ninja now." Shoulder Zabuza nodded. Normally he would belittle children that were training to be shinobi, but now wasn't the time. He then noticed the scrolls that were open and looked at them. He snapped his head at Naruto. "Those jutsu, their Konoha's jutsu, how did you get them?" "They're guarded incredibly tight. Shinobi have tried to get them from the Hokage's house, but always failed." Naruto sighed. "You have a lot of questions, don't you?" "In the Hokage's son, of course I can get them." Zabuza was surprised. The Gaki was the Yondame's son. Then Naruto asked, "Hey, can I follow you guys when you leave?" Zabuza was surprised at the request. "Why, and what would we get from it?" Naruto sighed. "Well, I don't know what I should do now, plus I have a Kekkei Jinkai. As for you guys, I seriously don't know. I can get you a source of money without risk or so." Zabuza chuckled. "Just messing with you. Sure you can join us, but I warn you, traveling with us is dangerous." Naruto sighed again. "I know, that's why I want to join you." Zabuza grinned. "I like your style, kid. Who knows, maybe I'll even take you as an apprentice in Kenjutsu." Naruto smiled as they went to rest. The next 2 years, Naruto forged a bond with the 4 shinobi. He became close with Zabuza, Maizu and Gaozu like brothers, while Haku started to have a crush on him. Sometimes, they would do missions, Naruto would get info and stuff, while Zabuza and Ko hid, preparing to strike. Now they were running from Oinen again. As they ran, the trees ended and they reached a cliff. Zabuza cursed, "Fuck this shit. Sorry guys, but I guess this is where it ends." The Oinen were inside as they surrounded them. Naruto sighed, "I was hoping to keep this as a secret, but I guess it can't be helped. No one is gonna die Todi, Zabuza Nai." He summoned his phase driver and phone, dialed 555 and enter, standing by. Zabuza's eyes widened as he recognized the belt. Naruto said, "Henshin," and slammed the phone into the slot and turned it down. Complete. Now in Naruto's place stood Kamen Rider Phase. Zabuza whispered under his breath, "Ride gear." Naruto drew the phase edge and charged, slashing Oinen as he did. As Naruto fought, Haku, Gaozu and Maizu were surprised to see Naruto transform. Maizu asked, "Boss, what is he?" Zabuza replied, "In Uzumaki, the Kekkei Genkai, ride gear, a body-based bloodline. They were godlike during their days, but Kumo, Iwa and Kiri put a stop to them." Haku and the Oni Kaidai watched as their friends slaughtered the hunters. Naruto threw the sword to the ground and slid the mission memory from the Axle watch to his phone. Complete. Naruto then pressed the button on the watch, not before putting on the phase shot. Startup. He then blurred around, well to everyone else anyway. When Naruto reached a hunter nin, he gave a punch to the meat as he passed, Roman Reigns' Superman punch. Soon, there were nothing but ashes, remnants of the hunter nin. After learning Naruto too had a Kekkei Genkai, Haku made an effort to become closer to Naruto, since she was the only one with a bloodline in their little group. Now, they were on a mission to kill a noble. While Naruto's shows covered their expenses, they wanted to do missions to make sure they weren't rusty. Now, the group were at the compound of their target, a wealthy man who was an important part of a business company. Zabuza, Gaozu, Maizu, Naruto and Haku crouched on top of a nearby building. Zabuza said, "Gaozu, Maizu, Naruto, you 3 go hit the front door, draw their attention, Haku, and I shall take care of the target." "Got it." The 3 guys nodded along with Haku. Then the 3 then went to motion, unnoticed by everyone. A man in a white suit and a white hat watched them from afar. The man smirked as he saw Naruto. He then walked slowly towards the compound, knowing they'd be in trouble since he knew of their target's secret security. As the 3 moved to the front, Naruto nodded to his 2 friends, who nodded back. He then drew the phase edge and kicked down the door, gaining the attention of the guards. The 3 guys rushed and started slashing down the guards easily as they were mere small fries. Soon, the alarm wailed as the guards were all headless. Suddenly, from the door came a few dozen men in armor which resembled Naruto's phase armor. No, this is not the riot troopers, just samurai whose boss likes the Uzumaka's ride gear. Unfortunately for the 3 shinobi, these samurai were incredibly skilled. Naruto tried slashing at the samurai, but his attempts failed utterly. There wasn't any damage done, not even a scratch on their armor. Maizu and Gaozu were not any better, their gauntlets did no damage, not even a nick on the armor. The samurai team had a perfect formation, no openings, nothing that would let the 3 shinobi win. So the 3 had 3 options left, fight to the end and die honorably, or have one person stay back to hold them off while the other 2 run. Naruto, being himself, said to the Oni Kaidai, "Gaozu, Maizu, you 2 run while I hold them off." He pressed his codes on the phone, preparing to transform. Standing by. Gaozu and Maizu wanted to protest, but Naruto cut them off. "Go, it's our only chance, and I won't go down without a fight." Maizu and Gaozu nodded grimly. Gaozu said, "Don't die, search brother." Naruto nodded, "I won't, now go." Henshin. Complete. Gaozu and Maizu then turned and ran as Naruto finished transforming, sword and the phase shot in hand. One of the samurai smirked, "So you are holding us off for your friends? Honorable, but y'all die here." Naruto said nothing as he charged. At first, he held his own, his attacks only scratched the armor at most, but that was it. Soon, Naruto was surrounded, the samurai preparing to end him. The voice then was heard, stopping them from killing Naruto. "So many of you, yet there's only one of him. That ain't fair, is it?" One of the samurai replied, "Last I checked, shinobi don't fight fair." The man chuckled, "Indeed, that's why I'm evening the playing field." The man wore a white suit and hat, but what caught their attention was his red belt. He then took off his hat revealing his black hair. Another samurai chuckled, "And pray tell, how would you do that?" The man chuckled, "I was hoping you'd say that." He then took out a small rectangular object with a skull-shaped S on it, and pressed a button on the object. "Skull." He then said, "Henshin," and placed it into the slot on his belt as it announced, "Skull." Before it played an electric guitar sound. He put his hat back on as he pointed to the samurai team, flicking his hand as he said, "S. Ami no Tsumio Kizoro." He charged as the samurai broke their formation, going into another, giving Naruto the chance to get away and fight without much worry. The team of samurai was soon pushed back as Naruto and Skull fought them easily. Turns out Naruto's weapons dealt even more damage with the mission memory in it, as the samurai's armor were all damaged severely. Skull looked at Naruto and said, "Now, let's end this." Naruto nodded as he pressed enter, while Skull transferred his Gaia memory into the slot at the side of his belt, both belts announcing respectively, Exceed Charge Skull, Maximum Drive. They both jumped up, but only Naruto came down kicking his Skull kick to Skull made of energy, adding power to Naruto's kick. The result, complete oblivion, well, for the samurais anyway. The two riders deformed as Naruto said, "Thank you, who are you anyway?" The man chuckled, "Narumi Sakichi, otherwise known as Kamen Rider Skull." Naruto stuttered as he stared at Sakichi, a skull, as in the skull from Kumo. Sakichi nodded. "My ancestors were friends of Uzumaki. They helped forge the lost driver, the one I'm using now. Unfortunately, our clan was killed as well. I survived and went to Kumo." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "So you went to the village that destroyed Yuzu?" Sakichi shook his head. "I was taken, involuntarily. That's why I went rouge. And before you ask, I know Yara and Uzumaki for your special chakra that only Uzumaki have, and your armor was a dead giveaway." Naruto chuckled. "I wasn't gonna ask. Anyway, I have to get back to my friends." Sakichi then said, "Let me come with you, I'm tired of traveling alone." Naruto shrugged as they went to find Zabuza and Co. With Gaozu and Maizu just before Sakichi appeared, they found Zabuza and Haku. Turns out the target forgot to close his window as he slept, and Zabuza killed him easily. Haku immediately noticed Naruto's absence and asked the two, "Where's Naruto-kun?" Gaozu and Maizu looked sad. "We fought a team of samurai, they were too strong. Naruto held them off and told us to run. The chances of him surviving are slim though." Haku grew angry and grabbed Gaozu by the shirt, hoisting him up as she said, "So you left him for dead?" Gaozu grew angry as he heard her and replied louder, "You think we wanted to leave him there?" Zabuza sighed and pulled them apart. "That's enough. Don't argue and spit on his sacrifice. He won't want you two arguing." They were all silent for a while, before turning to leave. A voice then made them perk up. "So you are leaving without me?" I'm hurt. They turned around to see Naruto and a man in white, both totally fine. Haku rushed forward at speeds faster than the Hirshin and slammed into Naruto, hugging him as they fell. Gaozu and Maizu were shocked. "How?" Sakichi chuckled. "That would be my doing." Zabuza stared at Sakichi as he stared back. Zabuza nodded to the rider who nodded back. Naruto got up and said, "It's thanks to him I'm fine, plus has joining us from now on." Zabuza smirked. "Fine, seriously Naruto, what's with you and us missing Nin? First you get us to let you join, then you get Skull of all people to help you and join us." Naruto shrugged. "I dunno." Zabuza sighed. "Let's get going before anyone else sees the guy dead." Everyone nodded as they left. Over the next few months, Sakichi trained Naruto in his skull-based jutsu in human form. They developed a father-son relationship as time passed. Over time, they'd take on missions while Naruto had his shows around the nations. And now, the group were at Tsuchi no Kuni, on a mission to kill another noble. They hid in the trees that were seldom seen as Zabuza said, "Sakichi, Naruto, you two get the target while we drag their attention. That okay?" They nodded as they went to carry out their mission, not knowing the troubles they'd face. As the two riders sneaked around the compound where the noble lived, they heard sound of people fighting, indicating Zabuza and his team had started a distraction. As Naruto and Sakichi walked under the night sky, they found the room where the target was. They quietly went to the window of the room and peeked inside. They were met with the sight of their target talking with an Iwanin. The noble said, "Go, call Tsuchikage-sama and Rashi-sama for help. We're under attack by missing Nin, and I don't know how long they can handle this." Naruto and Sakichi stayed silent, but they were troubled. If the two aforementioned shinobi made it here, they were gonna be in deep shit. And the messenger was heavily guarded as he went, so they chose the second option, kill the target and run as quickly as possible. Fortunately for them, the target wasn't as heavily guarded as the messenger was, so they materialized their belts and transformed. Complete Skull. The two riders then jumped down, crashing through the window as they did and landed perfectly before facing their target. The noble was shocked but recovered quickly and yelled, "Anbu." 3 teams of Anbu appeared and charged the two riders. Skull and FaZe did so as well, drawing their blade gun as they did. Naruto slashed through the Anbu like mincemeat, while Skull blasted them away. Naruto then slid the mission memory into his sword, while Skull placed his memory into the Skull Magnum. Exceed Charge Skull, Maximum Drive. Naruto's blade glowed as he swung it around in a circle, and instant demolition was done to the enemy Anbu. As for Skull, he aimed his gun at the Anbu in front of him, with the target right in his line of fire, which was unknown to any of his enemies, since they were looking at him, while the target sight was blocked by the Anbu. Sakichi fired as the multiple beams utterly destroyed every single one of their enemies in the room. They then proceeded to run away, but was stopped by the sight of 2 men at the front door, as the windows and other possible exits were sealed off by the enemy. With the messenger a few moments ago, he had finally reached the Toshikage Tower and entered. He ran in and said quickly, "Tsuchikage-sama, Ieyasu-sama is under attack by missing Nin, has safe at the moment, but we need your help, as our own defenses are crumbling as we speak." Inoki stood up instantly and said, "Okay, Rashi ard my back." His back cracked as he stood up too quickly, but he continued, "Rashi, y'all come with me to Ieyasu-kun's room with 3 teams of high-ranking Anbu. Send an Anbu team to fight the intruders as well. I have a feeling they're playing divide and conquer." Orochi nodded as he called an Anbu team to intercept the enemies at the front, while he and Inoki, who used his particle jutsu to float as he called to walk too freely, thanks to his back. Now, as Naruto and Sakichi were surrounded, Inoki smirked, "Oh, the famous skull from Kumo." And in Uzumaki, a phase no less. Never thought it'd see one ever since Yuzu fell. The two riders gritted their teeth as their ancestors' homeland was insulted by this Iwa scum. Inoki continued, "If you surrender, we'll give you a painless death. If you do not, we'll just do this the hard way then." Naruto glanced at Skull for a brief moment and got the message. They then sped into action, slashing and kicking down enemies as they tried to move towards the only exit. Most of the Anbu were killed as Naruto reinforced his attacks with the mission memory and chakra, sharpening his blade and empowering it with energy as he attacked. As for Skull, he kept spamming the maximum drive as he kicked and punched, destroying Anbu one by one. As the last Anbu fell, Naruto and Sakichi looked at Inoki and Orochi. Skull and Naruto then charged, intending on getting past them. Inoki and Orochi only stood there as they were charged by the two riders. As soon as the two reached the Iwa shinobi, Inoki immediately raised his hand and said, "Doten. Kajika no Jutsu." Instantly, Naruto and Sakichi fell to the ground. Inoki laughed. "You didn't think it'd let you get away, did you?" Naruto growled, "You bastard." He barely slid the mission memory from the Axle watch to his phone and pressed the button. "Start up." He leaped from the ground and sped at Orochi, who dodged but still blocked Naruto's path, as he punched the blonde away. Naruto was surprised by the strength and reaction speed before he sped once more, this time going for the gap between the two Iwa shinobi. Inoki smirked and raised his hand again, "Doten. Chinkajika no Jutsu." The effects were instant as a human-shaped crater was created with Naruto in it. Inoki said, "Not bad, but you're still 2 million years early to be able to challenge me, Gaki. Anbu, take them to a cell. Seal their chakra and tie them up tightly, we don't want them to escape." A few Anbu appeared and hauled the two gravity people away. But Zabuza and Ko, they watched as the two riders were hauled away. Haku tried to move to help them, but Zabuza stopped her. Haku asked, "Why, Zabuza-sama, they're gonna be killed." Zabuza shook his head. "We can't defeat the Tsuchikage and the Yonbi Jinchuriki on our own, especially since we barely defeated the Targus guards. I'm sorry Haku, but the two of them are as good as dead." Haku glared at her father figure as tears rolled down her eyes. While she hated it, she knew what Zabuza said was true. Naruto and Sakichi were as good as dead since they were captured by the Tsuchikage. Gaozu and Maizu were silent throughout the conversation. They knew of Heike's not-so-secret crush on Naruto, and they didn't want to further anger her more. The four of them then left, trying hard not to bust in an attempt to save their friends. At the prison, Naruto and Sakichi were tied up and put with chakra seals as well as in human form. Imagine the chains that held Naruto in the Naruto Clash of Snow movie. Inoki walked in and chuckled, well, look who we have here. I didn't expect to see that bastard Minato's son here. Then again, you are in Uzumaki, and last I checked, the previously last Uzumaki was Minato's wife. I guess this isn't a total loss anyway. And to see Skull of all people here, I wonder what happened that made you two come together, a son of a so-called hero and a criminal, ironic really. So let's get started, who sent you here? Naruto and Sakichi stayed silent from the question, staring at Inoki right in the eye. Inoki sighed, "I really should have tried to get a Yamanaka from Konoha like Kumo tried with the Hyuga. It'll ask one more time. Who sent you here?" The two didn't answer again. Inoki narrowed his eyes and nodded to the shinobi behind them as he nodded back. The man added chakra to a seal as electricity flowed into the chains holding the riders. Immediately, Naruto and Sakichi screamed in pain. After a full minute, Inoki nodded to the man again as he stopped the flow. Inoki said, "Electrocuting seals, I found them from the ruins of Yuzu. I modified them so no one will die from it, but the target will suffer a few million volts of electricity for a long time. What you experienced just now was merely a few thousand volts, so answer me or I tune it to 1,000,000. Naruto and Sakichi, who were panting, merely glared daggers at Inoki. Inoki sighed and nodded to the man as he added chakra to the seal, as 1,000,000 volts of electric flowed into the two of them, causing them to scream again for a full minute before the flow was cut again. Inoki said, "We'll try this tomorrow again, and I expect answers this time, or I will kill you." Inoki then left the prison with the man. After they left, Sakichi said, "Gonman, Naruto. I didn't want it to be like this. Somehow, it'll get us out of this." Naruto replied, "It's fine, Sakichi-san. It was expected when I joined the others. I took the risks and I'm paying for it now. You have nothing to apologize for." Sakichi chuckled. "You know, someone your age would have complained about this or caved into Onika's threats and the electrocution just now. You're the first I have seen to act like a true shinobi at that age. I'm proud of you, Naruto." Naruto laughed weakly. "Arigato, Sakichi-san." Sakichi nodded. "Let's go to sleep, maybe we can bust ourselves out of here tomorrow." Naruto nodded back as they drifted into the dark, dreamless world of sleep. The two riders were shook out of their sleep as Inoki came in. The old cage said, "Well, since last night was such a success, it'll ask you again, who sent you? It can't be a coincidence that Minato's son and Skull of all people team up to kill someone. Naruto and Sakichi said nothing like they did previously. Inoki sighed, if you don't say anything, y'all end up dead, Again, nothing. Inoki was growing impatient and said forcefully, you know what, I won't kill you yet, you damn Namikaze, but Skull on the other hand. He raised his hand as two Anbu came in and moved Sakichi towards an opening. Inoki said to Naruto, I had my shinobi to get whatever they could on you too, and I know that's incredibly important to you and vice versa. I would kill you, but that caused a war with Konoha, and I don't want to get my forces killed because of you, so I'm gonna make you suffer. Anbu, do it. The two Anbu nodded and flashed through a set of hand signs before saying in unison, Doten. Shinji Sanshu no Jutsu. The two Anbu went underground and grabbed Sakichi's legs each before pulling him down, chains and all, leaving only the head there. Inoki snapped his fingers as the Anbu began to kick Sakichi in the face multiple times. The cage then said, now, Namikaze, I'll ask you, why did you kill the man you killed? Who sent you to do it? Was it the Hokage? Or was it another person or force? Before Naruto could say anything, Sakichi shouted, don't tell him anything, Naruto. Inoki chuckled as he looked at Sakichi, such an honorable man, yet look at you, kicked in the face, yet you still want to protect your allies. So Namikaze, you have about a minute before my Anbu kills him. Do you want him to die? Inoki then walked to a chair and sat down, watching them. Naruto was turning inside. 1. He could tell Inoki about how they got the mission, and maybe get Sakichi saved from death but might get Haku, Zabuza, and the Onikai die in trouble. Or 2. He could keep quiet and let Sakichi get killed while protecting the others, maybe getting himself killed in the process as well. While he was thinking, the minute quickly passed. Inoki looked at Naruto. I see, I'd rather let him die. Anbu, kill him. The Anbu started to use chakra-enhanced kicks. Naruto's eyes widened and quickly said, stop. I'll tell you. Just stop. Inoki simply stared at Naruto. Too late, let this be a reminder to you boy, there are times if you don't make the choice, the ones you care for will die. We'll continue this tomorrow. He stood up and left, the Anbu still kicking Sakichi. Naruto tried to struggle and break through the chains, but the attempts were futile. After around 100 kicks from both Anbu, they added more chakra to their legs, and gave one last kick. Then blood flew everywhere, a hat rolled on the ground. His spear hit Naruto, and inside him, something cracked. He then began releasing huge amounts of energy. He growled as he pulled his arms and pushed his legs, the chain straining from the force. Inoki felt the energy surge as he was about to go to his office. He then went back into the prison. The old foolish cage's eyes widened as Naruto broke out of the chains, ripping through them like paper as the chains shattered like glass. Naruto's eyes glowed a deep dark blue. The bell materialized as he flicked open the phase phone and dialed 555 and pressed enter, standing by. Naruto growled silently, Henshin. Complete. Then in Naruto's place stood Kamen Rider Phase, the energy output making Inoki sweat. He yelled, Anbu. A few teams of Anbu appeared, ready to fight as Inoki went back to gather his forces and Roshi, as he knew Naruto had just become more dangerous that very moment. But Zabuza and Ko, they were still in Tsuchi no Kuni. Zabuza turned and faced them. We're going back, they should still be alive. Before anyone could reply, they all felt a large power surge flowing from the Wagakure. Zabuza and Heika's eyes widened. Naruto. Zabuza yelled at the Onikai Dai, as Haku started to run towards the village. Move, that's Naruto's chakra. Has still alive, we gotta save him. The brothers nodded as the four began speeding towards Iwa, and they were greeted with a sight to behold. A few moments before Zabuza stopped, Naruto with his sword drawn, charged a few teams of Anbu. Normally, doing so was suicide, but Naruto wasn't like before. He didn't hold back like he always did unconsciously. Charging his sword with chakra, he began slashing through the Anbu like a knife through melting butter. Two Anbu flashed through hand signs and yelled, Futon, to Topakaten, and in. The wind empowered the flames and sent a huge wave of flames at Naruto. Naruto simply looked at the flames and did nothing to stop it. The attack hit as the Anbu thought it would be over. But they were shocked to the core when the flames began to swirl into the phase core, revealing Naruto in axle form. At this moment, more Anbu appeared. In fact, all of the village's Anbu were present by now. Inoki and Roshi were preparing to go to war, against a boy who hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. Naruto pressed his watch as it announced, start up. Then the 10 minutes of hell began for the forces of Iwa. Not unlike during the Third Shinobi War, which Minato Hiraition around killing Iwa's forces, Naruto blurred around and began slashing the Anbu. Still in startup mode, Naruto slid the phase shot on his fist and began running, executing the Axel Grand Impact, as more than half of the Anbu were killed. With a minute left in his startup mode, Naruto put the phase pointer on his legs and jumped up, shooting photon rays at the remaining Anbu, before killing all of them in a second, leaving the ground full of dead Anbu. Then the time was up as Naruto's watch announced, 3, 2, 1. Time up. At this point, Zabuza and Ko arrived and were gifted with the sight of the area littered with Anbu corpses. Only then did Inoki and Roshi decide to show up. Inoki clapped, I must say, killing all of my Anbu in such a short time, truly an impressive feat, but this is where it will all end. The 2th rank shinobi then charged the rider, who raised his sword and blocked a blow from Roshi. Naruto jumped away and swung his sword, unleashing a wave of energy at the two. The two shinobi flashed through hand signs and said in unison, Doten, Doryuhaki. Two walls of mud stacked together and took the blast head-on. Naruto stabbed his sword on the ground and flashed through a set of hand signs, Ninpo. Sukeru Panisse. A skull made of energy appeared as Naruto jumped up, kicking it down, aiming at Inoki and Rashi. During one of their travels, Sakichi had taught Naruto his strongest technique, which was the Sukeru Panisse. Just think his finisher attack, and this will be the only time Naruto uses it. The two shinobi were blasted away by the attack as they didn't expect it. Naruto then slid the mission memory into the phase edge, and pressed enter on his phone, at the same time charging massive amounts of chakra into the sword, making the beam grow even larger. Then Naruto swung the blade. Unfortunately, Inoki and Rashi dodged the attack. But the village and the other shinobi heading towards them, not so much. A third of Iwa's forces were killed, and half of the village was demolished by that single swing. Inoki decided to quickly end this and formed hand signs, saying, Doten. Chinkachika no Jutsu. Unlike last time, Naruto anticipated this and quickly substituted with Rashi, making him take the attack head-on, as a human-sized crater appeared with Rashi in it. Onika's eyes whitened as he released the jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto's sword came swinging at him, and was dodged thanks to Onika's short height. In his whole life, Inoki realized just how much his height had helped him, and he thanked the gods for letting him grow short. Naruto then placed the mission memory into his phase phone and pressed enter, the phase pointer still on his leg, and jumped. The beam aimed at Inoki, but before it hit, Rashi pushed his brother out of the way and took the hit. Inoki realized what happened and quickly flashed through hand signs, Doten. Kajika no Jutsu. Naruto's weight increased as his aim faltered, and he ended up destroying a building instead. Naruto growled as he failed to kill at least one of them. With Zabuza, Haku, Maizu and Gaozu, they were shocked to see Naruto so strong, but Haku was worried for Naruto, as he was showing signs of going berserk. She turned to Zabuza, Zabuza-sama, we need to get Naruto-kun. If this keeps up, he'll lose for sure. Zabuza nodded, while Naruto seemed to be winning, had tired down soon as he was using strong attacks, while the two Iwa shinobi were on defensive, yet still fine, even if Naruto came really close to killing the Yonbi Jinchuriki. As Naruto stood up, Zabuza saw the chance and flashed through hand signs, Suten, Kurigaku no Jutsu. Mist appeared and covered the area as he said to Haku, Haku, reverse his transformation, quickly, and put him in a death-like state. Maizu, Gaozu, search the prison, Sakichi might be alive. Meet back at our closest safe house. Haku nodded and shot forward, taking away Naruto's phone as she reached him and stuck Senbon on Naruto's neck. Luckily, she moved so fast Naruto failed to react in time, so she succeeded in taking him away. As for Gaozu and Maizu, they found Sakichi's head and body. They sealed his dead body and head away and got out of Iwa. Soon, the mist cleared and Inoki and Rashi looked around, no Naruto nor the one responsible for the mist. Inoki looked at his village, seeing the damage done by the one little boy, albeit a godlike boy, but still a boy and cursed, honor, Namikaze. With the group, they were all at the safe house. Zabuza asked, so Gaozu, Maizu, what did you find on Sakichi? Gaozu and Maizu looked down, has dead, I think that's why Naruto let himself loose. Zabuza looked down as well. Haku was sad as well, then she asked, what do you mean Naruto-kun let himself loose? Zabuza stared at her and said, Naruto has always been holding back unconsciously, I think it's because he hasn't found an opponent that can make him try hard enough to go all out. Just now was what Naruto's truly capable of, and I don't think it's the full of his abilities yet. Haku nodded as she went to take away the needles that kept Naruto unconscious. As soon as she did, Naruto shot straight up and saw Haku. He was confused, what the hell? What happened? 1 minute I was fighting those two fucking bastards, and now I'm here. Zabuza answered, Haku took off your phone and sent you into a death-like state. If you kept on the way you fought, you'd die when you're exhausted. And don't even think about going back, I won't let you go. Naruto sighed, fine, did you retrieve Sakichi-san's body? Gaozu and Maizu nodded, giving Naruto the scroll. Naruto nodded his thanks and went out to bury the corpse. The others wanted to follow, but Zabuza stopped them, let him do it alone, he was closer to him than any of us were. Hell want a few moments alone with him. They nodded. And after a while, Naruto came in and said, Zabuza, Haku-chan, Gaozu, Maizu, this is where we'll part ways. I'm gonna train hard, and I still have a few months before I'm returning back to Konoha anyway. So hopefully I'll see you again. Before they could say anything, Naruto vanished in a poof of smoke. Zabuza chuckled, well it'll be, Dagaki used a cage bunshin. Haku had tears rolling down her face, he didn't even let us say goodbye. Gaozu and Maizu sighed and said, he said he was returning to Konoha, so we might see him if we go there. Haku nodded as they went on with their travels. In Konoha, 2 years after Naruto left, Hikari and Haruna were on their way to the academy. As the girls walked, they noticed the Uchiha sisters and Hinata with Sasuke and his oh-so-loyal fangirl, the Pink Banshee, the Screaming Pink of Terror, and otherwise known as the daughter of the biggest whore in Konoha, Haruno Sakura. Hikari and Haruna greeted their friends and Sasuke, meanwhile totally ignoring Sakura. The Uzumaki Namika's sisters only put up with Sasuke since he was Yuki and Tsuka's brother, albeit an adoptive one, but the Uchiha sisters still love him, even if he was an ass sometime. As they walked, enjoying the silence, Sasuke broke the ice and asked, "Haruna, would you like to join me for lunch later?" Haruna groaned inwardly. This was most likely the 100th time of the year he asked her out. Even if she always turned him down, he didn't give up. And worst of all, Yuki, Tsuki and Hikari seldom did anything unless Sasuke went out of line, which was a massive headache for her. Haruna wanted Naruto, not Sasuke. Haruna stared at the Uchiha, using the patented ice glare that was famous among herself, Hikari, Tsuki, Yuki and Hinata. Sasuke slightly recoiled at the cold glare, but recovered quickly. Haruna said, "How many times do I have to tell you, Sasuke? I don't want to go out with you. The only reason I haven't beat you to dust is because you're Yuki-chan and Tsuki-chan's brother, so don't think otherwise." She was about to turn away, but one Sakura cut in, "You fucking idiot. Do you know what it means for Sasuke-kun, the direct descendant of Uchiha Madara, to ask you out? Girls give an arm and leg to do that. The girls, decent ones anyway," sighed. This had repeated a lot of times. But this time, Haruna couldn't take it anymore. She stared at Sakura and said coldly, "I'm not one of you, so don't put me in your category, you useless excuse of a kunoichi, and don't bitch about that. If you want to prove me wrong, prove it later in the Taijutsu class." And so the group proceeded with their journey to the academy, without the Banshee and her master. They soon reached the academy and class proceeded as usual. Soon, it was recess time, and the 5 girls were sitting at their usual place. No one dared to take it as the 5 girls were the top of their year. Tsuki and Yuki topped ninjutsu and jinjutsu, Hinata and Haruna topped taijutsu, while Hikari was all-rounded, maintaining second in everything, while the girls took third in whatever sector they were in the first. As they ate, one dog boy came in and ruined their time. Kiba asked Hinata, "Hinata-chan, will you go out with me later?" Hinata sighed. Like Haruna, she was closing on her limit. She said without turning, "No, I'm busy later." "Now get lost, Kiba." Kiba looked disappointed and just walked away, still determined to get her as his mate, even if a small tiny voice known as logic told him he was never gonna succeed. A few dozen minutes passed and they were now standing on the sparring field. Iruka said, "Okay, today we're gonna do something special. Today we're gonna have a mixed 5-on-5 match. Get your teams. Only one team can have the same gender, since there isn't an even number of boys and girls here." As soon as he said that, Hikari, Haruna, Yuki, Tsuki and Hinata grouped together and gave Iruka their names as a team. This caused Sasuke and Kiba to curse as they wanted to be on Haruna and Hinata's team respectively, while the other students groaned as the girls were gonna win this for sure. They formed their teams and waited for instructions. Iruka took their names and nodded. "Okay, so we're gonna have our first match, Team G1, which is Hinata, Haruna, Hikari, Tsuki and Yuki versus Team G2, which is Sasuke, Kiba, Sakura, Ino and Nami. Others stand outside the ring, so Hajime." Like a team that has fought side by side for years, the girls moved in complete sync, surprising the 2 Chunin instructors for a bit, before they realized the girls knew each other since they were infants, which was true in a way as their parents would gather when their mothers were pregnant with them. Hinata handled Kiba, with the latter a bit hesitant to hurt his crush, which meant it became easy for Hinata. Hikari fought Ino, Haruna fought Sakura as Yuki, and Tsuki fought Sasuke and Nami respectively. Hinata gave a juken strike to Kiba's abdomen as he was blown away and hit a tree, which was out of the ring. Iruka sighed at the anticlimactic and quick end for Kiba and announced, as Kiba was flung out of the ring, "He is out of the fight." The fight continued as Hinata joined the fight against Sakura, not that Haruna needed it. Haruna saw Hinata coming at Sakura from behind, which was unknown to the weak Banshee, and shot to the left, while Hinata shot to the right. Both heiresses then shot forward and gave 2 side punches. Just imagine a side lariat from the 2 of them, to Sakura, and said Banshee had the air knocked out of her, but still conscious. Hinata juken her upwards as Haruna jumped up and spun, kicking the Banshee down into the ground, knocking her. Imagine Fire Tornado from Inazuma 11 without the fire. With Hikari, the 2 blondes were matching blow for blow, which was just Hikari going easy on the other blonde, just to give Ino overconfidence before knocking her out. As Ino parried Hikari's punch with her own, Hikari decided she had played enough and just spun around, and gave Ino a strike to the neck, knocking her out. Imagine Kirito's 4 horizontal slash and Sao without the first, second and final strikes. Yuki and Tsuki were also faring well, as Ami and Sasuke's teamwork could only be described with one word, that is suck. Ami thought she could take the Uchiha sisters on herself, as to prove to Sasuke she wasn't weak, and that totally backfired. Ami was knocked out quickly by the combo attacks from Yuki and Tsuki, leaving Sasuke left. Sasuke cursed as he noticed all of his team members were down for the count, and he was the last man standing, literally. The 5 girls surrounded Sasuke and under normal circumstances, for Naruto anyway, it would be nice, but this ain't normal circumstances, so there was only one ending for the not-so-poor Uchiha, sweet unconsciousness, from the pain of having his balls kicked repeatedly. After school, the girls parted ways and went back home. As soon as they went in, Hikari and Haruna went cold as they noticed their parents and godparents. They still resented them for driving their beloved brother away from home. Kushina smiled at her daughters and said, "You are home, welcome back, Hikari-chan, Haruna-chan." The two girls replied in a monotone voice, "Hi, Kasama." They then went back to their rooms. The adults sighed. The girls were like that since Naruto left. While they regretted treating Naruto the way they did, they still hadn't learned their lesson. The afternoon passed peacefully and dinner soon came. The family ate at the table quietly until Hikari asked, "Tsusama, Kasama, Jiraiya Jiji, Tsunade Bachan, why did you treat Ani-chan like that? If you treated him like you did us, he wouldn't have left." Minato sighed sadly. "Hikari-chan, we know we were wrong, we're gonna make it up to him when he comes back." Haruna scowled. "That's not the answer we want, do you even know what you did wrong?" The adults were silent as they actually didn't. Hikari continued, "When we asked why Ani-chan didn't join us in training, you said you'd teach him later. When we asked Ani-chan about it, he said he didn't get training, he even said he was happy we got training before him. We know you ignored him because he wasn't like us, he didn't have the Kyuubi in him, nor did he have anything special. You told us most of the shinobi were all white slides waiting to be colored, that's what made the famous ones famous, you for yourselves included, yet here you are judging Ani-chan, because he didn't have anything special, you are all hypocrites." The girls got up and went to wash their plates before heading back to their rooms, leaving four silent adults thinking about what they said, and the words only go through one person, which was the most unlikely of them all, Minato. He realized what went wrong, they didn't care for him truly, they just wanted Naruto's power in the past, and that made him guilty. As for the others, they were still in the dark. The girls walked into their brother's room and fell on the bed. Sometimes, when they were having a bad day, they'd go into their brother's room for the night, as it was a reminder of their brother, which always served to calm them down. It didn't fail its job this time as the girls felt the anger dissipate as they fell asleep, muttering for their brother while they slept. Now, Naruto, Hikari, Haruna, Kushina, Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya were standing in front of Minato. The Hokage said, "Team 7, your mission today, as much as I detest it, is to escort Tsunade and Shizune here to Tanzakugai for her sake in gambling. Yeah, I'll be there for a week and return with the two of them. Seriously, Tsunade, I don't know why are you issuing this mission, you are perfectly capable of going there on your own." Shizune sighed, "Well, if there's the team of Kushina at least to keep her in line, I doubt we'll return in a week, instead we'll be there for a month at least. So that's why we issued this mission." Kushina snickered at that while Tsunade looked annoyed. The three siblings and Jiraiya just swore dropped. Kushina straightened up and said, "Okay, enough, we'll meet at the gates tomorrow morning at 7. Pack for a week-long journey, dismissed." The family headed back to the compound to pack and rest. As they went in, they were greeted by the sight Haku sitting on the couch in Kin and Tei in French-made outfits. The two sisters smiled and bowed to Naruto slightly saying, "Naruto-sama." This got a sweat drop from Naruto, Hikari, Haruna, Kushina and Tsunade. As for Jiraiya, he grabbed Naruto's shoulders and shook him before kneeling on the ground. "Naruto, tell me, how did you get them to do this? You are more worthy than I am, please allow me the honor of passing the Icha-Icha to you, my godson." This got Tsunade and Kushina to grow tick marks on their heads and punch Jiraiya, flinging him away. The teens in the room just chuckled at the scene. As Naruto went into his room, Hikari and Haruna approached Kin and Tei, as soon as Naruto's door slammed shut. The Uzumaki Namikaze sisters and Haku led the Tsuchi sisters to their room and closed the door. The blonde and Ridite asked them, "So, Kin-chan, Tei-chan, what do you think of Ani-chan?" Several thoughts came to their minds, and none of them didn't involve them and Naruto in a relationship. Tei and Kin shook out of their thoughts and asked, "What do you mean?" Haku sighed and said, "Well, let's just get to the point, we want to know if you like Naruto-kun." Tei and Kin merely blushed, which was an answer enough. Hikari smiled, "Well, take that as yes then." Tei and Kin nodded. Haruna then said, "If you like him, then you two should go for him, I mean he does have the craw on him, plus the three of us, Hinata-chan, Yuki-chan and Suki-chan, plus one more are already in the craw with him." Tei and Kin nodded slowly, before what Haruna said hit them. They pointed at Haruna and Hikari and said, "But we thought you were his sisters." Hikari, Haruna and Haku chuckled. Hikari said, "Our clan doesn't forbid this kind of relationship. In fact, our parents encouraged us for this." Tei and Kin were a little freaked out. Tei said, "But dating his own sisters, that's just so wrong." Haruna sighed, "That would be the same as being a racist. It's merely another form of love, just not seen so much and supported by people." The two still couldn't take it in. Haku decided to change the subject, and said, "So, since we still have a day before we leave for our mission, I say you two go tell him about your feelings and knowing him, he might take you two on a date later." The Tsuchi sisters nodded and walked out of the room, still thinking about Hikari, Haruna and Naruto's relationship. Unknowingly, they were heading for Naruto's room and by the time they realized it, they were in front of the door just as Naruto came out. Naruto saw them and asked, "Kin-chan, Tei-chan, you two want something?" The girls looked at each other and steeled their resolve before saying, "Oh no, Naruto-sama, may we talk inside?" Naruto was confused but nodded anyway as he led them inside. Tei closed the door as Naruto asked, "So, what's wrong?" Kin shook her head. Nothing's wrong, it's just, Taiya finished quickly in one go. We like you and want to be in your harem. She had said it too quickly, so Naruto asked, What's this about you two in the harem? Kin realized her sister's mistake and said, more slowly, we know you are under the craw, and we like you, so we want to be in your craw. Naruto blinked, okay. Kin and Taiya beamed and glomped Naruto with a crushing hug. Naruto started to turn blue and gasp out, Kin-chan, Taiya-chan, can't breathe. The girls heard this and quickly let go, letting Naruto take a deep breath. Naruto said, thank you. So, since we have a date before my mission, why not we go on a date later? You two could take turns or I'll just take the two of you out together. The sisters smiled at each other and said, we want you to take us out together. Naruto's sweat dropped at their smiling faces and nodded. Unknowingly, Jiraiya was outside scribbling notes furiously. He giggled silently. Oh, Naruto truly is a goldmine. I hope I can see some action soon, then I can plan a new book. Unfortunately for him, Tsunade just so happened to pass by and saw him doing his so-called research. She grew a tick mark and rushed forward, and gave the pervert Sanin a chakra-enhanced knuckle sandwich. Back with the teens, Naruto, Kin and Taiya were now walking on the streets. They told Hikari, Haruna and Haku about their new development and went for their date. As they walked, Naruto asked, you girls want to try some ramen? Kin and Taiya shrugged and replied, sure, why not? Naruto grinned and held both of their hands, making them blush as he rationed them to a chirikas. Years ago, before the Kyuubi attack, Minato and Kashino always visited the ramen stand, and Minato gave Tuchi Haration kunai to let him reach there quickly anytime. Naruto learned of this a few weeks back and would use it when he wanted ramen. As the three sat down, Aim asked, so, Naruto, you already have 2 more girls for the craw. You work fast. Naruto sighed, Aim-san, can you not? The waitress giggled and said, fine, so what do you 3 want? Naruto looked at the girls who were trying to decide what ramen to have. He sighed and said, I'll have 2 shoyu ramens, 1 pork ramen for Taiya-chan, and beef ramen for Kin-chan. Aim smiled and said, got it, 2-san, 2 shoyu ramen, 1 pork and 1 beef ramen. Tucci shouted back in response as he went to work. Soon, the ramen were served as the 3 enjoyed the soft noodles and the sweet smell of the soup. As they were finishing, Itachi came in with shise. The 2 Uchiha smiled at Naruto, so already 2 more. You work fast. Naruto glared at Itachi and Shisui. Speak for yourselves, how are things going for you and Ninero-san, Ahayuga, Shisui-san? Said Uchiha blushed while Itachi snickered at him. Naruto then said, what about you and Hana-san, Itachi-san? It was Itachi's turn to get flustered. He quickly said, your ramen's getting cold, Naruto. Anyway, well be going then. Naruto immediately went back to his ramen, and didn't hurt the last part. When he finished, he looked around and called find the Uchiha duos. Kin and Taiya giggled, you were too focused on your ramen, Naruto-sama. Naruto sighed, but the ramen was getting cold. Never mind, come on, I wanna show you two something. The girls got up and followed Naruto up to the Hokage monument. Taiya and Kin were confused. The Redeed asked, Naruto-kun, why are we? She was cut off as she saw the beautiful view of Konoha from the top of the monument. Kin was just as awestruck by the view as it was in the evening already, and the sun was setting. Kin said, beautiful, I never knew Konoha could look like this. Naruto chuckled, not many know about this, in fact, only my family knows about this, as we are the only ones who even care to come up here. Taiya and Kin nodded. As they sat on Minato's head, the monument, with the girls leaning their heads on either side of Naruto's shoulders, the sky soon turned dark. Naruto was about to tell them to go home, but then heard even breathing. Naruto then noticed the girls were asleep. He thought they must have been exhausted from their time in Oto. He made a cage bunshin, and had to carry Kin while he carried Taiya back to the compound. The next day, Team 7, Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya were standing at the gates. Hikari asked, Ani-chan, how did your date with Taiya-chan and Kin-chan go? Naruto smiled, it went great. Kushina sighed, really Naruto, just because you have the crot doesn't mean you should go for every girl you meet. Naruto stared at his mother and said, but I didn't do anything, they were the ones who approached me. Tsunade sighed, can we move yet? I want to reach there soon since the gambling and sake promotions start tonight, and I'd rather not miss them. The others Switdrop chuckled at Tsunade's childish acts for sake and gambling before they headed out. Thanks for watching.